Maybe I'll just do my own thing. I don't like whatever's happening. Dude, I do not want to do the cycles of capitalism. I am sorry. I see your comment. I appreciate your comment. But I do not want to do that.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from kind of sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It's a Wednesday, folks. That's right. This is Ari at Home, for those of you who don't know. It is the last day of May, folks. It's May 31st, 2023. 11:17 a.m. Wednesday, everybody. And I hope everyone's having a great time. This is Ari at Home. Like I said, his music is so good it got a Linity banned recently. My chat's been pissing me off all day long. Can someone teach me how? You're literally so fucking unaware. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live and alive. All right, it's not June yet, okay? Keep the homosexual stuff to a minimum in the chat, okay? It's not June yet. This is our last day of solace. This is our last day of comfort. This is the one last day for good, wholesome Christian values before every corporation turns on the gay machine, okay, and just queerifies themselves, just like they're trying to queerify our children, okay. And I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it, and you're sick and tired of it too. And we're just gonna, for the month of Pride, we're just gonna do pride in our God and our Lord Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Okay, that's what we're gonna be doing. I'm very excited, except I'm not excited at all. But this is not for that right now. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. I just finished Plumbers, and I think it ended very well. Ended real nice. Highly recommend you guys watch it. I mean, it's all right. It's good. It's just like funny because I'm always a slut for any kind of like American history piece, period piece kind of. And it's decent. Hasan's becoming more and more A-worded day after day. Yeah. So that's something that we're going to be talking about. 346K Teamsters going on strike. No gay pride flags will be delivered. Yeah. Wow, after the news leaking about you and Austin dating, you're really going to skip Pride? Austin and I are not dating. That would be gay. Happy almost Pride Month. I know you probably won't see this, but I just got my first month of HRT today, and I'm super happy, and I just want to tell you in chat, sorry, I am now your foe, but the queer trans army community is growing. Yeah. Congratulations, chatter, on this wonderful journey. By the way, like 5 HasanAbi channels, including mine and HasanAbits, the One Piece updates got demonetized in the last 24 hours. Seems like YouTube is doing a purge, even of transformative content. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I'll talk to YouTube again. Very frustrating. Anyway, folks, it's Wednesday, so you already know, many of you at least know, this is a part of the broadcast for the parasocialist, but this is usually my morning where I handle my business, my big business deals. And I'm finally working with some people to deal with my finances beyond just like the regular tax stuff. And by that, I mean they're going to all over me. I was just walking Kaya earlier. Investing in crypto. Hell yeah, baby. That's what we're doing. No, man. It's just like regular shit. Like rerouting all of my bills to an address so that it's like not easily doxable. That kind of shit. Anyway. But it is really funny when I'm like having a conversation with like business people, and they look at like how I run my operation, I guess, and they're like, this doesn't fucking like what? Like, how are you doing this? Like, I was trying to explain to them what a cooperative is. You know what I mean? Like I was just trying to explain to them like how all this stuff works. He's like, okay, so they're like, what's the paper? Where's the paperwork for it? I'm like, it's not like there's no paperwork. It's just like a handshake and a kiss. You know what I mean? That's just how we like their brains were melting. Okay. Like, it's not even, yeah, it's not even like the lack of, it's not even like the pay structure itself that is like confusing for a lot of these people. It's more so like the lack of paperwork. You know what I mean? Where they're like, what is, like, how does that work? Anyway. Aren't there legal structures for co-ops? Oh, yes, there are, but I don't fucking know how any of that works. Come on now. Let's be fucking real. Anyway, dude, let me tell you something, okay? I fucking max out. That's what I do. Like, I max out to the fucking federal government. I max out to the state government. That's what I do. Okay, I tell my accountants, like, here, whatever, fucking, pay it at the end of the year. That's my big baller moment. That's my big baller move. I just fucking tax max like crazy. I might finally get a credit card, though, so that's cool. That's probably exciting for all the credit heads out there. You max out your donations to the government? Yeah, I do. Did you get the DLC with the City Skylines or as well, or just a base game? I bought like the deluxe edition, which is like $80 fucking dollars. So I downloaded that this morning. I don't know what that does. Credit cards are a trap. Don't do it. Well, for me, it's a little bit different. I mean, I hate having a credit card. I don't have one. I don't like the concept of a credit card. It's like I have money in my bank account, and where I'm from, you just fucking have money in your bank account and then you pay for things. But turns out in the United States of America, they're like, no, you have to have a credit card so that there's like literally an intermediary there that is actually handling your payments in the form of debt for no fucking reason whatsoever. We've had this conversation many times over. You know how it is. I have 3,000 hours in City Skylines. You don't know the rabbit hole you've opened for yourself. Okay, I want to explain something to you guys, okay? So I downloaded City Skylines to potentially play it later. But one thing I need you guys to understand is, like, I think this is where you will understand that when I say I'm A-worded or A-coded, it's not autism. It's just ADHD. Because, like, Paradox games have never actually been fun for me. We'll see what the visuals look like on City Skylines. So we'll see. Like, I literally think that this is the distinction. Like, is it autism or is it ADHD? You know what I mean? Any Zelda updates? I enjoyed watching you play on YouTube. I haven't really had too much time to play Zelda. I've just like, I'm getting back into it. But like, you know that Zelda ad that came out right before the release of like the business guy? Here, this ad. I want to show this to you. This ad is literally me. Like, anytime I fucking play, anytime I turn that shit on, I feel exactly like that guy. I think about the business guy all the time now, ever since I watched this ad.
Good night, hon.
Yeah, this is based on an Amazon review, I know. But it's like, it's such a beautiful ad in a very dark way, but it's such a beautiful ad because like, it speaks to me so perfectly.
Okay. Come on. Nope. How do I? Huh? Don't want a bad. Oh. Come on.
You fool. One log. Amateur hour.
Let's try this. Go. Oh. Yes.
It's such a cute ad because it's so real. Like, I don't give a fuck how you feel about this. This ad is
Nintendo
me,
Switch,
okay?
play, connect.
This ad is literally me. I'm the old man who just is like streaming all day, and then after a long day of streaming or in the morning, I just crack open a little bit of Zelda and I just go into that universe and it feels fucking awesome. Hasan would never use public transport. You know what's really funny about that is that like public transport when I was growing up in Ankara and Istanbul was freedom for me. I don't know if you know that or not. I love public transit. I love it so much. I don't know if you've ever actually seen me in a city where there is actually any kind of public transit, but I fucking love public transit. I love public parks. I love public amenities. For people who say that like I don't go outside, I actually do utilize our public amenities all the fucking time. So it's absolutely perfect for reaching older demographics. It's not cheesy. It's just a real look at what gaming can do for adults in a totally normal way. Yeah. Speaking of public transit, city skylines, we'll see. Press X to doubt. Yeah, when I was a young boy, like I said, public transit was like freedom. It meant that I could go wherever the fuck I wanted and not be completely controlled by my parents. So you're just wrong. You're wrong on that. Is it tough streaming after a 2 to 3 day bender, or you don't really drink much? I do not drink at all. So yeah. Damn, I feel this too. I love taking tech out in the nature, playing games, editing pics, watching movies while backpacking a few days unmatched. Did you check the hall before you said that? No, my mom is on the phone and she just walked past. That's why I looked over at the hall. Guys, I'm 32 years old. I live in my own house. My mommy comes and lives with me for long periods of time, but like that doesn't mean that, you know, they have any level of control over me. I'm not like embarrassed about any of that, okay? Except for whenever I'm talking about porn or dicks or whatever the fuck, and my mom happens to hear it. Is it true that you used Trank for a YouTube video? What's Trank? What? Lazan. What the fuck is Trank? Is the new crocodile? Unhinged question number 1 of the day. What the fuck is a Trank? It's Fent laced with xylazine? No. A deep fake of true crime victims or a waking nightmare? Jesus Christ, dude. TikTok is insane. Did you catch I Think You Should Leave season 3 yet? Oh, I haven't. Wait, that came out already? I have not seen it yet. I'm very excited to watch that. Missed a couple streams, but have you talked about my hometown, Davenport, Iowa, and the embarrassment that we have? Yes, I covered it extensively yesterday. I'll give you some updates on what's going on as well. Hasan, when you play City Skylines, just imagine you were playing one-person Monopoly and remember the good times. Oh, this one is funny. Taskid Noah, shut the fuck up. Have you never played Monopoly before? Stop saying pay off mortgages. What a stupid fucking concept, dude. What am I gonna make, 18 fucking dollars? Huh? Am I gonna make $18? What are you laughing at my fucking brown property? What are you out of your mind? Shut the fuck up! Stupid fucking communists don't know anything about real estate. Famous clip from that stream. Your financial advisor's talking to you? Yeah, literally. S-Fan is laughing in the background because I didn't fucking mute myself as I was screaming at my chat. Essentially spicy analysis from our favorite lib. How Congress gets rich from insider trading. Ooh, Johnny. Ooh, Johnny boy. He's back. He's back with some good shit. Hey, when he's not talking about foreign policy, I'm there for it, okay? And this doesn't strike me as a foreign policy clip, so it's not good? Please. Really? No, this is like in his ballpark. There's no fucking way. Insider trading is like a bipartisan problem. Everybody on both sides of the fucking political spectrum will routinely shit on everybody who's like doing insider trading in Congress. He argues against regulating / preventing it. No, you're just lying. I feel like a lot of people lie in my chat. There's no way. Anyway, all right, folks. This morning, the Atlanta Police Department raided the teardown house and arrested 3 organizers with the Atlanta Solidarity Fund. What the fuck? The Solidarity Fund provides legal defense and bail support for First Amendment protected activities in Atlanta and the surrounding area. That's insane. How do I not turn into a 22-month subscriber? Mentally, I'm scared I will. You'll be fine. Okay, so let's blast up. Are you cheering for the Heat or the Nuggets in the finals? That's a tough one. I don't want to say. But it's the Heat. I don't want to say, but it's the Heat. Look, I lived in Miami. I know that there's a fatty. There's a fatty, and, solidarity with the fat big boys out there. There's big boy solidarity. But, it's hard. Okay. Okay. I don't care about basketball. Hold on, that's funny. We're gonna cover this. I don't care about basketball. Stop asking me about basketball. Okay. All right, let me blast off. Okay, we're blasting the frick off. Okay, we're freaking blasting off. We're blasting the frick off. Let's do it. Don't worry, chatter. Make sure you don't fall behind on fulfilling activities and maintaining relationships. I'm all right so far. Yes. You look like you'd be a mean pickleball player. This is what Kaya will look like in a year. No, she will not. Actually, here's some additional parasocialist updates that I forgot to give you guys. Kaya was very unruly last night. She was going crazy. So in order to calm her down, put her in her crate for a little bit, right? For 10 minutes. And she's been so good. And usually she's great in the crate as well. So I was like, all right, she'll be in the crate for like 10 minutes. I go back upstairs. She's covered in piss. Like, just fucking caked in piss. She literally was like, I'm unruly. I'm going to fucking piss myself. I'm going to just literally lie around in my piss, which is like weird. You're not supposed to do that if you're in a fucking crate. And the crate is actually not even big. Dude, your dog's learning nothing? Yeah, that's not true. Anyway, I think it's basically because like she was annoyed. Don't use the crate as a punishment dog. It wasn't even a punishment crate. It was a timeout crate just so she could like cool down a little bit. I wasn't like punishing her at all. She was just, she was biting a lot. So I wanted to make sure that she was chill. So yesterday I had to give her a full-blown bath. And that was a situation. That was an incredible situation. Peanut butter galore, fucking smearing it everywhere. So she's just like licking the peanut butter on the side of the tub while she's like also simultaneously trying to escape. And then also on top of that had to use the blow dryer and shit because she's got so much fucking hair. Anyway, so what did I end up doing? Full-blown bath. And while I was doing that, why don't you vlog it? Bro, you don't fucking understand, okay? This dog is a goddamn menace. This dog is a goddamn menace. You think I had the physical capabilities of like holding this psychotic demon down while also simultaneously giving her a fucking bath? No shot, dude. I would need like a full-blown team. You can use a leash. No. I don't have like the groomer leashes that they have anyway. So anyway. Yeah, I need to use like they've never washed a dog. They've never washed a puppy. A puppy, this is really important because like this is really, really important because this is like she needs to be comfortable in the bath. Like I need to teach her to be like excited about bath time. So I fucking gave her so many goddamn treats the entire time. But anyway, so did all of that. But she smells incredible. But the one funny thing, while I was one funny thing is like while I was fucking bathing her, I realized she's not that big, dude. She's like a wet rat, as a matter of fact. Like when she was wet and she no longer had like the puffy ass coat, she looked so tiny. So no, she will not be this size. Even though this dog also has a fat ass coat too. She's just a fluffy girl. Anyway. So, great job with the bath. Peanut butter on the side and lots of treats is super good training. Also, don't forget to touch her little feet and ears. Yeah, exactly. To get her comfortable having her feet and ear touch so she doesn't have... I've been doing all that. So she doesn't like become a dog that hates that kind of thing. She's walking around a little too much right now. I don't really like it. I get so worried every time she starts pacing because I immediately think, uh-oh, is she going to piss? Like randomly on the fucking couch again. Could be fun content. Team up with someone like Maya who loves animals to record bathing Kaya. Well, that would mean Maya would have to come to Los Angeles for that. Do you prefer nail clippers or nail grinder? I currently don't use anything because... right now, she gets a lot of playtime outside, and it just grinds her fucking, it grinds her nails naturally because I have concrete. Anyway, oh shit. Pacing and she's barking. That's not good. Mugiwara no Kaya is going to be the king of the pirates. Yeah. Anyway, before I forget, let me just blast off real quick. And we'll get started. I might need to take her out one more time. What do you use for your nails? Do you prefer clippers or Dremel? I had a Dremel for fish. But anyway, let's do it. Cops arrest anti-cop city protesters. Davenport collapse updates. Shred up a Dremel tool, not something just for nails. Yeah, no, I use a shred up Dremel. I used to use a shred up Dremel tool. Pride Month is upon us. Does anyone have a good blast off meme for the boy or what? TikTok hogwatch. Okay. What do you think about Mike Pence's chances for Republican candidate? Come on, dog. WGA strike vlog is up. I also downloaded City Skylines to see if I'll like it. Get in now. Okay, there it is. Let's blast off. Like, he wasn't using a regular grinding wheels lol. They're meant for nails. Yeah, there's like smaller Dremels. There are smaller Dremels specifically for nails that you can use on your dog. Okay, she's walking around a lot again. I'm a little worried, a little concerned. Okay. I just got her to pee, by the way. So here's the problem. Okay, so she's officially 3 months old, right? And for those of you who don't know, for those of you who do not know, normally, what is supposed to happen is a 3-month-old dog can hold her piss for 4 hours. A 4-month-old dog can hold her piss for 5 hours. So it's usually how many months your age plus 1. Okay? That's the math behind it. That's like loose, right? They can. And obviously there are like differences between breeds, difference between how much you're drinking water, that sort of thing. But it's months, not months plus 1. Okay, well, it doesn't even matter because Kaya doesn't choose to hold her piss beyond fucking 2 hours or even not even 2 hours, usually an hour. I just let her out right before we started, okay, while we were in the intro scene, and she took a piss. So it hasn't even been fucking 45 minutes yet, okay? And her pen is like large enough, obviously, for her to be able to piss on one side and completely avoid it on the other side. But even then, it's just like it doesn't matter. AOC Press, yeah, we'll cover that fucking dumbass boomer account. It's so annoying. It's so stupid. Do you have pee pads around your house? No, I do not. We swapped over from the pee pads to just like straight up. We swapped over from the pee pads to only peeing outside. Okay. Yes, we'll do Elon L's in a second. I'm a little worried she's looking up at me. She's gonna fucking do a barky bark. So, history of the Arab slave trade. Yeah. What's happening? Hold on. Oh, she's moving around again. God damn it. I'm so fucking scared. No one being should have this level of control over my life, okay? Saw someone try to get tried their dog to hit a doorbell when they need to go pee. Seems useful. Yeah. My friend uses fake grass pee pads inside the house to train his dog to pee on the grass. Yeah, I don't, I don't want her to pee at all. Okay, inside the house. Okay. Where should we get started? Okay, here, by the way, this is the fucking blast off tweet. You know, get active, get involved. Let it be known that we are live and we are alive. Okay, one more time, one last time. Once she starts pacing, I'm so fucking worried, dude. I mean, it's just like, I guess she's like picking up different toys right now. My cat rings a bell hanging from the door when he needs to go out. Yeah, it's a little too early for that, so we'll figure that out. Since when were you anti-face? What does that mean? Why do Europeans dislike Americans so much? By Nathaniel Drew. Okay, that seems fun. We can take a look at that. Okay. Michael Cohen. Trump is not happy with the Kayleigh McEnany coverage. Okay. This is what it's like to have a real human toddler. We'll get to all that in a second. Let's get started on, we got AI art. We have this like insane fucking situation unfolding in Atlanta, which we're going to be talking about, of course. And there's so much to cover. We got the AI deep fakes, shit like that. Here, let's start here. Pride Month. Okay? Pride Month. You all like it. You all experience it. You all enjoy it. I am, of course, a foe. But as a brand, I also experience Pride Month. There are plenty of people who don't like Pride Month. Ben Shapiro is one of them. As a corporation, I will be, of course, celebrating Pride Month and will be stepping away from my faux activities for the month of June. But here's what has happened. Things are getting ugly at the Satakoy Elementary School in North Hollywood. A pride flag is set on fire outside a classroom. It comes as a heated battle over an upcoming Pride Day assembly is prompting some parents to protest. The escalating fight this morning at 6 from ABC 7. So just normal reactions to, a month of, just normal reactions to a month of celebration. Yeah, this is fucking terrifying. We're going to do that in a second. This is the AI thing. What the fuck is this?
I need him biblically. I need him in a way that is concerning to feminism.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I need him
respect.
Biblically.
Dude, damn. The HasanAbi thirst post still popped the fuck off on TikTok. I love that, dude. This makes me so happy. I didn't realize. We're back. We're so back. We're so back. I'm saying, bro, the middle part long hair combo was doing you dirty. No, I know it was, but I still did it. I did it because I thought to myself, I can pull it off. And I was wrong. I mean, I think it was fine. People liked it, but it certainly wasn't as good as like my regular, just admit the haircut, you're in your hot boy era. This is the best. This is the best it's going to get. Sorry, folks. That's it. The mustache needs to come back. Mullet was God tier. When you say you look like a cult leader, I couldn't unsee it. Yeah, I did. that era of the long hair, or at least like me getting fat while also simultaneously growing my hair out and never seeing the outside world and consistently fucking just never getting any sunlight caused both irreparable damage to my mental space, and it also caused irreparable damage to the HasanAbi brand. You know what I mean? I'm not even kidding. It certainly did. It made everyone fucking despise me. Okay. I reposted on my IG story from the shoot with King Kong, and my grandma thinks you are my boyfriend. That's cute. False. Made you more relatable and realistic. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Okay. Blaming your hair on the weight, typical deflection. No, long hair appeals to a smaller number of more refined and superior women. The short hair is a crowd pleaser. Yeah. The opposite would have happened if you got cornrows. I know. That was the biggest L for me, is that I never actually experimented with the cornrows, which would have dramatically improved my chances. Everyone would love that. Everyone already despised you? Not necessarily. Relatable to Twitch chat is a red flag. Exactly. And also, everyone is just Twitter. And like I always used to mention, like I always love mentioning, everyone on Twitter, half the time you don't fucking know if the person is like, half the time you don't know if the person you're talking to is like 12 years old or not. And then you immediately understand that they are 12 when you scroll through their profile and see that they love Andrew Tate. At least mentally, if not like biologically 12. Anyway. So. No one is a real person on Twitter. I agree. I don't want to alarm you, but there seems to be a giant dog behind you now instead of Kaya. Yes, there is a giant dog behind me. So, Pride Month is upon us. It's happening. Ben Shapiro did a fucking hour. 56 minutes on the holy month of Pride. We're obviously not going to be covering all 56 minutes, but, you know, this is happening, and it pairs nicely with Ben Shapiro's reactions. We're going to be watching the WGA strike vlog that's out.
Participation grows for the most holy month of the year. Of course, I'm speaking of Pride Month, the month when we celebrate one of the 7 deadly sins and all attendant sexual immorality connected with it. Actually, maybe 2 of the deadly sins, actually, depending on which ones we are counting here. But Pride Month is a time when we come together and we spend an entire month honoring LGBTQ plus minus divided by a sign, I, two spirit.
Dude, I love that. That joke it always pops. That joke always bangs, dude. It's been good since like 1997. It's always good. One joke Andy's, dude.
Happy face emoji, sad face emoji, tilde people. About 30 times more than we celebrated all the soldiers who died to preserve our freedom. We have Memorial Day, but we do have Pride Month, which is like a month filled with.
Yeah, I love that. Dude, this is like boomer talking point simulator, dude. It's awesome. He's like, we don't celebrate our veterans. Shut the fuck up. When's the last time you celebrated a veteran, dickhead? Shut up. You don't give a fuck about the veterans, dude. He did the LGBTQIA, too hard to understand. What's that about? Minus sign, plus sign. And then now he's saying like, oh, well, we don't celebrate our soldiers. I mean, there's gay soldiers, so I guess they appreciate it. But hey, guess what? You know, you're in the military. Don't ask, don't tell, baby. You ain't gay.
With days. And lest you think, wait, didn't we already have Pride? No, we didn't have Pride Month. We had like Lesbian Visibility Day, and we had like Transgender Awareness Week. We've had like,
Ben Shapiro finds out that all of these fucking holidays are just basically bullshit created to purchase and sell you commodities. It's so funny. He's such a big boy. He learns about this every year, and he's shocked every year. May is Military Appreciation Month. What? No one cares. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. remember, folks, it's not about what's going on. It's oftentimes just like what they're frustrated by, but more what they're always consistently frustrated by, which is gay people existing around them. But what they actually channel their anger and frustration to is what is right in front of their eyes. And Pride Month is like a corporate galore, which is why you see it everywhere, which is why these guys go fucking crazy over it. One example I will give you that is really funny about this is right here. I was actually doing a little bit of Googling on this earlier this morning. What the fuck? Hold on. I'm going to close some of these goddamn tabs. Holy shit. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Juniper covered it. By Yingling, Juniper posted, "It's woke too." Then Jennifer Jablanovsky said, "Yingling Cave, time to brew another batch of our own." So, like, yeah, Yingling is a Pennsylvania beer brand, okay? And, like, they've always been like, just like every other fucking corporation, they've always been in support of like pride parades and shit like that. You know what I mean? So it's very stupid to think that like Yingling is not gay. My not gay beer brand is people asking a lot of questions already answered by the beer. Now Yingling also is like a bit of an interesting one because like the owner is a Trump guy. But again, it's great. It's a great explainer for you. Okay? This shows you how corporations operate. On the one hand, the fucking corporation is owned by a family of Trumpers, but also on the other hand, it's still doing fucking, pro LGBT marketing. Look at that. That's crazy. But I thought this is woke, DEI, ESG, mind virus bullshit. Like, there's so many acronyms. Like, for a group of people that constantly fucking complain about, like, LGBTQIA, what the fuck? How many letters are we going to add? They keep making up new fucking letters, dude. It's like, oh, CRT, brother, get mad at that, please. Get mad at CRT. Now get mad at fucking DEI. Now I get mad at ESG. I'm like, I can't keep up with this shit. Why do you know so much about whatever kind of fucking liberal bullshit diversity initiative is like popping off? You know what I mean? It's so stupid. Didn't Trump piss on POWs and soldiers that died in a war? Republicans don't care about Memorial Day law. Yeah, exactly. They don't. Anyway, beer companies are the most gay, by the way. Like, weren't Coors funding gay movement in the 90s? Yeah, they were like funding gay research on how to homify your children. Their argument is that pride is fun, but drag isn't because kids. No, first of all, their argument is pride is not fun. So you're wrong on that too. They're literally they're absolutely against pride too, because all of it just means gay shit. All of it signals that like gay people exist in society, and they get fucking very upset about that. Okay. Meanwhile, the real problem is the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. And conservatives don't even think about that because they're not here right now, unfortunately. Yeah, that's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, if you don't want it to be a problem for you, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. That's another way. MB Chaos, thank you for the 5 gifted. You can get gifted a sub if you're lucky, and that's another way you can avoid the ads. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Do these freaks recognize that we literally wouldn't talk about gay shit all month, but we have to because they keep talking about it? Gays don't care as much as y'all do, and they definitely don't care a whole month's worth. Bull Bear, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Why are we acting like only Republicans don't care about veterans? Nobody does. No, yeah, nobody cares about veterans. Exactly. I agree. People can't even Rick's repair shops having a normal one outside of Tallahassee. Veterans get a day. F words and child molesters get a month. Why? Okay, that's fire. you know, again, I'm a vet and I don't give a shit about veterans. Yeah, like these motherfuckers don't care about veterans. They only want to use veterans as a talking point against like homeless people, or sorry, not homeless people, against undocumented immigrants or against gay people. You know what I mean? Veterans are, I've talked about this so many fucking times, but like, it's such a joke. It is such a joke the way this country treats veterans. Like, they lie to you. First, they go to low-income neighborhoods and fucking try to get you to sell your soul to the DOD, okay, at an early-ass age. Then they break your body, they break your mind, they break your fucking soul. You go overseas and you shoot at like 14-year-olds, and then you're never the same. Even through basic, you're never the same. And then you come back to this country, okay, and they say, hey, remember all those promises we made about like upward social mobility for you? You know, we'll pay off your education. Yeah, sure. We'll do some of those things, okay? But if you want health care, well, you know, you're going to have to beg for it, okay? And that's usually how it works. Veterans do this thing where, you know, or active duty service members do this thing where they're like, oh, well, I can't pay off any of this shit, so I might as well go and sell my soul to the fucking government for a little bit, do some unimaginably awful things, and then come back and, participate in the same shit-ass job market as the rest of us? Okay, guess what? Now you have a communications degree that the government paid for, and you still can't fucking find a job. Also, if you want to commit suicide, please purchase a gun lock so you'll have 30 extra seconds to really reconsider doing that. That's what you get. Okay? That's literally what you get. As a veteran, that's all you got. But hey, guess what? We care about you. You know, you'll get 30% off in between the time periods of 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. At Denny's. And also, people will say, thank you for your service every now and then. So there you go. That's all you got. Have fun with that PTSD. We'll act like we give a shit about you. That doesn't seem too good, okay? I'm lucky enough that I get to work with veterans that have been through the system, and there are so many things that are wrong with the system no one's willing to fix. One of my clients was receiving benefits from the VA for his service. They miscalculated, and now he's paying that money back since 1998. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. So that's what we got. You know, have fun. Don't kill yourself, please. Or do. Doesn't really matter. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay? That's the attitude of the American government towards veterans. Okay? So and it's not just veterans that the American government has disdain for. It's the entirety of the working poor. But veterans get the worst part of the shafting because like they break their bodies immediately. The entire pool of veterans is a pool that needs healthcare, like comprehensive healthcare, all the fucking time, and yet, you know, there's just no adequate funding mechanism for that. So it's cool. All right, let's continue. So that's the reason why I think it's funny whenever dumb motherfuckers say, "Oh, what about our veterans? What about our veterans?" Like, shut the fuck up. You don't give a shit about the veterans.
Even a lot of it this year, but Pride Month is, of course, it's basically the high holidays when it comes to secular morality. And so just like Christmas time, when all of the stores decide that they are going to spruce up by putting holly in the windows and Santa receiving children to give them their Christmas wishes, just like that, Pride Month, we will festoon all of our corporate stores. Everything in America will be festooned with rainbows.
Exactly. You just said it. It's like Christmas. It's a bullshit capitalist commodity backed holiday for you to just go out and purchase stuff. And it's not even like that, really. It's not even like a holiday. It's just like corporations just remember that like queer people exist for a month. That's it.
Festooned with the new Pride Progress flag. The rainbows are passé. I mean, we know that already because they didn't include enough BIPOC, transgender little people. So we have to have the world's ugliest flag, the Pride Progress flag, which is the rainbow flag, but it has that weird triangle that comes in from the side, but also has some light pink and light.
They're so mad. I'm sorry. As someone who regularly rips on how ugly the pride flag is, it is the gayest thing you can do, okay? To constantly talk about like the color schemes of the pride flag and how fucking unaesthetic it is literally the gayest thing you could do. You might as well be sucking a cock while you're talking about this, okay? And I say this as someone who talks about it all the fucking time. The only difference is like I have no confusion about my sexuality, and I also have no fears about what my sexuality is or what it might be, unlike many of these other dumbasses, okay? It's just like, yeah, it's lame. Everybody knows that. You fucking make commentary around it for 35 minutes. It's like, just, you know, be normal, please. Holy fuck.
Blue on it and all of the rest. It's all very exciting stuff. Now, you might be wondering to yourself, why is it that there is a universal wave of celebration of Pride Month? After all, isn't this a country where a large segment of the population actually is traditionally religious? In fact, isn't America the most traditionally religious Western country in terms of...
Wait, what? What the fuck? Wait, what is he saying? Dude, the entire structure needs to capitulate to my demands, me and like the small constituency that I represent, okay? Everyone's like me. Me.
Church attendance in terms of people who believe in Judeo-Christian morality with regard to sexual mores. Isn't this a country where...
Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah. Hold on, let me see something. Let's Google it. This is from 2022. Wow. Most favor protecting trans people from discrimination. Okay. Strongly favor, 64% of Americans strongly favor protecting trans people from discrimination. Interesting. Wait, hold up. There's only like one group of Americans that strongly do not favor it and strongly favor the exact opposite. Okay? And those groups, that group of people is white evangelical Protestants. It's not even Jews, which Ben is supposedly a part of. It's literally Ben LARPing as an evangelical Protestant white guy, okay? That's such a strange fucking take. It's so odd. Like, overall, the notion that, like, the broader American base, you know, just like every regular old American wants to fucking melt trans people like Ben Shapiro is ridiculous, is not true. Okay? Now, the irony here is Ben is doing yet another fun Mott and Bailey situation where he also incorporates, perhaps deliberately, Christianity as a whole into the homophobia bracket, which is not true. Plenty of Americans that go to church also do not care about LGBT people in the sense, like, do not want to harm LGBT people and are perfectly open-minded about gay people. There are plenty of gay people and trans people that even go to fucking church. Okay? So the idea that like churchgoers number or like the believers in Christianity number or the believers in Judaism number has anything to do with like homophobia and being anti-queer is a silly one. Okay? Incredibly silly one, as a matter of fact. But like I said, especially ironic that Ben Shapiro, who is Jewish, is saying this, considering that like the Jewish population and their perspective on the LGBT population is incredibly supportive. Here's one other group that is actually a lot more supportive than the white evangelical Protestants, which are in a league of their own. Muslims in the United States of America. That's right. Muslims in the United States of America are more open-minded and more tolerant to LGBT people existing in society than white evangelical Protestants are. This is yet another case of Ben Shabibo trying to claim that there are more people that feel like he does than there are not, when the data does not show that. Okay? There are even churches that are starting to actively, vocally support the LGBTQ community. I hate being lumped in with those biblical cultists. Yeah. Bro, the fucking, the Catholic Church is woke now. Okay? Stop holding on to this weird notion. As somebody with a background in evangelicalism, why evangelical Protestants literally look at churches that are accepting of LGBTQ as being literal plots by Satan to fool people into thinking they're with Jesus when they're not. Yeah. That's why I also laugh at the adult convert movement. You know what I mean? Where it's like year over year, there has never been an increase in like the number of churchgoers. If anything, there's always a decrease. There's a steady decrease of people who openly state that they believe in a major religion. That's part of the reason why Ben freaks the fuck out. The idea that like it's the exact opposite. One, looping in the entirety of the religious population in this country with like homophobia and associating that is really fucking stupid. And two, the notion that like America is like a very religious nation is also stupid. America's religion is capitalism. America's Bible is the Constitution. That's it. That's the real short and sweet of it. If you're going to be really reductive about it, okay? The United States of America believes in one religion. And that religion is American capitalism, baby. Straight up. So, let's look at church attendance. Attendance by country. The frequency at which Christians attend church services varies greatly around the world. Indonesia is the highest percentage. I would assume that America has like a relatively higher percentage than other OECD nations. Here's the United States church attendance at 41%. Poland at 41%. Get wrecked, Poland. Okay. Venezuela at 41%. Japan at 50%. Jesus Christ. Big L for Japan. Anyway, pre-COVID numbers. I mean, none of that even matters. Ultimately, church attendance cannot be directly tied to LGBT hate, especially in a place like the United States of America. Okay? That's it. Japan is woke now. Exactly. Japan's percentage is only so high because there aren't a lot of Christians in Japan. It's mostly Buddhist and Shinto. Yes, church implies Christians. Christian demographics in these countries and their attendance is what they're looking at. Okay? So Ben, once again, is not in the business of actually informing his audience. He's in the business of cutting propaganda. And in that business, his business is good, especially during Pride Month, he is going to try and lie to you. And that's precisely what he's doing. So we went through a bunch of the talking points, piece by piece. So let's continue.
Where there still is a pretty significant split over the question of the morality of, say, whether a boy is a girl or a girl is a boy. Well, yes, there is, but not in the halls of corporate America. And then you might wonder, well, hold up a second. Isn't corporate America answerable to the people? I mean, after all, doesn't corporate America have to cater to the market? We've been told that capitalism turns everything into a matter of making money. And when you ignore half the audience in the United States, you're probably shrinking your audience size. If you just stayed neutral, wouldn't you be better off? Let's say you just didn't celebrate Pride Month.
Once again, this is a market condition. If you love the free market, you can try and boycott it. But, you know, going beyond that is going to be silly. And if you think that half of the United States of America is anti-gay or cares about gay people that much, you are delusional. You are wrong. That is not correct. The notion that even half of the country is actually actively Republican is a silly one, but they love saying that because we live in a two-party system. That is not the case. If anything, the plurality doesn't vote, usually, which means there are more people who are voter eligible that don't vote than vote for either party, okay? It's just the fucking freaks that care about this shit. As a matter of fact, that is precisely the reason why corporations, knowing all of this, is actively making these market decisions. Pride Month is pandering to the LGBT community for the entire month of June. They look at the broader American public. They look at who has disposable income, and they make these decisions before Ben Shapiro and the others get upset about it and start fancying themselves as like corporate marketers, okay? You can cry about it as much as you want, but ultimately, it's not the case. We have looked at studies over and over again on this fucking broadcast. People do not care about LGBT values one way or the other. Republicans don't even care about companies pandering to the LGBT community during the month of Pride. The people that do care, unfortunately, are the fucking loudest people, though. That is the issue. Chatters, I would appreciate it if you didn't give the attention to the person that is like very clearly 14 years old, because they're super desperate for it. Sometimes we're not going to get to it, and we're not going to be able to ban them immediately. But like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to like immediately respond to them. Okay? Let's continue.
You didn't celebrate like Christian. You didn't celebrate Christian morals and mores, but you also didn't celebrate Pride Month. All you do is you sell shoes. You're a shoe store and you sell shoes. You have like a giant rainbow display talking about RuPaul's gallivanting around in high heels. And at the same time, you don't have like pictures of nuns wearing shoes. It's just a shoe store. Right? You might think to yourself, wait, wouldn't that be the safest approach for corporate America?
I love, again, it's not nuns versus gay people, okay? One is like a profession or a religious belief which exists in society, certainly. The other is just a group of individuals that also exist in society that have no choice. Like, they're just who they are, okay? If people were as Christian as Ben Shapiro claims they are, by the way, you're Jewish, don't know why you keep fucking talking about Christianity, don't know why you keep talking about fucking nuns. Like, I don't know what that's going to do for you, okay? Oh, that's right. It's because you are cucked. You're a Christ cuck. That's the only reason why you're talking about it, because your entire audience is full of Christ cucks. That's precisely the reason why you're talking about this. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. If America was as Christ cucked as you claim it is, right? Then corporations would have nuns in display. They would have priests on their displays, because that would mean that is what sells shoes. Okay? But that is not the case. And that's why they're doing the gay outreach for a month.
The answer today is no. The answer today is no. Because here's the thing. We on the right, we've been engaging in a tactic where we pick and we choose a few corporations and we bat them about the ears, and that's good. We should be doing that. But is that going to solve the overall problem of corporate America universally to a corporation backing the LGBTQ plus minus divided by sign I two-spirit agenda? Is that going to solve the problem? Now, it may intimidate some people into something reflecting neutrality, but the problem is that we may be on the point of neutrality at this point. The reason I say this is because there's a Harvard Business School study just a couple of years back. It's like 2014 by James Bailey and Hillary Phillips in Harvard Business Review. And here's what the study looked at. What the study looked at is the views of people on the left and people on the right with regard to how they regard corporations. Do they like corporations? Do they not like corporations? And so what they looked at was a fake corporation. They made up a corporation called Jones Corp. And they basically said that they created a few iterations of it. One was that Jones Corp was a conservative corporation. Iteration number 2 is that it was a neutral corporation, and iteration number 3 is that it was a left-wing corporation. For people who are on the left, if they perceive the corporation as either neutral or left-wing, they're basically indifferent about it. But as soon, literally the moment, that it identified in any way as a conservative corporation, there was a 33% drop in opinion among people of the left. That was not mirrored among people of the right. People of the right.
So doesn't that literally fucking go against your perspective? Isn't that precisely the reason why corporations do not care? Also, what the fuck is a left-wing corporation? That is antithetical to left-wing values. I think what he means is like a corporation that's liberal, okay? A corporation that identifies as a libbed-up corporation, which I don't know what the fuck that would be. But regardless, that study is precisely, and many other studies have come out since then, is precisely the reason why companies do not fear making these kinds of, pandering movements once a year. That's it. You're just upset at the indifference that conservatives feel towards companies and the decisions they make towards marketing, and you want to whip your audience up in a frenzy so they behave in the manner that like SJWs behave supposedly. Okay?
Basically saw the corporation the same across the board. It's a place that sells me things. But people of the left saw these corporations as innately...
Like, you're using this as a value. You're, on the one hand, saying, look, conservatives are above that kind of thing, and it's great. And then you turn around and you fucking say, conservatives shouldn't be above that kind of thing. So which is it?
Of the left, which means the neutral space has disappeared. And the right has responded by pointing out, okay, well, if you're saying the neutral space has disappeared, and you are clubbing everybody from neutrality into the left, well, then in order to restore neutrality, maybe we have to pull them back to the right. But maybe neutrality just doesn't exist anymore. Maybe these corporations aren't going to have a safe space where they can just, provide you product without having to engage in this game. And unfortunately, that has become the case because there is a group of people, a group of very elite people who get together on a fairly regular basis in the halls of power, and they decide for all of us exactly what social politics are.
I mean, this is so funny because, like, Mr. Pro-Capitalism is upset that, like, the only color capitalists care about is green. You know what I mean? And I've heard him say this a million times over. Capitalism can't be racist because capitalism only cares about green. It cares about consumers. And, like, when those corporations are even, like, pandering, when they're even pandering to gay people for, like, 30 fucking days of the goddamn year, okay, as they still fund Republican right-wing politicians and whatnot for deregulation purposes. Fitzy McFitzface, thank you for the 50 big ones, by the way. Big Oiler in the chat, Fitzy McFitzface. When they do that, when they pander for like 30 days, Ben loses his fucking mind. It's so stupid.
Are going to be promulgated every time you go to Target, every time you go to Kohl's, every time you go to Disneyland. There's a broad-based agreement by investment capital firms that they are going to promote left-wing agenda items, and they're going to do it with the backing of government, but also in collusive fashion. They're going to get together, and they're all going to universally push ESG, right? Environmental social governance. The S in ESG is what we're talking about here, social governance, meaning they wish to push forward a left-wing social agenda, and you will be told exactly what you are supposed to believe. And if you do not like it, they're counting on your apathy.
It's so stupid. Yeah. No, that's not the case. Okay? This is what's so fucking idiotic about this. Like, corporations do not care about changing people's minds unless that change is happening at the point of purchase. That's what corporations care about. Corporations do not care whether you're homophobic or as gay as Rick Perry. Okay? They just care that you go to Target and buy shit at Target. That's it. The notion that a corporation like Target saying, hey, gay people, come shop here. We love you. We care about you for 1 month out of the year is not as dangerous as Ben presents it, no matter how hysterical he gets. Target is not interested in making everyone gay, okay? Target is not capable of making everyone gay. It doesn't work that way. None of this is how things work. But if you listen to Ben Shapiro and you listen to Steven Crowder every single fucking day, you then develop this idiotic understanding of the world. But they can't do that. The real indoctrination occurs at the point of education and inside of churches and inside of family households, okay? Conservatives have only one way to continue that indoctrination, because ultimately, people don't care about whether someone is gay or trans or whatever the fuck. At most, they'll feel apathy, okay? They don't care. This is all socially learned behavior that they are learning from those 3 points that we're mentioning. It's not Target. Nobody fucking goes to Target and goes, oh, I'm gay now. Maybe they can be a little bit more open-minded if society is more open-minded, which I do think it's a good thing. I don't have an issue with that at all. But Ben tries to make it seem as though they are brainwashing your children to be gay. No, your kid is gay, okay? Not every child is, but your child might be, and that's it. So when the only thing you're trying to mask in that regard, when you yell about corporations, private businesses, saying that they're open-minded to gay people, is that you want to stop that. You just don't want an environment that is non-hostile to that form of existence. That's it. That's the problem. The problem you have is not that corporations are turning your kids gay. The problem is that corporations or, other facets of society that you existed are saying, no, we're fine. Like, gay people exist. It's all right. It's good. And you want to stop that so that, there are more Benny Johnsons in the world. Gay men who hide their sexuality and repress it. And, they still have those sexual desires that they will express, that they will follow through on, just, while they have a wife.
To make sure that there is no actual backlash. And if there is backlash, maybe it'll be sporadic. Maybe it'll die out. Because there's one thing they know above all, and that is that the entire ESG superstructure, the funding superstructure for this, is way larger than any individual boycott that conservatives can put together against Bud Light or put together against Target. So how exactly does this really corrupt system work? We'll get to that in just 1 second. First, if you don't trust the federal...
Yeah, he's got to do his ad read real quick. Hold up.
...has become the way... Those 3 companies, retirement accounts, pension funds, mutual funds, and investment accounts in State Street. 98 to get started. Okay, so there is a
he's selling precious metals, dog. Of course he is.
Superstructure that has basically decided how exactly all of these businesses are going to operate. That superstructure is dictated by the biggest investment firms on planet Earth. Those investment firms are essentially BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. According to Anson Frericks, who's a co-founder of Strive Asset Management and a former Anheuser-Busch executive writing for the UK Daily Mail, he says that these 3 companies control more than $20 trillion in assets, almost none of which is their own. Instead, they manage the money held in everyday Americans' retirement accounts, pension funds, mutual funds, and investment accounts. Together, those big 3 constitute the largest shareholders of nearly 90% of all the largest companies listed on the U.S. stock exchange, the S&P 500. So you have 3 companies that control $20 trillion in asset, and they're the largest stockholders in 90% of all the largest companies listed on the U.S. stock exchange. Those 3 companies are largely controlling pension funds. And it turns out they have an agenda. They collusively have formed an agenda together, and they've made clear this agenda. So let us flash back to just last year. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink talked about the necessity for the business elite with their left-wing social politics to dictate to literally every consumer of the West exactly how they should feel about controversial social issues.
It's just, you have to force behaviors. And if you don't force behaviors, whether it's gender or race or just any way you want to say the composition of your team, you're going to be impacted. And that's not just not recruiting, it is development, as Ken said.
Okay, so it's development, it's recruiting, and it is investment itself. Investing in ESG positive companies has become the way that all of these major corporations, these major investment firms, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, that is how they control the narrative in the United States of America. Again,
okay. I love that Ben Shapiro, who's supposedly a libertarian, okay, losing his fucking mind at the very, according to him, grim reality that corporations recognize diversity initiatives sell. He's like, I love capitalism, unless that capitalism means we're selling product to gay people. I don't like that kind of capitalism. We need to hone that kind of capitalism in. We need to stop that capitalism immediately. That's when I become a woke anti-capitalist. Like, that's it, man. That's it. Gay people have disposable income, you fucking dingus. That's the whole point. That's why they're doing this, okay? It's ridiculous. Like, oh, I love capitalism, but I want to make sure that it's homophobic capitalism. Never thought I'd hear the argument that BlackRock is woke now. No, there's actually a hidden truth there. People do not like corporate consolidation. Okay, Republicans don't like it either. So BlackRock is a good villain that a lot of people recognize is a villain in the space, right? BlackRock is basically the corporate entity that perhaps most signifies capitalism in its worst aspects. Okay? So they point to BlackRock and they say, we're mad at BlackRock too. But why are we mad at BlackRock? Because they're making everybody gay. It's an acceptable way to be anti-capitalist for right-wingers, okay? Because everyone has that populist, that economic populism in them, okay? Everybody's got that dog in them. That's why that shit is so fucking popular, which is precisely the reason why they have to find a new way to have that anti-capitalist dog bark. It's not BlackRock's corporate consolidation that's bad. It's that corporate consolidation is actually turned into homifying the children. Graham Waters, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Okay? Also, BlackRock is not a woke company by any means. That's it. Like, if you think that, like, BlackRock is woke, you probably are of the mindset that, like, Jeff Bezos is woke and a leftist or something. And you are so fucking stupid that I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how I can have a conversation with you because you are living in a different universe.
As Frericks writes, the turning point was 2019. That year, the Business Roundtable, a group of CEOs from America's largest companies, adopted a new statement on the purpose of a corporation, declaring that all companies share a fundamental commitment to all of our stakeholders to promote the larger social good. 188 American CEOs signed on. Among them were the CEOs of the Big Three and other large financial institutions like JP Morgan and Bank of America, and many of the companies they own. That includes Target, Disney, and Coca-Cola. The Big Three began to issue guidelines on how they expected their portfolio companies to honor this commitment by implementing those ESG targets or scores. And so they immediately started leveraging in left-wing social engineering into all of these companies. The Big Three wield enormous influence over pretty much everything that happens inside of these companies. And you know who knows that is Joe Biden. So according to Beth Brooke Marciano.
Yeah, we should break it up. No. We should enforce some regulatory mechanisms. I agree. I guess Ben and I are both anti-capitalist. I mean, I'm fine with that. I love that, actually. I'm elated at the prospect. You know, what are we going to do about it, Ben? Let's hold hands and get together and finally eviscerate the scourge of BlackRock. Finally, eviscerate the scourge of global finance capital. Let's do it. I love that. I fucking love that. What's the plan here? And that's the point. There is nothing. They just don't want BlackRock to do gay shit. That's it. Or not even BlackRock. I can't believe I'm like taking his argument seriously. They just don't want to see the rainbow flag for the month of June. That's the only problem they have. Meanwhile, your audience is suffering from the material harm that corporate consolidation has cultivated and created. A material harm that you defend regularly. Inflation is a very real and deliberate byproduct of the structure that you are currently criticizing. But you don't give a fuck about the inflation aspect. You only care about the gay t-shirts. That is so unserious, okay? So if you are the type of person that is maybe found themselves in this audience because you're like, I fucking hate this Hasan guy. I'm here to tell you, okay? It's the inflation that hurts you. It's not like the existence of gay people, and it's not companies pandering to gay people for like 30 days out of the year, okay? Ben does not want to control inflation. Ben does not want to control companies because that would be considered communism, okay? He doesn't want that. He just wants to yell like Ron DeSantis did about Disney and keep yelling over and over and over again about these companies just, putting forward statements that they care about gay people. Okay?
Marcianic, who's the board director and former global vice chair of public policy at Business for Social Responsibility.
But it's cool though, because I see this as a pendulum swing, okay? I just need you guys to understand. Maybe I'm too hopeful. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm naive. But I do think that this level of hysterical screeching is going to make people annoyed for the most part. Because the more confident these thought leaders get, the more they will push for others to go out and boycott products. Okay? And the more they do that, the more other moderate Republicans or just like regular people are going to be fucking annoyed with them constantly screeching, constantly telling you you're bad or immoral or wrong for consuming something that you want to consume. Because ultimately, this American project revolves around one thing and one thing only: treats that you can easily consume. Easily accessible, relatively affordable treats. When you fucking shut off the treat faucet, all of a sudden people start recognizing, wait a minute, my financial situation is fucking dire. I hate my boss. I hate my life. I feel isolated. I feel alienated. I have no sense of fucking community. And now you're telling me that I can't go to Applebee's because they said they love gay people? Well, fuck you. I'm going to go to Applebee's and I'm going to eat that gay jalapeno popper like it's a cock, okay? I'm going to suckle on that shit. You can't tell me what to do, okay? People are about to treat them the same way hoggies treated SJWs. Exactly. Exactly. If corporations just like, stand strong for like 3.5 fucking seconds, they will literally recognize that they're not going to take a massive hit and that these guys will just come across as like screeching fucking losers. And inevitably the problem will go away while also harming their brands and their reputations, these guys' brands and reputations. Because look, the greatest example I can use is one that Ben literally agrees with. Hogwarts Legacy. We always go back to that over and over again, okay? People want to play the game. People want to feel like they're in Hogwarts. We want to feel like they're kids again. Okay, so when you tell people like, oh no, don't consume this thing, don't consume this product, okay? Then people are going to say, no, I want to consume this product. Disney is a great example of this as well. You tell people like, oh no, you should feel bad about going to Disney. They're going to be like, fuck you. I'm going to take my kids to fucking Disney. I don't give a shit how gay it is, okay? I like Disney a lot more than I like you, Ben Shapiro, is going to be the answer.
Which is, again, an interest group that is involved in this sort of nonsense. Joe Biden approached Beth Brooke Marcianic and actually told her that companies should force change, that there was stuff he could not do at a governmental level because it would be a violation of free speech, but he wants government not to force the change. Government will work hand in glove with major corporations to force the kind of change that Joe Biden would like to see.
So the PGLA, Partnership for Global LGBTI Equality, this is a group that was formed in collaboration with the World Economic Forum after 5 or 6 years of working behind the scenes with senior leaders at just a handful of companies. This organization was founded in January of 2019, but there's strength in numbers. So with the platform of the World Economic Forum, the power of the UN, and then finally, the strength in the companies working together, where when you combine the the economies, the corporate economies of those 14 countries were bigger than a lot of countries. So tremendous power. In Davos a couple of years ago, Vice President Biden met privately with those of us working behind the scenes, and he sat down with us and looked us in the eye, and he said, you companies can do what we government cannot and will never do.
You can do what government cannot do. Namely, you can force compliance. You can essentially make it impossible to find a corporation that is not mirroring the left-wing social agenda when it comes to things like Pride Month. The organization that Beth Brooke Marcianic is referring to there, the PGLE, is the Partnership for Global LGBTIQ plus Equality. So what exactly do they do? Well, they're a consortium of 270 plus major businesses, including Accenture, Airbnb, Google, Pfizer, Paramount, PepsiCo, PayPal, Hyatt, Procter & Gamble. It's hard to find a major...
Wow, the government is working hand in hand with corporations? That's crazy. Wow, I hate that. We should do something about that. We should punish these corporations and punish the government too, actually. Are we calling these people CJWs, not Christian Justice Warriors? I love the fake anti-corporate stance that these fucking goons present, because corporations have decided to color their fucking storefronts with the rainbow colors for 30 days. It's great. And you're going to hear a lot more of this, by the way. I'm on board, man. Let's do it. I'm on board.
Corporation in America that is not on that list. And what exactly do they do? Well, they agree to abide by the standards of conduct. What are the standards of conduct for all of these major corporations that are quote-unquote partners with the PGLE? Well, they have a few different standards. They're produced in collaboration with the Institute for Human Rights and Business, based on UN guiding principles on business and human rights. You got the UN dictating these particular standards. And those standards include the idea that businesses are encouraged to contribute to stopping human rights abuses in the countries in which they operate. So how do they define human rights abuses? Anything opposing the LGBTQI plus agenda. In doing so, they should consult with local communities to identify steps they might take, including public advocacy, collective action, social dialogue, support for LGBTIQ plus organizations, and challenging abusive government actions. So all these corporations have agreed to become tools of the left-wing social agenda. Again, why are they doing that? It doesn't run with their bottom line. It certainly doesn't favor the interests of their shareholders, all of whom theoretically should want to reach out to customers of all political persuasions and all religious persuasions. Now, the reason that they're doing this is because all of the major investment firms that own a giant chunk of their stock are left-wing institutions. State Street, BlackRock, Vanguard. That is the entire plan right here. And they've also leveraged this into organizations that basically govern companies that aren't even involved in this. So let's say that you're a company that is just on the NASDAQ. And just as a NASDAQ-listed company, you don't feel the necessity to sign on with the PGLE. You're not even a consumer-facing brand. Let's say that you're an R&D brand. You're just in some industry where you're doing R&D in tech or biotech or something. Why should you sign on to any of this stuff? It's not like you have a store and people are walking in and need to see the Pride Progress flag or something. So why do you sign on to that? Well, the answer is number one. Again, all of these major corporations that are big stockholders in public corporations, they have decided that they are going to essentially threaten to withdraw their money and undercut your stock price if you refuse to do what they say. Not only that, but they've also institutionally captured places like the NASDAQ itself. So the NASDAQ itself approved a rule on August 6th, 2021 to encourage greater board diversity and to require board diversity disclosures for NASDAQ-listed companies. What does that mean? It means that companies must disclose in a standardized matrix set forth in the rule the total number of company board members and how those board members self-identify regarding gender, predefined race, and ethnicity categories, plus LGBT.
Folks, the stock exchange has gone gay. With this logic, if under the Trump presidency, if the corporations continue doing what they're doing, Trump is an LGBTQ ally. Yeah. For the record, every single fucking thing that these corporations are doing with like diversity initiatives and whatnot is so they can, again, boost their stock prices. There's empirical evidence that shows that corporate structures with C-suite executives having a more diverse board of executives actually creates a better environment, okay? And then also on top of that, these companies are actually more profitable. The more diverse the board, the more profitable they are. Okay, so the idea that this is like done again for some other like secret reason, some other nefarious reason is stupid. Okay, that's it.
LGBTQ plus status. You are mandated to have a certain number of LGBTQI plus minus divided by sign people on your board if you're on the NASDAQ. And if you don't, then you have to explain publicly why you don't have enough lesbian little people on your board. That is the idea here. And the NASDAQ, they say that we're not going to necessarily delist you, but they have to publicly disclose the reasons they did not satisfy the objective. Presumably, at some point, if NASDAQ does not like your explanation, then they got a problem. NASDAQ will verify that companies have provided an explanation in the event of noncompliance. They won't evaluate the disclosure from a substantive perspective, but that's the next step. The next step will be the NASDAQ deciding that you don't have a sufficient justification for not having enough intersex little people on your board. And so maybe you have to be delisted. They've captured the commanding heights of finance. And not only have they captured the commanding heights of finance, they've combined with government in order to do so. Because remember, there was an attempt at the state level in places like Florida to essentially ban the use of ESG in investment decisions. The Republicans in Congress tried to do this. The Republicans in Congress passed a bill essentially saying that from now on, corporations are answerable to their shareholders. They should not be using external factors like ESG to define their mission. And Joe Biden stepped in and said, nope, we're not going to do that. Joe Biden stepped in and he said, no, we are not going to allow that. ESG must be a defining factor of how investments get done. Of course he wants that to happen. He literally said he wants that to happen. So you now have the merger of government and corporate interest in pushing a left-wing social agenda. And of course, if you're a big firm like Vanguard or State Street, you know where your bread is buttered. It's buttered by the federal government. The federal government, the SEC, governs you. Republicans don't use the SEC generally to threaten corporations one way or another, but the left certainly does. The left is perfectly happy to use the SEC to threaten mergers and acquisitions they don't particularly like. So if you are State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock, sure, your leadership might be into ESG, but it very well might be the case that you just don't like regulatory agencies breathing down your neck. And so the bottom line here is that you now have a...
Dude, I love the idea that the feckless Democrats are actually utilizing the SEC to like homosexualize the fucking corporate structure, the corporate boards. This is, again... I need to repeat something, okay? Just take a breather and forget who you're listening to for a second. Forget like the academic terminology that Ben Shapiro is regularly fucking adding into the conversation and understand that what he is saying is completely fucking insane, okay? What he's describing right now is no different than what a carnival barker would say. It is no different than what someone who's on a soapbox at the fucking subway station would be screaming. The Democratic Party is for some weird agenda, okay? The Democratic Party is operated by who knows what, but they want to make sure that everyone is gay. How are they going to make sure that everyone's gay? They're going to go to the stock market and utilize the SEC to ensure that these corporate boards are full of gay people. And then those gay people are going to make gay decisions, and those gay decisions are going to make your child gay. Remember how, just for a moment, like Ben Shapiro aesthetically is pleasing to liberals, okay? He presents himself as an intellectual. He presents himself as like a smart guy, okay? So it's oftentimes he's very good at presenting his points as though they are valid. Even if you're like a normie or a moderate, you can listen to him and go, this guy seems like a smart guy. He speaks very fast. Okay. So that's the reason why you have to, like, again, remove yourself from the conversation for a brief moment, take a deep breath, and just like take a snapshot of like the entire argument itself. It's basically the same Pepe Sylvia bullshit. Some of the funnier parts about it is that like BlackRock is supposedly left-wing. You know what I mean? Like these mega corporations are actually left-wing. There's nothing left-wing about venture capital. There's nothing left-wing about hedge funds, okay? The idea that BlackRock is a left-wing institution is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. almost as dumb as the idea that the Democratic Party would somehow try to use any government agency to force these corporations into doing anything as stupid as like trying to ensure that there are more gay people in their boards, okay? That would then also somehow turn around and make gay decisions that will make your children gay, okay? If you follow the fucking script that they're pushing forward, if you follow the script that they're trying to present here, you realize it's completely and utterly insane. Okay? Don't get swept up in the aesthetics. Because, as we all know, the Democratic Party is feckless. They cannot even take down Kevin fucking McCarthy. Okay? They cannot even deal with Kevin McCarthy. They are just two sides of the same corporate structure focused coin. And they're just, they're doing the same shit that the Republican Party is doing. That's it. Okay? For the most part. The idea that they would like push the corporations to do anything is silly, is ludicrous.
A daisy chain of left-wing social engineering, beginning with government, bleeding over into the corporate sphere, beginning at the top of investment finance, and then moving into nearly every corporation in America. And again, all these corporations, they can get away with it just so long as conservatives basically remain complacent about all of this.
Yeah. And the way to take this corporate structure down, this entire system that's like designed to be gay, to queerify your children, by yelling about Target. Good job. Good luck, man. That seems great. It seems like you've really presented a solid solution here. Okay? That's a call to action. A call to action to do what? Not like organize your workplace, not one that understands how commodities are produced and where value is and where the actual power is if you're a regular working class citizen, but instead to just yell about Target. That's great. Surely this will work.
It's also why corporations are able to force their own employees into silence. We'll get to that in just one moment. First, I got to tell you.
Another fucking ad break. Jesus Christ, dude.
Like
y'all complain about the top of the hour ad break, which comes once at the top of every hour, okay? Which you can literally avoid for $5 or for free. Meanwhile, Ben is just doing ad breaks through his fucking commentary, like 3 minutes 3 minutes of his commentary every time is fucking ad breaks, dude. It's crazy. Anyway, like I said, the top of the hour is upon us. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub, actually, if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Girls are boys, and every form of sexual orientation is morally equivalent. In unison, without anyone, like lockstep. Goose stepping forward, all in unison. I mean, it's an amazing.
Yeah, they're doing Nazi homo. They're doing homo Nazi stuff.
Amazing thing. It is corporate fascistic ideology at work. Now, the left is always worried that corporations were going to turn everybody into the company man, but now they've captured the power of corporations, which is why you see them all rooting for Disney against Ron DeSantis these days, for example. It's why you suddenly see the Democratic Party talking about how big business is their friend. This would be the reason. And you can see the effects on individuals. Like it takes actual courage in order for people to stand up. And they're very likely to get clubbed if they do. So to take an example, the LA Dodgers recently got themselves into hot water because, again, they're a major corporation, the LA Dodgers. And the only way to explain what they are doing, the LA Dodgers, is to understand that they do not feel bound by their own customer base. The LA Dodger customer base is heavily Hispanic and heavily Catholic. I know, I used to live in LA. And yet they decided to slap Catholics in the face by hosting an LGBTQI plus minus divided by sign Pride Night featuring the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, an anti-Catholic hate group that is designed in order to mock Catholics with perverse displays. And then they backed off of it. And then when they were clubbed from the other side, when they were clubbed by the left, they decided to go back and do it again. Well, now you have certain members of the team who have decided to speak out. And this takes actual courage, as we'll see in a moment. So one of those people is a pitcher named Trevor Williams. He is a right-handed pitcher for the Washington Nationals. And he wrote, quote, as a devout Catholic, I'm deeply troubled by the Dodgers' decision to reinvite and honor the group.
This is great. I was literally going to talk about this anyway. I'm glad that Ben is covering it. Oh, courage. Courage is when you're like, oh, man, full cop Bud Light, brother. Fucking hell yeah, dude. How courageous, how bold.
The Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence at their Pride Night this year. A Major League Baseball game is a place where people from all walks of life should feel welcomed, something I greatly respect and support. This is the purpose of different theme nights hosted by the organization, including Pride Night, to invite and honor a group that makes a blatant...
Yeah, this is some snowflake shit, man. Bennett's point is literally our political adversaries are successfully using our own strat against us. Hold this L, loser. Yeah. Dude, if you're so fucking courageous, you wouldn't shit your diapers at the first sign of like a queer nun, okay? No, Mom, please do not. Oh no, don't do this. No, don't come over here. And you're getting her riled up. Wait, what? Yeah, I brought her in. Okay. As I was saying, yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Mom has done it again. Don't worry about it. Bakma bile oraya buraya. Anyway. Funniest part is my mom will always be like, it's so hard to raise a child with grandparents in the house. So hard to raise you guys when your grandparents visited. And it's like, she's not doing it on purpose. She's not. So it's fine. But, you know, you become the grandparent at a certain point, I guess. Anyway. New anti-gay hawk conspiracy just dropped. Okay. Before we get to that, where the fuck were we? We talked about church attendance, all this shit. We debunked all that. So I was outside when Ben was covering this part, but this is the second part of the story. There is some pitcher guy who came out and released this statement.
A right-handed pitcher for the Washington Nationals. And he wrote, quote, as a devout Catholic, I'm deeply troubled by the Dodgers' decision to reinvite and honor the group of the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence at their Pride Night this year. A Major League Baseball game is a place where people from all walks of life should feel welcomed, something I greatly respect and support. This is the purpose.
Except they're making a mockery of my religion. It's like Ben literally said two things here that I find really funny. One, he said that the Los Angeles Dodgers have a devoutly Catholic fan base. Okay? Which is a hilarious take. Is Los Angeles inside of the boundaries of godless California, where every single person is fornicating and they're absolutely and unimaginably away from God? Or is it a nation state in and of itself with supremely devout Catholic Latino Dodgers fans? It's closer to the first argument is closer to the reality here in Los Angeles, okay? Obviously, for idiots like Ben Shapiro, who are trying to cut propaganda, they switch between the two. In LA, especially though, even the fucking churches are gay, dog. Once again, remember, It's Los Angeles. Now, the second part of this that I find really funny is that this guy is being celebrated as this like brave and bold, courageous guy. This is a courageous act. There is nothing courageous about shitting your diapers when you see like a troupe, like a musical troupe, okay? When you see a group of people that are doing like theater, okay? That's not exactly courageous to me. But I guess for a entire group of, losers and weirdos that have nothing else going on in their lives, this is how you are heroic. You're heroic. Why? Because you're posting. You're heroic. Why? Because you're chirping on Twitter. You're heroic. Why? Because you sent an email. It's so fucking heroic, man. That's awesome. I'm so heroic when I see nuns dancing around and I lose my shit and I piss my fucking pants. That's what heroism is, you know? That's what they were doing on D-Day. Our brave and beautiful veterans in World War II. What were they doing? They were storming the beaches of Normandy? No, they were sending concerned emails and concerned letters, crying. It's awesome.
Purpose of different theme nights hosted by the organization, including Pride Night, to invite and honor a group that makes a blatant and deeply offensive mockery of my religion and the religion of over 4 million people in LA County alone, undermines the values of respect and inclusivity that should be upheld by any organization. Creating an environment in which one group feels celebrated and honored at the expense of another is counterproductive and wrong. It is a clear violation of the Dodgers' discrimination policy, which explicitly states that any conduct or attire at the ballpark that is deemed to be indecent or prejudiced against any particular group or religion is not tolerated. It seems that the Dodgers have made an exception in this case, doubling down that this group, which grossly disrespects and openly mocks many of the traditions and beliefs Catholics hold most dear, should be celebrated. I believe it's essential for the Dodgers to reconsider their association with this group and strive to create an inclusive environment that does not, to me...
There's nothing more annoying than being the fucking traveling pitcher that, like, tells the city what they can and can't do. If anything, I'm certain that the majority of people that like originally were like, I don't really fucking know what's going on here, I don't really care about it, probably were like, fuck you. No, actually, this is fire. Suck my dick for writing this dumbass fucking essay, you fucking bitch. Okay? Like, imagine losing your shit at this, dude. Look at this. The team was under fire for rescinding its invitation to the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. It had said the group might fracture the night's spirit of unity. On May 17th, after Senator Marco Rubio of Florida decried the group's inclusion, the Dodgers rescinded its invitation. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? We're gonna listen to some dumb fucking Florida? Who gives a shit? Suck my dick. Stay in fucking Florida, little Marco. Okay? Where you can have some level of control over whatever the fuck you want to see on your TV. Why do you give a shit about what's going on in Los Angeles? They mock Catholicism and encourage perversion of Jesus' tenets. The team didn't expressly agree, but it argued that the group's presence would be polarizing. The move came as aggressive right-wing demonstrators have targeted events known as Drag Queen Story Hour for threats and protests. The next day, LA Pride, which produced the city's eponymous annual parade and festivities celebrating LGBTQ nightlife and culture, dropped out of Pride Night. The Dodgers said that the episode provides an opportunity to better educate ourselves, find ways to strengthen the ties that bind, and use our platform to support all of our fans who make up the diversity of the Dodgers family. It is so ridiculous. Like, I don't even give a shit about... Look, I don't give a shit about baseball, okay? But I do know Los Angeles, and I know people in LA, okay? When they hear someone like fucking Marco Rubio talk shit, they're going to lose their minds. Look, there's one thing. California gets a lot of shit wrong. Los Angeles gets a lot of shit wrong. But if you're from here, if you live here for an extended period of time, there is a sense of like superiority that a lot of people in LA and in California in particular feel, especially when compared to other states. Okay, because it also does have, it also does get a lot of things right. Like, our gun laws are pretty fucking good. That is the reason why we have significantly lower rates of gun violence in Los Angeles and in California in general than the national average. Okay? People say crime is out of control in California. That is not the case. Crime in general also is lower in California than other places. Okay? And that's the kind of, it's privilege is what we should feel, not superiority. I'm just talking about the average person. Like, when you have the average Joe thinking about like living in California and how they live in California, how they love California, how they love the Dodgers, how they love Los Angeles, and you got like a Floridian asshat, especially, fucking talking shit about what California can and can't do, they're not going to react positively to that. They're going to, even if they personally didn't care about the fucking nuns or didn't even like it, they're going to be like, oh, no, fuck you. Okay? 100%. Especially when compared to Florida, because Florida, okay, Florida has a real bad rap out here, like 100%. For example, that dude that came from Miami-Dade County to lead the and basically manage the LAUSD was immediately criticized when the staffers in schools were actually protesting. He was immediately criticized because he was a fucking Florida guy. Like, they were like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Don't turn my California education system into Florida. Fuck you. And that was a very good way to argue against this kind of management. California has 9 gun deaths per 100K in 2023. That's 44 out of 50. Like what? The 44th lowest is what you're saying, right? Yeah. Also, California gun violence used to be fucking higher too. California gun violence used to be higher. And then they started implementing gun control safety measures. And it worked. It fucking worked. The crime rate in LA is shocking low for the huge population. LA never gets credit for that. Yeah, because the crime rate is silly in comparison to like seeing homeless people in the streets. When you see that, that's the real crime. That's the worst crime.
Or disrespect the religious beliefs of any fan or employee. I also encourage my fellow Catholics to reconsider their support of an organization that allows this type of mockery of its fans to occur. I know I'm not alone in my frustration, hurt, and disappointment about this situation. As Catholics, we look to Jesus Christ and the way he was treated, and we realize any suffering in this world unites us in him in the next. Okay, I mean, that is a courageous statement by Trevor Williams. He's not the only one. There's another MLB pitcher named Blake Treinen. Blake Treinen also put up a statement regarding all of this. Treinen, I believe, pitches for the Dodgers themselves. He put out a statement via one of his friends saying, quote, "I'm disappointed to see the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence being honored as heroes at Dodger Stadium. Many of their performances are blasphemous. Their work only displays hate and mockery of Catholics and the Christian faith. I understand that playing baseball is a privilege, not a right. My convictions in Jesus Christ will always come first. Since I have been with the Dodgers, they have been at the forefront of supporting a wide variety of groups. However, inviting the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence to perform disenfranchises a large community and promotes hate of Christians and people of faith. This single event alienates the fans and supporters of the Dodgers, Major League Baseball, and professional sports. People like baseball for its entertainment value and competition. The fans do not want propaganda or politics forced."
By the way, Dodgers also has a Christian Faith and Family Day, which they also, I like that they're covering it like they fucking reignited this or restarted it, but like, no, they've hosted Christian Family and Prayer Day and shit like that too. You don't see the fucking left wing chirping about it. Don't they also do a prayer? Like, don't they also, I mean, I guess they sing the national anthem. They don't really like fucking sit. It used to just be called Faith and Family Day. Yeah. See, the return they announced of Christian Faith and Family Day. Because you gotta always fucking, shut these chirping little babies the fuck up. You know what I mean? Why the fuck is the Jewish man tumbling about the sanctity of Christian values? Because he is a dog to the white supremacist Christians, okay? That's just the reality. That's the reality. He is. He's their fucking dog, and it yips. And he goes, yip, 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 yip. All day, every fucking day. That's the only reason. They pray before every NASCAR race. Still, lol, nobody cares. Yeah. It's just more beer drinking time.
First on them. The debacle with Bud Light and Target should be a warning to companies in professional sports to stay true to their brand and leave the propaganda and politics off the field. I believe Jesus died on the cross for my sins. This group openly mocks Jesus, the cornerstone of my faith. I want to make it clear I do not agree with nor support the decision of the Dodgers to honor these sisters of perpetual indulgence. Okay, good for Blake Trinan. But then there's the story of Anthony Bass. So he's a pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays. He shared a post on his social media in which he
Bro, I don't. Like, who cares, man? Who cares? Nobody cares. This is another story that I was going to cover, though. It's pretty funny. This guy had to, like, do a press statement apologizing.
encourage the boycott of Target and Bud Light.
Again, demonstrates the courage. Bro, he's so courageous. Because conservative movements largely revolve around fucking bite signaling, as I've told you. It's like basically saying being an overall unpleasant and intolerant person and like openly stating that you are intolerant and unpleasant is actually bravery. You're exhibiting bravery when you do that. Okay? You're demonstrating bravery when you fucking tell people that you just refuse to shower. You're stinky, you know? Thank you. Thank God. Thank God for these people that are just like fucking crying about the existence of gay people, you know? Why the fuck do these Christian nationalist fucks have this utopic nostalgia for the days of better values? Their childhood they're remembering was them being abused either emotionally, physically, or both, or worse, in the name of Jesus and Christianity. And you know this is true because they're hateful shitheads as adults, and that's learned behavior. Yeah.
He shared a video calling on Christians to stop patronizing those companies. The original video said, quote, here's the reason biblically why I believe Christians have got to be boycotting Target, Bud Light, and any other corporation that's pushing the things they're pushing. This is evil. This is demonic. We won't stand for it. We're not going to go to the stores anymore. We're not going to give them any of our money. Bass was then forced, presumably by the Toronto Blue Jays organization, to apologize for his own religious convictions. Here we go.
I recognized yesterday.
No, man. It's not an apology for your religious convictions. It's an apology for using your religious convictions to be bigoted towards an entire group of people. That's it. Why can't you make this, like, how many other fucking Christians exist on the roster? I'm sure the majority of the Toronto Blue Jays are fucking Christian, okay? The difference is they're not trying to weaponize their Christianity to chirp about gay people. That's it, okay? And this would never work for any other reason. Like, ironically, when Muslims do this, Ben is the first to be like, look how barbaric these Muslims are. Okay? That's the most hilarious part about it is that, like, if there is a Muslim group anywhere around the planet that is like, yeah, fuck gay people. We don't like that. We don't fuck with that. Ben's like, look how barbaric they are. Look how awful they are. These Muslims, they're terrible. They're doing Sharia law. You don't want that. And it's like, at a certain point, you have to recognize... Okay, at a certain point, you have to recognize that, like, it's just fundamentalist people that Ben likes versus fundamentalist people that Ben doesn't like. Okay, he has no fucking convictions.
I made a post that was hurtful to the Pride community, which includes friends of mine. And close.
Is it bigotry or for calling for a boycott of the current / potential advertiser? It's why they're calling for a boycott. Okay. Make no mistake. They're not fucking calling for a boycott because Target is like, I don't know, Target was found to be destroying the natural wildlife or something, or dumping toxic chemicals in the fucking water supply in one of their factories. If he was calling for a boycott for that particular reason, or calling for a boycott for, I don't know, the lack of like environmental initiatives that Target has or whatever, no one would be freaking out about it. Okay? He's calling for a boycott because Target put fucking a gay person, Bud Light worked with a trans person one fucking time and everybody got mad about it, and Target is selling rainbow merchandise. Okay? That's it. That's the reason why people are like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up. You're a bigoted piece of shit. That's it. Let's be real. It's both? What do you mean it's both? Yeah, conservatives got one canned.
Those family members of mine, and I am truly sorry for that.
I do love this, by the way. I do love this. See, this was the video he reposted if you want to watch it. So this is the video he reposted, and that's why he was under fire.
Biblically, why I believe Christians ought to be boycotting Target and Bud Light and any other corporation that's pushing the things they're pushing. I think a lot of people make this into a political issue, or they say, oh, what's the big deal? If, is it really going to make that big of a difference if I'm shopping there or not shopping there?
I'm here to tell you, biblically, you got to stop shopping at Target.
Here's what the Bible says. It tells us what to do as Christians in Ephesians chapter 5. It says this.
It says, do not shop at a place where they're selling a binky with the rainbow color, because that shit is gay. That's what the Bible says, I think, because I don't know how to read. If I knew how to read, I could tell you what it actually said, but I don't know, and neither do you, so you can't fact check me.
Take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them, for it is shameful to even talk of the things that they do in secret. So what does that mean to take no part? Well, what's Target do? It's a business. They make money. They sell things. And to take part in that is to take part in that God of mammon that they're serving, and to take part in the darkness that they're purveying and getting out to the world and shoving into children's.
Bro, I'm sorry. I know this is controversial because there's still plenty of people who are mad at me over the Hogwarts Legacy shit, but like, it hasn't even been like 2 months since the Hogwarts Legacy shit happened. And every single one of these conservatives, maybe not this guy, but Ben Shapiro and every single other conservative was like laughing about how silly this Hogwarts Legacy boycott was. And now they're doing the same thing. Like, it hasn't been that long. It wasn't that long ago when Ben Shapiro was fucking crying or making jokes about how people were crying about Hogwarts Legacy. And now he's doing the same shit. He's crying. And it's even worse because at least like Hogwarts Legacy as an IP was like directly created by some fucking psychotic transphobic person. Okay? And I had my criticisms of that decentralized boycott movement, but like at least it was like directly created by this person. What you guys are mad at is literally just a t-shirt, dog. It's a t-shirt that says like, it's a t-shirt that has rainbow colors on it. Like that's what you're upset about. It's crazy. It's so stupid. It's so profoundly stupid.
Faces, and to take part in that is to give them your money. And I believe the Bible gives us radical precedent to say no. We are running from that, and to instead expose those things, to shout it to all the people that have ears to hear that this is evil, this is demonic. We won't.
They're doing it online. They don't actually give a shit if they live near a Target and they need to buy toilet paper. They're going to Target. Yeah, of course.
Stand for it. We're not going to go to the stores anymore, and we're not going to give them our money. We're going to let our voice be heard so that people can see the light and so that people can be pulled out of the darkness. Here's the reason biblically why I believe.
This is so funny. This guy, Scott says, classic example of pulling a verse right out of its context and using it to push your own agenda. Paul is speaking to the church about ridding itself of sexual impurity. I think we've seen plenty of sexual immorality within the church exposed in recent years. How about we work on that first? We won't. We won't, though, because that takes hard work. It's much easier to get up in arms about issues like this just so we can feel a little bit better about ourselves. God damn. This I suspect is like a Christian guy who is, who's like a Christian liberal. Love those guys. Okay? You know what also? You know what I also love, dude? I love I want to sick the r/atheist on these fucking weirdos, okay? It's the one time where I think, who sits like this? What is she doing? I mean, what is that? What is that? What is happening here? Gay autistic daughter sitting? It's so strange. Good. Packed herself into a little corner. Kaya is cat coded. Sorry. No, I know. It's the fucking Chow Chow and the Tibetan Mastiff in her that like basically makes her a cat. Does she sit on her cold pad, or did you bin it after she pooped on it? Yeah, I threw it out. Unfortunately, she is not ready for the cold pad yet. Maybe in a little bit. Anyway, r/atheists, this is your moment. This is your opportunity. You are some of the most unhinged, annoying people online. Look, this is fresh meat for you. You will be seen as heroes. Debate these motherfuckers. You know every Christian verse. You know every Bible verse. Okay? This is your call to arms. r/atheist Andes. Okay? Do your fucking thing.
Spoke with my teammates and shared with them my actions yesterday.
Debate these motherfuckers.
And as of right now, I'm using the Blue Jays resources to better educate myself, to make better decisions moving forward. The ballpark is for everybody.
The Maoist struggle session.
All fans at the ballpark, and we want to welcome everybody.
What, the Maoist struggle?
The Maoist struggle sessions. The Maoist struggle sessions. You definitely have to cater to a tiny percentage of the population that is deeply offended by people who don't want transing of the kids' material at Target. You have to cater to those people, not the other 98% of the American population.
Wait, what? 98% of the American population? Like, what do you mean? What is the argument? That 98% of the American population wants to fucking stop Target from doing, selling Pride merch? You fucking delusional baboon. What the fuck are you talking about? Brother, if anything, it's literally the 2% that is like screeching nonstop, making it seem like there's anything more than 2% of the population that feels some type of way about this. Most people don't give a fuck. Okay? 98% of the population does not care. You don't even fucking care that much. You just care because it makes you money. You care because it gets clicks for you. Okay? So stupid.
Okay, so if the solution isn't really individuals just standing up, and if the solution can't really be only sporadic attempts to boycott particular brands, what is it? We'll get to that momentarily. First, are you tired of breathing in?
Oh my God, dude. Holy fuck.
That they America. Left-wing social engineering. So how
Larray just dropped a diss track with Valkyrie, Aiden plus Andrew Tate, and all the Minecrafters on YouTube. He said he was going to diss me in it too. I don't know if he actually ended up doing it. But
exactly do you fight that? It's easy to say, you, the individual, you should get up and you should protest your corporation. Okay. I mean, that sounds great, except that then you lose your job and then you can't feed your family. Not everybody can work for the Daily Wire. So what exactly? Well, as a consumer, obviously, you can exercise choice, and it does work.
But it's not enough. Choice alone is not enough, especially because we know you can't stop shopping at Target because it's the closest one in your neighborhood. So what do? We fucking cry about it online because then we can make it seem like we have a broader population of support than we actually do. So let's keep doing that, especially on TikTok. And if you get rewarded for chirping on TikTok, more people will keep doing it, even if they don't normally care about it. And that way, we can make it seem like we have an actual outsized population of people who care about it.
From time to time when you do. And you can show corporations that they ought to be scared of the consumer. Bud Light, for example, is getting absolutely clobbered. Apparently, sales are worsening. They had a staggering drop of 29.5% for the week ending May 20th. Data from Bump Williams Consulting and Nielsen IQ.
The funniest part about this Bud Light shit is that, like, every other beer brand has also done, again, gay pride parades, and, like, literally every single other beer brand, every single other major beer brand that is a direct competitor to Bud Light, including Yuengling, has, of course, sponsored gay pride. Yuengling is literally owned by a Republican Trump supporter, and they have sponsored the Philadelphia Pride Parade. Okay? Because of course they do. Because that's a market. That's literally gay people drink beer. Okay? The idea that, like, you can find a brand that hasn't sponsored a gay pride parade or some shit like that is so fucking stupid. Okay? The only difference is that people don't know that Yuengling has done that because conservatives have not actually, paid attention to it close enough, I guess, or they don't give a fuck. That's it. Every single corporation has done like a pride parade, okay? Yuengling included. It's so fucking stupid. What is this? Is it a TikTok?
Look at you sticking it to Budweiser. Oh, it's the Philly Gay Pride Festival page. Let's see who their sponsors are. Corona, Coors Light, and Yuengling. Nice.
There you go. There you go. Yuengling sponsoring the Philadelphia Gay Pride Parade is also a one-off campaign in the same way that Bud Light gave Dylan Mulvaney a singular fucking can with her face on it. The only difference is conservatives are fucking dumb animals, okay? They're apes. They literally can only react. They see the thing in front of their eyes, and they lose their fucking minds at that thing. Okay? That's it. That's the problem. That's the hilarious situation here. If only they fucking knew. Okay? This is not a principled stance. And what would be the principle anyway? It's just like fucking hilarious. Like, what kind of principles are there? Just, I can't drink this beer because they sell to gay people? Okay. Great. Good luck. Good luck with that. What an initiative that is. Bro, you keep moving around and you freak me the fuck out. I just got you. I just let you out to piss. I'm actually worried that she's going to fucking pee again. Or maybe she's going to poop, which is even scarier in my opinion. Conservatives might have to stop drinking dog piss beer. Full stop tragedy. Yeah, I know. They would literally have to go into the woods and die to not consume any brands that have supported gay people in June. Yeah, every corporation has done it. And they're doing this because they kind of recognize that too, which is why Matt Walsh always says, like, oh, it's not about all corporations. It's about like a singular one that we can target and hurt. So they want to basically like scare every corporation. They want to scare basically every corporation so that, like, because they don't want to be the one. They don't want to be the one that like actually gets dinged by these fucking losers. And the dinging is not even serious. Like, it's not even a real fucking problem to begin with, but they make it seem like it's a big problem. There are market forces outside of conservatives choosing not to fucking drink this shit. Okay? Hold on. This is, I want to watch this real quick. Conservatives, when they deem every brand as woke, now that they don't have anything left. I haven't heard this song in so long. I haven't seen this meme in a minute. Dolce and banana. Oh, it's fire. The worst part is, regardless of how ineffective they are, these right-wing psychos are more organized in their attacks than leftists. There's truth to that. But also, it's... I mean, yeah, hatred, their hatred revolves around pre-existing hierarchical standards. So it's basically a justification or a reinforcement of what is already normal. You know what I mean? So poor I have to watch HasanAbi and not HasanAbi. Yeah, I hate when that happens. I'm sorry, chatter.
Provided to Newsweek shows that sales by volume are down almost 30% for the week ending May 20th compared to last year. Sales are down 25.7% for revenue compared to the same time window. This is a bloodbath. Anheuser-Busch InBev stock is getting crushed since the start of April. Beers are selling for pennies, and there is no end in sight. Now, it is worthwhile noticing here that one of the reasons why this has been a successful boycott and will continue to be a successful boycott is because the alternatives are readily available, meaning all you have to do, you're at the grocery store. You don't like Bud Light because Bud Light decided that they were going to push Dylan Mulvaney, a man masquerading as a woman, as a spokesperson. So instead, you turn 6 inches to your right and you pick up some Coors. And actually what you can see is that Bud Light sales are down 25% and Coors Light sales are up 25%. Everybody moved from one brand to another. What happens when you're talking about a universal wave of companies all mirroring the Pride Month celebratory morality? What happens when that happens? How do you fight that? The answer here is going to be a bevy of lawsuits. Okay, this is going to be legislation and lawsuits. Because what we are watching right now is illegal collusion between these companies. I've used the word collusion, but it actually is legal collusion. So there are two separate lines of attack that are going to have to be used legally in order to break up this corporate oligopoly. Okay, line number one is going to be, this is anti-competitive. This is a violation of basic antitrust law. That's the case made by the Texas Policy Center. They say the seminal antitrust law in the United States, the Sherman Act of 1890, prohibits every contract, combination, or conspiracy in restraint of trade or commerce. To protect consumers across the economy, courts have interpreted this law to prohibit unreasonable agreements in restraint of trade. Anti-competitive conduct enriches the few, members of a cartel, at the expense of everybody else, harming free markets, ultimately consumers, through higher prices and reduced output. Agreements between competitors to fix prices, divide markets, or engage in certain forms of group boycott agreements prevent competition on the merits and are therefore illegal. As former DOJ Antitrust Division head Megan Delrahim has written, anti-competitive agreements among competitors, regardless of the purported beneficial goal, are outlawed because they reduce the incentives for companies to compete vigorously, which in turn can raise prices, reduce innovation, and ultimately harm consumers. For example, there was a case called FTC versus Superior Court Trial Lawyers Association. A group of lawyers agreed to stop representing indigent criminal defendants in Washington, D.C. until the city government agreed to increase their compensation. The FTC took them to court. They argued that this was a per se illegal conspiracy to fix prices and conduct a boycott. The lawyers defended their agreement as a justified strike in the public interest to increase the number of lawyers who could represent those particular defendants. The Supreme Court rejected the defense. So, you could easily see a situation in which there is a lawsuit against all of these companies, all of these organizations, for their ESG nonsense, their collusive ESG nonsense. In fact, Bloomberg Law reported just a little bit earlier this month.
You missed it. Ben wants to invoke the Sherman antitrust on Bud Light because they support gay people. Fuck yes, dude. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Fucking rugged anti-corporatist Ben Shabibo. Let's fucking go, dude. Finally. Fucking finally. That's what I'm talking about. Brother, this is the dream, baby.
Basic antitrust law. That's the case made by the Texas Policy Center. They say the seminal antitrust law in the United States, the Sherman Act of 1890, prohibits every contract, combination, or conspiracy in restraint of trade or commerce. To protect consumers across the economy, courts have interpreted this law to prohibit unreasonable agreements in restraint of trade. Anti-competitive conduct enriches the few, members of a cartel, at the expense of everybody else, harming free markets, ultimately consumers, through higher prices and reduced output. agreements between competitors to fix prices, divide markets, or engage in certain forms of group boycott agreements.
Ben doesn't give a fuck when like antitrust laws are not utilized in any other facet of agricultural production that ends up inevitably creating an environment that makes it so easy to raise egg prices, for example, or fucking the price of dairy or the price of meat, okay? But like the only time this fucking dipshit cares about antitrust is not on ISPs, which he has defended in the past as well. He only cares about it if it's like, you know, gay people existing. Corporations are pro gay people. That's awesome. And not even like pro gay people in general, just like pandering to gay people for approximately 1 month.
Prevent competition on the merits and are therefore illegal. As former DOJ Antitrust Division head Megan Delrahim has written, anti-competitive agreements among competitors, regardless of the purported beneficial goal, are outlawed because they reduce the incentives for companies to compete vigorously, which in turn can raise prices, reduce innovation, and ultimately harm consumers. For example, there was a case called FTC versus Superior Court Trial Lawyers Association. A group of lawyers agreed to stop representing indigent criminal defendants in Washington, D.C. until the city government agreed to increase their compensation. The FTC took them to court.
I love this.
They argued that this was a per se illegal conspiracy to fix prices and conduct a boycott. The lawyers defended their agreement as a justified strike in the public interest to increase the number of lawyers who could represent those particular defendants. The Supreme Court rejected the defense. So, you could easily see a situation in which there is a lawsuit against all of these companies, all of these organizations for their ESG nonsense, their collusive ESG nonsense. In fact, Bloomberg Law reported just a little bit earlier this month that insurers are now being forced to rethink their approach to climate change as they assess the risk of being sued for antitrust violations. Munich Re, the world's biggest reinsurer, recently backed out of the Net Zero Insurance Alliance, citing what it called the material legal risks it would face if it remained. The defection was then followed by 2 more high-profile departures, with Zurich Insurance Group AG and Hanover Re also leaving. All 3 said they will still pursue net zero goals, but not in coordination with the alliance. Because, again, they are afraid that they're going to be sued for collusion. So that would be solution number 1. Solution number 2 is somewhat similar. That would be a
This view of antitrust went out when Reagan got into office. The court now looks at consumer price benefit for the most part. I love how homophobia is going to roll back 40 years of conservative antitrust thought. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen anyway. It is pretty funny, though, that like he is demanding, again, antitrust law is perfectly applicable in AB InBev's case, okay? They have vertically and horizontally expanded and integrated to a degree where they maintain like almost every facet of like beer delivery and beer sales. Like they control all of it, okay? And this reality exists in pretty much every part of your lives, okay? You could absolutely utilize antitrust laws on like the overwhelming majority of mega corporations that control most of the market, whichever industry they're in, whichever sector they're in, okay? And that is also, but of course that never happens. There's no regulation. There's rarely ever any antitrust regulation because our current understanding of antitrust regulation is that as long as the prices are the prices of goods and commodities remain low, it doesn't harm consumers, so they don't give a fuck, right? Ben wants to make an argument that, like, I guess people are harmed by AB InBev because they did a one-time Dylan Mulvaney ad on Dylan Mulvaney's Instagram, which is awesome. If this little of a thing is like getting Ben to just go back on all of his fucking free market values, I mean, great. I'm down. Fuck it. Let's attack these big corporations. I'm on board.
Shareholder derivative claim. A shareholder derivative action is when shareholders basically say that corporate officers are breaching their fiduciary duties.
All right, I'm going to bring Kai back
Your fiduciary duty is to maximize the profitability and the viability of the corporation in which I am a shareholder. Your fiduciary duty does not involve doing the work of the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation or the PGLE or whatever ridiculous ESG organization you have decided to join. Their shareholder actions can include anything up to and including conflicts of interest between the corporation and insiders, wasting of corporate assets, executive manager or board member breach of fiduciary duty. The law is going to be a solution to this. And the law will also be a solution in terms of legislation. It's one reason why Republicans are going to actually have to win There's no substitute for victory because Joe Biden sits in the presidency right now, and President Biden has basically vowed that he was going to veto any ESG rule. You'll recall it was not all that long, it was March, when he rejected a Republican proposal to prevent pension fund managers from basing investment decisions on factors like climate change. Of course, because he's literally encouraging all of this. The House GOP tried to override that Biden veto. They just didn't have the votes to do it. The override failed on a 219-200 vote along party lines. But if Republicans were to win the House and win the Senate and win the presidency, they could actually pass a law to ban ESG investing, which would be necessary in order to restore competition in the marketplace. Also, presumably, the FTC could look at things like collusion if it were not ruled by members of the left wing. But this is going to have to stop. Because what we're watching here is not merely, the press wants to portray this as just a shift in generalized American public opinion. That's not what's happening here. What's happening here is a cram down, again, from the highest levels of our culture. Okay, in just 1 second, we're going to take a look at the weird alliance that is now forming between Andrew Cuomo and Donald Trump. It's very, very strange. First, abortion is the leading cause of death among infants in the United States and on planet Earth. Sadly, with the abortion pill accounting for over 50% of all abortions, babies' lives are even at great.
All right, that's it. Finally. I found them? Yeah. Yes, please. In Ben's capitalistic world, shouldn't he be rallying against ISPs as more competition would give him more viewers and customers for Daily Wire? No, because Ben has to hand it to the fucking corporations no matter what. Oh, I saw this. Okay, so this tic tac is this one, I think. Trigger warning, Roseanne Barr. Actually, you know what? Let's open that. Let's watch that first.
I'm just wondering what the...
This is Roseanne Barr.
heck is in our water supply? What the heck is in our oxygen supply of the metallic oxide salts that create a rainbow effect in a sprinkler?
No. Dude, this is a meme. I've made this joke, but I made this joke. This is a joke that I made. What the fuck? Wait. No fucking shot.
Of the metallic oxide salts that create a rainbow effect in...
Oh, okay, never mind. It's like, this is an old video. I thought it was like literally, okay. It's an old sound from 2007 with the fact that it's now this lady, but 100 million times crazy. Holy fuck, dude. It's like, what are they putting in our water supply? They're woke.
What the heck is in our water supply? What the heck is in our oxygen supply of the metallic oxide salts that create a rainbow effect in a sprinkler?
I love this. This is like, I love that this is, like a funny meme from 2007, except this is like genuinely a part of the broader conservative movement. Like this is how conservatives operate now. It's awesome.
What is oozing out of our ground that allows this type of effect to happen? Not just around our sun and our moon anymore. Everywhere we look. The visible spectrum is rainbows. This cannot be natural. We all know it wasn't something that happened 20 years ago, but now it's happening now. We as a nation have got to ask ourselves, what the hell is going on?
She's right. She's so right. We as a nation have to figure out what the fuck's going on. What the hell is up with light reflecting off of fucking water and please ignore this woman. She's very nice but suffers from a mental illness. She needs help, not harassment. You're joking, right? This is like a grandma from 2007. She's probably fucking dead. Okay?
What is oozing out of our ground?
This is why homeschooling is a terrifying prospect, for the record. Okay. End wokeness is introduced. Project. Here's the leash if you want to take her with the leash. Here's her leash if you want to take her with the leash. Kaya, sit. Don't pet her when she jumps up. Kaya, sit. Get back. Kaya, no. Thanks, Mom. She hasn't pooped yet, so I'm like scared that she's gonna poop. I'm not scared that she's gonna pee, but please, this isn't funny. I'm a conservative expert. This is what it looks like when a chud is in extreme distress. Oof. This one probably wasn't even allowed to call Obama a Muslim. Will you leash your kids if you have any in the future too? Dude, the least deranged fucking vegan. I love you. No, you're right. I should let my fucking dog that is probably going to be like 100 pounds never be on leash so that I can... Oh, bro is a bit. Okay, well, there is so many backseaters in this chat. I'm sorry for taking that seriously. There's like actually unhinged backseat vegans. If you send this rainbow conspiracy to Marjorie Taylor Greene, she will believe it. Introducing Project Woke to Broke and Wokeness. This account will start naming and shaming companies, orgs, and institutions that push the woke agenda in our faces. A list of the top 10 worst offenders will be posted this Friday. DM for submissions. Newsflash, it's all of them.
I'm just wondering what that creates where we look.
By the way, this isn't, I don't think this is Roseanne Barr, but it's all good. It's a OG, it's an old video. And also the Republican Party's like most active base is now fully in support of shit like that. So it's awesome. Okay, let's get to the debt ceiling. We got a lot to cover today. We got a lot more to talk about, and then we're gonna do the fucking WGA strike video as well. What is this new HasanAbi new Alex TikTok?
This is very important and it implicates you if you...
Oh, this is... I thought you were gonna... We're gonna do that. Wait, what the fuck? This motherfucker put me in a TikTok? Turkish barber?
Usually do this less I'm drunk, I'm high, but I'm both right now. She looks like...
Where is it? What the fuck did I just do? How did I get to this? God, TikTok is so fucking annoying to maneuver around. Debt ceiling brand new update. We'll do that in a second. Hold on. Wait, what? Did you cover this up with Cooney? No. Just saw the Epoch Times tabling on my campus. How did this happen? It happens all the fucking time. What do you mean?
Let's do this right. Let's go to
best gay-friendly travel destinations. Hell. That's funny. Yo, bro, you gonna talk about Elon today, or are you already passed on that? No, we'll talk about Elon in a little bit.
I'm going to the big boy's house to raise some money.
I didn't actually...
The fundraising goal, he's going to shave my head.
I didn't actually see this video.
Wow. Chat, you're in a TikTok. He's going to shave my head now.
Never done this before.
Great. Thank you. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah, I'm doing a great job. It's coming off.
His face. Should I leave a little bit off the top?
No.
How bad is it?
You think it looks good?
I think it looks fantastic, honestly. You look like
Just gonna be wearing this, and that'll be it until it grows back. Oh, sweet.
How come you haven't addressed the George Janko Logan Paul drama? I don't. This one is different. I don't know.
Alex Peter need to fuck Hasan so I can quantum leap. He's a cool guy. He's a public defender. Respect.
Damn, yeah. Be careful what you tweet. How does it feel living my dream? Thank you, user 752766230 I'm actually HasanAbi now. I thought that TikTok fixed it. Yeah, I think they did. They did fix it. Have you addressed the Unabomber controversy yet? What is it? Dude, I saw a tweet that exists in my mind permanently now. It was something along the lines of, you have to be the Unabomber to fucking have the entire country correctly say your Polish last name. Such a good fucking tweet. All right, let's move on from this. Let's do the debt ceiling, baby. More like the bet ceiling. Doesn't even really make sense, but fuck it. I don't fucking know what I'm saying. All right. Where the fuck is it? House is to vote on the debt ceiling deal as some Republicans and Democrats are voicing their opposition.
Hill with the frantic efforts to raise America's borrowing limit to make sure we can keep paying America's bills, paying seniors, paying the military, paying our creditors, all of it. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, they are under intense pressure to accept the deal as it is. It was struck by President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. But with a big vote in the House expected later today, more than 24 are already vowing to reject the agreement. This could be very bad. Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill for us. Nicole, good morning. It's never happened before. Are there enough votes to get this thing passed and raise the debt ceiling?
Well, good morning to you, Tony. We will see. House Republicans met behind closed doors for about 2 hours last night to try to rally support for this bill. GOP leaders are projecting confidence, but it's still not clear if the votes are there.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Today, the debt deal is bound for the House floor after clearing the powerful Rules Committee Tuesday night by one vote.
What do the 13 of us owe the rest of Congress? We owe them an honest shake.
Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie helped push the measure over the edge after it failed to get unanimous support from panel Republicans like Chip Roy.
Is it worth blowing up this deal when you have that default deadline less than a week from now?
Default is off the table. It would be the President of the United States that would choose to default.
At least 20 Republicans say they'll vote no on a final bill.
The debt ceiling bill sneaks in provisions that make students borrowers pay interest on the past 3 years of pause payments. No, that's not true. That's not no. That's not true at all. So what was going to happen, for the record, what was going to happen with the student with the student loan situation was that they were going to continue the student loan repayment pause, or rather, they were going to end the pause regardless. They didn't sneak anything new into it. They passed a separate bill. You're probably thinking of a separate bill that passed with 2 Democrats joining that vote, as a matter of fact. But that is not going to pass the Senate. That'd be insane if it did. I mean, maybe it will, but that would be even wilder. Like that would be genuinely wild if the Senate decided to pass that bill.
It would lift the debt limit past the 2024 election and, according to new projections by the Congressional Budget Office, cut spending by $1.5 trillion over a decade.
It's bull.
What do you say to your fellow Republicans who are firm no? Keep walking.
Hey, no walking backwards. Everybody has elected to here to take their vote.
I mean, are they expendable? Are you looking to flip them?
Try to get as many votes as we can.
The deal brokered between Speaker McCarthy and President Biden has some hardline conservatives calling for the Speaker's ouster.
Do you think he should lose his job?
I think it's necessary because he's catastrophically failed in this negotiation.
It's also tough to swallow for some progressive Democrats concerned about tougher work requirements and other carve-outs.
To have the president solely negotiating with Republicans itself, I don't think was a really good look.
We want to make sure there's no default, so that's priority number one. But we also need to hold our ground and stand up for the most vulnerable Americans.
Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told me he's having discussions with his members, and this morning, White House negotiators and top aides will brief House Democrats on the deal here at the Capitol. Nate?
Nicole, we appreciate your diligent work.
So Bernie is voting no on the debt ceiling, and what a lot of you probably do not factor in here is that because this is supposedly a bipartisan deal, okay, a lot of people on both sides of the political spectrum are going to be able to say no to it. So, Bernie Sanders saying no is just, that means that, like, because he has seniority, he might genuinely have an issue with it, which I'm sure he does, but, like, because he has seniority, he has the capacity to fucking say no. They discussed this ahead of time, okay? This is something that is done behind closed doors, but usually they'll let people maintain their integrity, and it's like a thing that the Democratic Party will let you do, just like the Republican Party will let you do. It's kind of a part of the game. But this doesn't mean that, like, this bill will not actually, go forward. And we're worried about the NBA being scripted? Yeah. Don't the Republicans want to give the military another $85 billion? That seems like a pretty easy reason to say no. No, they... What do you mean? Like, there's plenty of Republicans that will say yes to this. Also, this doesn't touch the military discretionary spending anyway. It's not a part of the conversation at all. Can you explain what's all in the bill? I have many times over. You can watch a video that I have cut out on this on my YouTube. Republicans are holding America hostage, where I talked to American Prospect's David Dayen on the issue, what's in the bill, what ended up being in the bill, and how this conversation is actually frivolous and it never needed to happen. Okay. It cleared the first procedural vote with more Democrats voting for it than Republicans voting against it. There will be a final debate / vote later today, but most likely they are, unless something insane happens and the Never Kevers actually showcase their power, it's most likely going to pass. King, your short got 5 million views. What short? I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway, it essentially cuts military spending, at least the trajectory of it, and doesn't include the increases the hogs wanted. American discretionary military spending will never be legitimately cut. And no, this conversation, this back and forth, unless there's something that they snuck into it, which I don't believe they did, does not actually touch the discretionary spending at all. I'm sure it was like a counter proposal that, like, some, progressive Democrats suggested for a brief moment, but Yeah, and as a matter of fact, it doesn't cut the military spending, it increases it. Biden GOP agreed a 2-year budget debt limit increase includes enhanced work requirements for food aid. Biden-McCarthy a deal set to increase military spending from $800 billion to the current budget to $885 billion. Yeah. You don't even need to know anything about American politics to know that the discretionary military spending is ever going to... What? The problem is that you marginalize people that stand outside of your opinion. That's not okay. Check yourself. What? Are you okay, chatter? Like, how fucking bored are you? We're talking about the debt ceiling, and this guy's like, hey, man, I just pissed my diapers. Can you pay attention to me? Like... You okay? Honestly, one of the worst possible things that could have ever happened, but also really funny, but still annoying, is Republicans and conservatives talking like academic SJWs. You know what I mean? Like, you're doing a Bodies in Spaces right now, and this is this is a Christian faith safe space, and the fact that you, a Muslim man, is trivializing what Christianity has gone through throughout the years and marginalizing Christians is truly unforgivable. It's like, what do you mean, dude? Shut the fuck up. Like, what are you, a bitch? Shut up. Yeah, Chud's standpoint theory is right. That's exactly what's going on, which is pretty funny on its face, but it still gets like annoying. Yeah, when chatters pop off and go, point of personal white privilege. Motherfucker said, I marginalize people outside of my perspective. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? I want to know what he's talking about. I want to know. What's going on? How have I marginalized your perspective? What is your perspective? Is it worthy of being criticized? Is that criticism actually marginalization? Anyway. Just like, maybe he's talking about it as an unsubscribed chatter. Who knows? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Oh, Weeby already fucking banned his ass, dude. I want to hear from him, Weeby. We will ban them once they fucking, once they're no longer entertaining. I hope they didn't leave. Anyway. But yeah, if you don't want to feel marginalized by the top of the hour ad break, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, like I said, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or by getting gifted a sub. Sakura Gore, lowering the rate of marginalization in the chat by offering 50 big ones to 50 lucky recipients of the gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I didn't realize all the Democrats were totally okay with giving the military another $85 billion for literally nothing. I was wrong, Lamau. I don't really know the situation. Okay. As I was saying before that guy came in and started complaining like a little bitch, claiming that I was marginalizing people outside of my political perspective. If you don't know anything about American politics, you can always assume that the military is going to have bipartisan support and the discretionary military spending is always going to increase. Bottom G and Deke of Hazard, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. The military spending increase is lower than inflation, which isn't a win whatsoever, but in real dollars is a cut. No. I hate when people make this argument. This is not like your bosses giving you a 1% raise, okay? This is additional money that the military is slated to get that they got, and this is extra money on top of that, okay? You banned me. You're not not here to have a constructive argument. You just want to crush people against you. It's pointless for me to say anything because you will not listen to anything I have to say. Dude, conservatives stop pissing and shitting their pants challenge. One of my moderators banned you. I unbanned them. I gave you exactly what you wanted, which was to center the entire conversation in a fucking stadium full of people around you and your immediate whiny interests. Then you turned around and you still continued to whine about something that is currently not happening to you. You're literally writing in the chat. I unbanned you so that you can offer a constructive argument. I asked you what you think I do with respect to marginalization of people that stand outside of my opinion. But instead of actually giving me an answer to that, you just kept crying about a thing that wasn't happening to begin with, by adding on to that thing that's also not happening, which is, it's pointless for me to say anything because you will not listen to anything I have to say. I'm quite literally doing the exact opposite of what you're saying by offering you a fucking podium. Okay? You have the floor. I'm listening to you. This is a listening session. Okay? I want to hear from people with diverse opinions. You got the privilege. You got the podium. Okay? Let it rip. Let's hear it, Capablanco. What is it? Or maybe, and I'm just speculating here, you just want to cry because you're a weenie, okay? You're at Weenie Hut Jr. flipping burgers, okay? That's what you're doing. And like you didn't really expect any kind of reaction. You just wanted to fucking cry. Hopefully one day you will exhibit the courage. Weenie Hut Jr. serves hot dogs, not burgers. Okay. Breaking. Kevin McCarthy announced a commission to look at cutting Social Security and Medicare. I'm going to make some people uncomfortable. By some people, he means his fucking voters, dude. He attacked Biden for walling off cuts to Social Security and Medicare during the debt ceiling negotiations. Okay, I feel like this is scripted. There is no way that this person legitimately is saying this out loud. In a country like the United States of America, as our current political understanding revolves around like not touching Medicare or Social Security, when Donald Trump is literally criticizing Ron DeSantis from the left, claiming that Ron DeSantis wants to fucking cut Medicare. It is ridiculous that this guy is straight up advocating against the best interest of his own fucking voting bloc. That's crazy. The demographics that are on Medicare and on Social Security are the demographics that overwhelmingly vote Republican. What are you saying? What are you doing?
Nation. So the first thing we did, open the House up. The bills, I was elected to help lead this nation. So the first thing we did, open the House up. The bills, you now get to see them before you ever vote on them. And now we're cutting. And you know what? I'm going to make some people uncomfortable by doing that, but I'm not going to give up on the American people.
This is not a new concept. We've known about this for years as the political doctrine. Yes, but Republicans moved away from this a while ago. They certainly fully moved away from this under the Trump administration because ultimately even the fucking base recognized like, they're like, hey, we're old. We need Medicare. Hey, we're old. We need Social Security. Here's what I think. Looking at what you were saying about Ben Shapiro, like you just constantly shame the guy just like you're doing to me. That's not what a real man do. Calling him a cuck and stuff. Like, dude, how old are you sometimes? Okay, this is not a complaint. You're tone policing. You sound like a fucking pathetic little SJW. You said you marginalize people that stand outside of your opinion and that's not okay. And now you're tone policing me on how I choose to do commentary. Do you think this is constructive criticism or do you think this is crying like you're at Weenie Hut Jr.? Okay? I don't just say Ben Shapiro sucks. I also tell you why he sucks. Whatever kind of embellishments I choose in my rhetoric is up to me. Okay? So you haven't described why I marginalize people unless you literally think Ben Shapiro is a cuck and you think that like that is a protected category and I am actually making fun of him, and it's really fucked up because, you know, sometimes a guy wants to watch his wife get fucking destroyed by a bull. Like, are you doing a Cuck Lives Matter take here? Is that what you're doing? Is that where your advocacy is? Is that how I've marginalized Ben Shapiro? You constantly shame the guy just like you're doing to me. I'm shaming you not because of who you are. I'm shaming you because of what you're saying. What you're saying is stupid, okay? I think that a lot more people, including those on the left and those on the right, even myself included, need to hear this, okay? They need to hear this. Sometimes people are very stupid and they say a lot of stupid shit. We are not going to sit here and go, let's address this dumbass point by point, okay? Public shaming is sometimes a necessity, especially in a closed social setting like this one, because we're trying to move from conversation to conversation and have it be as productive as possible, okay? You get it? Give me a real example of what is happening instead of whining like, you know, a weenie little baby. That's not what a real man do, like, which is, by the way, antithetical to what you're fucking trying to present here. Do you think a real man whines like a weenie little baby and says you're marginalizing people? Why should I listen to what you have to say about what a real man does when you got soft hands, brother? I can fucking touch and feel how soft your hands are as you're typing this shit out. You got baby hands and you're crying like a baby. Give me a good argument. I'm giving you the podium. You're crying about things that are not happening to you, and now you're crying that I called Ben Shapiro a cuck.
And this isn't the end. This doesn't solve all the problems. This is the first step. I'm going to announce a commission coming forward from the Speaker, from bipartisan on both sides of the aisle. We only got to look at 11% of the budget to find these cuts. We have to look at the entire budget. The Congress has done this before.
Why didn't you see the whole budget?
Because the president walled off all the others. The majority driver of the budget is mandatory spending. It's Medicare, Social Security, interest on the debt. So you only have 11% to look at this budget. But we were able to increase our defense to protect us, take care of our veterans. But you know that non-defense with veterans out, we are now going to spend less than we spent in 2022. That's a major victory. I was elected to help.
I got soft hands too. Sorry, I was talking to my mom. That's why I muted. And I fucking forgot to unmute. That's the joke. Thank you, Comrade Crunk, for getting the joke. Okay? We're all in this together. You know what I mean? We're watching Twitch. We're watching Twitch. So are you. Okay? There's nothing hard or hard body about watching Twitch and crying in a fucking Twitch chat, especially when you're crying in defense of Ben Shapiro, especially when you're crying in defense of Ben Shapiro because you think that Ben Shapiro's feelings would get hurt because he was doing like a 33-minute anti-queer screed about like, you know, how he saw a rainbow-colored T-shirt at Target and he fucking lost his mind, and that's why we need to break up these monopolies.
Lead this nation. So the first thing we did.
The unfortunate reality for many of you is that if you hyper-focus on like the words I'm using or the language that I'm using and you cry about that, you're just tone policing and you're hyper-focusing on the aesthetics. Listen to what I have to say. Listen to my words. Listen to what I'm actually criticizing, not how I'm criticizing it. Okay? Because there's a lot more there than just me calling Ben Shapiro a baby. There's a reason why I'm calling him a baby. I'm calling him a baby because he's behaving in a baby-like fashion. I think crying about, T-shirts and binkies is baby-like. Anyway. Kevin McCarthy cutting Social Security and Medicare, or advocating to cut Social Security and Medicare, is quite literally a gift from the Republicans to Joseph Robinette Biden. Straight up.
Well, with the debt deadline looming, the proposed Biden-McCarthy deal heads to the House floor later tonight. Probably 8:30 is when a vote could be taken. But not everybody is completely on board. The House Freedom Caucus has railed against the proposal. Here's some members yesterday.
Vote no and do the right thing. And let's go find a better deal.
There's going to be a reckoning about what just occurred.
And this deal is absolutely one of the biggest abominations.
Don't tell me you're going to put me over a barrel for $4 trillion because you refuse to do your job.
Okay, let's now talk to House Freedom Caucus member Congressman Andy Biggs. Joins us right now from the D.C. area. Andy, good morning to you.
Morning, Steve.
There are a lot of members of your House Freedom Caucus who say this thing is a stink bomb.
Wow. When I see a guy that looks like this, I'm like, that's healthy. This motherfucker needs Medicare, man. I mean, of course, he doesn't need Medicare because he has the platinum health care that congresspersons have, but even then, he just looks like a fucking zomber. Goddamn.
Yeah, that's right. And I'll just bring it down to its most common terms, give them the benefit of the doubt. They say you're going to save $1.3 trillion over 10 years. Well, let's put it on an annual basis. That's a savings of about $133 billion with a growth in your national debt of somewhere around $2 trillion.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like a great exchange. The problem is never been
not enough
willingness to deficit spend.
Bro, isn't that funny that history just happens to repeat itself? It feels like we're having the grand bargain conversation again, and again, the players are the same as well. The Freedom Caucus, or the Tea Party at the time, versus Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Barack Obama's out of the question, but but it's still the same guys that were in the Tea Party that are now the Freedom Caucus going up against the same guy, Joe Biden, who was negotiating with them and was willing to compromise. And then that compromise came down and fell apart when the Tea Party guys said, no, we don't want this. We don't want any of this. It's fucking hilarious, man.
And grow the national debt. The problem has always been bending the spending curve down, trying to balance out our spending to our revenue numbers.
Sure. Well, one of the problems for the House Freedom Caucus and for the Republicans in general is you guys only control one half of one branch of government. When the Democrats had unified government where they have the White House, the Senate, and the Congress, they could just steamroll over you guys. You guys only have a little bit of leverage, really.
Yeah, but what I think should have been done here, instead of that last bill that they sent over being the floor from which negotiate up, which is what's happened here,
right,
is we should have done the very best product we could have gotten out of the House. And that would have been turning the spending curve down, going back to 2019 levels. Nobody would say that was too little government. And then if you get those 2019 levels, we're excessive of that as far as our revenues. We would be able, and I suggest we just try for a year to see if we could live within our means, and then you wouldn't even have to raise the debt ceiling. But we didn't do that.
Yeah. And we are where we are right now.
Freedom Caucus, only 45 seats in the House. Who cares what they think? Are you kidding me? They've been able to get together and destroy so many bills. What are you talking about? 45 seats is a lot of seats, man. They don't. Where is the 45 seat majority that the Republicans have currently that they can just fucking turn around and I don't know, say, fuck you, Freedom Caucus. We don't give a shit. We'll just override your interests. The funny part about it is that they have no unified interest. That's the hilarious issue here, okay? The hilarious issue here is that, like, the reason why these debt ceiling conversations happen in the way that they did is because it's not even Kevin McCarthy's fault. It's just that, like, they don't really have anything. Like, what are Republicans writing for? You can't, like, write into legislation to, like, force Target to only sell straight clothing. You know what I mean? What policy positions do the Republicans have? They already get whatever the fuck they want at the high level when it's, you know, when it's like actual, you know, economic policies like cutting taxes for the wealthy and corporations. So, like, you can't really do anything.
Now, and it sounds like the House is going to have to pass this, and then it's got to clear the Senate by Monday to avert a default. Ultimately, that's what a lot of Americans are worried about, is defaulting on our debt.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. I introduced legislation that would give us rescissions of $90 billion, and that $90 billion would have immediately pushed off a debt crisis for at least probably 45 days. We thought it could go as far as 60 to 90 days, but they didn't want to do a short-term rescission. They preferred to do this big monstrosity, and it's a bit of a problem.
If you had to be a betting man, is this thing going to pass tonight?
Yeah, I think it's going to pass. I think you're going to get 100 to 150 Democrats and probably 100 or so, maybe more, Republicans.
Sure. So why are you chirping?
What about the Speaker? You know, the way that
so why are you
Kevin
chirping
McCarthy
then?
made the deal to become Speaker is it just takes one member to call a vote, and you could.
Dude, there you go. That is the perfect fucking snapshot, dude. Look, you want to know?
Vote, and you could start the process to boot him. We heard some people yesterday, at least, and you deal to become Speaker is it just takes one.
Look, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique Disneyland 2023 has nothing to do with what they're talking about, but that's pretty. They ran out of B-roll to show, so they had to go back. They accidentally revealed what they actually care about, which is the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique at Disneyland. Perfect blooper for Fox News. They're talking about the debt ceiling. They don't really got anything going on that front. They got no like coherent ideology or coherent strategy. They have no real demands. So, like, you know, you got the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique. It's like, let's move on to, like, the real important shit. You know, that's...
You could start the process to boot him. We heard some people yesterday, at least one person said, this guy's got to go. What do you think is going to happen with Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker?
Well, you know, Steve, I can't project what will happen with Kevin. I know there's a lot of dissatisfaction. I've been focusing on the bill and trying to get the word out on what I think are the problems with the bill. It's hard to say.
You could literally get Republicans more motivated to care about the debt ceiling and the debt limit and put forward a united front if you said that the debt ceiling was gay. Okay, the debt ceiling has gone woke, folks. I'm terrified to announce this piece of news. Okay. Just like the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique at Disney World, the debt limit has gone woke. It's time to abolish it. It's time to destroy it. The woke ceiling needs to be gone.
What'll happen with Kevin? I'm more concerned what's going to go on with the trajectory of the term, because does this represent a new coalition and a new trajectory where the Speaker is going to go to the Democrats more and more to try to put forward whatever he thinks his agenda ought to be. And that's really concerning to me, and I think it should be concerning to members of our conference.
Well, ultimately, you would agree that the Republicans got more out of the deal than the Democrats.
No, I don't think I would agree with that at all. Not at all.
Well, the Speaker has said things to that effect. Stephen Moore, on the pages of the New York Post, said that the Wall Street Journal supports the passage of this bill. So there are some out there who think that the Republicans are doing better than the Democrats.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I wonder if they've read the bill. I mean, I'm looking at admin PAYGO, where they claimed that originally they claimed they're going to get $1.5 trillion worth of savings. Admin PAYGO doesn't work, and they know it doesn't work, and you can't even have judicial review because the person who determines whether they have to, the administrative agencies have to use PAYGO, is the Director of Office of Management and Budget, who is a Democrat, and that program in itself only goes 1 year. So, Steve, I don't view this as a victory for us. I view this as kind of a very, as I said yesterday, it's a monstrosity. I think it's a real problem and will be a continuing problem for us as it careens us down over the debt cliff sooner rather than later. You got to turn your spending curve down, and this bill does not do that.
Yeah, Washington famous for spending a lot of money we don't have. Congressman, thank you very much for starting the day and telling us where you stand on this. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian.
Steve Ducey and Brian Kill Me, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me great pleasure to report that Ron DeSantis is officially kicking off his presidential campaign in Iowa. That's right. Ron DeSantis was in Iowa. What the fuck? The Senate just voted to roll back student loan policies? Wait, no, they did not. Wait, what? Is this a meme? Wait, I'm sorry. No, this is not. Hold on. What? There is zero. Wait, what? Senate advances repeal of Biden student debt relief. Moderate Democrats are rebuking the president's signature loan forgiveness effort. Wait, is this the same one that passed through? Is this the same one that actually passed through the House? Where they want to... But the Senate vote on Wednesday was the first formal pushback from centrist Democrats. Under the Congressional Review Act, the fast-track procedure that lawmakers are trying to use to... Wait. The Senate GOP is pushing a terrible measure to end the pause on the student loan payments and overturn POTUS's student loan cancellation program. It would repeal the pause, force retroactive payments, and jeopardize public service employee eligibility for the PSLF program. Wait. If Biden doesn't veto this, this is literally like, I mean, he's going to veto it. Please tell me he's going to veto it. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Please. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck me. I cannot believe that they passed this through. No filibuster? Why do we have a filibuster? Why was this even put on the fucking floor of the Senate for a vote? What is happening? This does not make any sense whatsoever. I literally said, there's no way this will pass through the Senate because I thought that they would use like at least some of the measures that they have. They have power in the Senate. This is, okay, this bill is the bill that I was talking about yesterday. And even then, I already told you the Democrats will fucking do, the Democrats could turn around and literally allow this to pass through because they're fucking awful. The White House has said that Biden would veto the legislation to overturn a student debt relief if it plan if it passes Congress. If they get a veto-proof majority from the Democratic Party, I just want to say some really non-terms of service things right now. Oh my fucking God. Imagine enough Democrats side with the Republican Party to like override Joseph Robinette Biden's veto. They're not going to get a veto-proof majority, Lamau. If it only passed 51-46, they'd need 67. Yeah, except... Who knows, okay? Who knows what the Democrats will fucking do? I can't say it in a video game. I didn't even think that they would let this pass through, okay? Psychotic. Biden looks strong when he vetoes and they don't vote to override. Democrats vote in support of pushing for student loan debt repayment, including the interest accrued over the fucking pause period, specifically to rein in Biden's executive power. That's the fucking headline that a chatter came up with in here. And I could totally see that happening. Oh my God, I hate this fucking world. I hate this country. I hate the Democratic Party so fucking much. If Biden's White House is messaging a veto, you're not going to see more Dems flip to overturn the veto. That would truly be one of the most insane things in politics right now. Except how many Democrats' pockets are lined up with debt restructuring, debt repayment programs like banks and shit like that. Oh my Lord, dude, that'd be so sick. I don't think it's going to happen, but leave it up to the fucking Dems to just be ruthless and brutal. I just think this was the passage vote. You would have seen the snaky defections on it, but we only saw a couple from the dinos. Wonder how the libs are taking this on Twitter. They're just gonna say this looks I'm telling you. They're saying it in the chat already. This makes Biden look strong by vetoing it. They allowed it to pass through so they could like get Biden to stand strong and firmly against vetoing this. And there is no veto-proof majority in the Senate, so it doesn't matter. They can't like override the presidential veto. Yeah. Biden literally says he's going to veto it. Lamau, Dems already hate Manchin plus dinos. It's not that hard. First of all, Democrats do not hate Joe Manchin. Okay? Democrats do not hate the dinos. They love the dinos. Okay? Let's be real. Democrats love those motherfuckers. If anything, the fact that this was allowed to see the floor of the Senate is an indication that they love, the broader Democratic Party loves their dinos because those blue dog Democrats are the ones who can stand firmly in opposition towards any sort of progressive legislation that might end up hurting their real constituents, okay, their corporate benefactors down the line. That's why it's not an accident that they get rewarded every single fucking time, okay? This is a game. Chuck Schumer is allowing this to happen because, one, it's win-win. The dinos and the conservative blue dog Democrats look strong, like they are, moving away from the party and voting against this or voting for this horrifically awful bill. And then Joe Biden looks strong when he vetoes it. Bernie is live on the floor right now. What's he talking about?
Having said and made clear that what we have before us is far, far better than what emanated in the Republican House.
But Schumer looks weak. Brother, Chuck Schumer is one of the weakest motherfuckers on the planet. What are you talking about? Of course he looks weak. Who gives a shit? He's in a safe He's in a safe fucking seat.
Inequality at a time
he will
when
never be primaried. He doesn't give a shit.
Never had it so good. While the middle class shrinks and millions of working class families live in desperation, I cannot in good conscience vote for a bill that takes vital nutrition assistance away from women, infants, children, and seniors while refusing to ask billionaires to start paying their fair share of taxes. So again, not as bad by any means as the bill passed in the House. This bill will cut nutrition programs for kids and the elderly, and yet the billionaires continue to laugh all the way to the bank. They don't have to pay a nickel more in taxes. I cannot in good conscience vote for a bill that makes it harder for working families to afford the outrageously high price of childcare, housing, and health care, while making it easier for the wealthiest people and most profitable corporations in America to cheat on their taxes. No great secret that the people on top and the large corporations with all their lawyers and accountants, they know how to avoid their fair share of taxes. Last year, we took a step forward to put money into the IRS to address that. This bill makes cuts in that effort. Madam President, at a time when climate change is by far the most existential threat that this country has perhaps, and this world, have ever faced, I cannot in good conscience vote for a bill that makes it easier for fossil fuel companies to pollute and destroy the planet by fast-tracking the disastrous Mountain Valley Pipeline. When the future of the world and the lives of our kids and grandchildren is literally at stake, we must have the courage to stand up to the fossil fuel industry and tell them and the politicians they sponsor that the future of this planet is more important than their short-term profits. Madam President, at a time when we spend more on the military than the next 10 nations combined, I cannot in good conscience vote for a bill that increases funding for the bloated Pentagon and large defense contractors who continue to make huge profits by fleecing American taxpayers with impunity. Let me remind my colleagues that the Pentagon, which now gets over $800 billion a year, is the only federal agency that cannot pass an independent audit or account for trillions of dollars in spending. Madam President, at a time when the pharmaceutical industry is charging the American people by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, I cannot in good conscience vote for a bill that does nothing to take on.
Okay, I'm going to silence Bernie here for a second because it reminded me something very important that hasn't really been getting a lot of coverage. The Sackler family. Remember the Sackler family that was like almost single-handedly responsible for the opiate addiction in places like West Virginia, which has become a gigantic problem? You know, the guys who made OxyContin and also set up like agencies and lobbied the government and created like pain management institutes and whatnot in an effort to greatly lie about OxyContin and also sell it to every fucking doctor in the United States of America to get people hooked on it. Then you know, when people couldn't pay for it, they had to go and get like fentanyl and heroin on the streets, ruining their fucking lives. Remember those guys? Those guys were sued, if you recall. And, of course, I told you back then that they were not going to get actually any sort of serious harm, despite the fact that they literally played individual roles in the marketing of this product. Okay? Well, now, the American court system has done it again, folks. The billionaire owners of Purdue Pharma will be protected from lawsuits linked to the U.S. opioid crisis in exchange for a $6 billion settlement. Purdue, which filed for bankruptcy in 2019 amid thousands of lawsuits, made drugs like OxyContin and is blamed for fueling the crisis. On Tuesday, an appeals court ruled that its owner, the Sackler family, would receive full immunity from civil lawsuits. In exchange, they will pay $6 billion to help address the opioid addiction. A 2021 investigation by the U.S. House Oversight Committee indicated that members of the family who have owned a controlling share of Purdue Pharma since 1952 are collectively worth a total of $11 billion. But fear not. They pledged their loyalty and $6 billion so they can still be billionaires, okay? Who knows how that $6 billion will be utilized, by the way, but now you can't fucking take every single penny that they have. The family have long demanded civil immunity, and the court's ruling removes a key barrier to the money being paid out. The payments will spread over multiple years. Funds will go to local and state governments and is expected to fund rehabilitation programs and other addiction treatments. Roughly $750 million of the settlement will be distributed to the individual victims of the opioid crisis and their families. A three-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals in the Second Circuit issued the ruling. The details of the settlement have been contested in the courts for several years. Judge Eunice Lee said the claims filed against Purdue Pharma were inextricably linked to the Sackler family. She ruled that if lawsuits were permitted to continue targeting them, Purdue Pharma would not be able to reach a bankruptcy deal. The ruling paves the way for the settlement, which must now receive final approval from a court. While it protects the family from any future civil cases, it does not protect them from potential criminal charges. Will there ever be criminal charges towards this insanely wealthy family? I doubt it. As a part of the settlement, the Sackler family will give up ownership of the company, which will then be rebranded as Kanoa and send its profits to fund to help treat addiction. Now, the Sackler family has already done a similar thing without court mandate, for the record. Just for those of you who are unfamiliar, maybe you don't know about this. They did the Oxycontin shit. They created the opiate crisis, or they greatly exacerbated the opiate crisis, and then they turned around and offered a solution. And that solution, of course, was another drug. Suboxone, if I'm not mistaken, is the drug that you're supposed to use to wean off of heroin. Suboxone is the drug you're supposed to use when you're weaning off of heroin, and that is their drug. They made that. They created the problem, and then they created the other drug that is the solution. Okay? Isn't that great? Yes, it is like methadone. Yes, to contrast it to another woke hero of ours, Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes started her 11-year sentence working for like 30 cents an hour. That's one thing you can't do in America. Lie to investors. What a brilliant analogy here. What a brilliant comparison here. Sorry, not an analogy. Elizabeth Holmes actually went to prison because she lied to investors, which included, but was not limited to, Henry Kissinger. I do think that that's pretty funny, though. Okay? That's why she's in jail. The Purdue family, or the Sackler family, which owns Purdue Pharmaceutical, is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans. And yet, they will never see the inside of a fucking prison cell. That's the criminal justice system in the United States of America. China executes former top banker for taking $277 million in bribes. Suboxone is the brand name. Buprenorphine is the compound, and the common dosage is 8 milligrams, normally for substitution, but some abuse and some use it recreationally. My point is, billionaires never. Wait, Purdue never made Suboxone. Wait, what was it? What is the? They made one of the drugs that they use. I thought it was Suboxone. Is it Narcan? Narcan is not the drug used to wean off of a heroin addiction. It's what you use when you are overdosing. So maybe they didn't make the Suboxone, they just made the Narcan, and I'm mistaking it. They make naloxone. Or, no. Do they? No. Harm Reduction Therapeutics receive additional funding. Wait, is this actually Purdue or is this fucking, is it Purdue Pharmaceutical or is this Purdue the college? Study shows Purdue switched to abuse deterrent OxyContin helped drive a spike in hepatitis C infections. Wait, hold on. Harm Reduction Therapeutics will receive up to $11 million in additional financial support from Purdue Pharma as to advance its development of a low-cost, over-the-counter naloxone nasal spray in the United States. Okay, so that is Narcan. Sorry, I was wrong. They made Narcan. That's what they made. Narcan. Fucking raining outside? What the hell? That's crazy. Or it's not. Narcan is the brand name of naloxone. Is it Narcan or is it fucking Suboxone? Well, I mean, I guess it has the same products in it, but one is like a one-off. The other one is something that you have to consistently use. Narcan is what you use. Okay, for those of you who don't know, Narcan is not the injectable version. No, Narcan is actually the nose one. Okay, it's an inhalant. Narcan is the brand version for the naloxone nasal spray. Okay? It's the over-the-counter drug that you can purchase. So when you overdose, because you have like, you know, when you ate too many fucking drugs, okay? If you overdose on heroin, if you overdose on fentanyl, Narcan is what you use. It's over the counter, and a lot of places will give it to you for free. You should always have it. When you're overdosing on opiates, Narcan is what you fucking stick down the nose of someone and then spray for them to not die, okay? Ate too many heroines. Suboxone, on the other hand, is similar to methadone, where it's used as a substitute to heroin as a way to wean you off of heroin for as a treatment drug. Purdue considered selling both Suboxone and naloxone. Oh, okay. They never actually did it. It makes them really sick. I have to use Narcan too. They always get really mad after you kept them from dying. Suboxone is the buprenorphine mixed with Suboxone, so it can be absorbed through the stomach and can't be injected IV. Naloxone isn't absorbed in the stomach, but if you inject it, it will counteract the euphoria of injected buprenorphine to prevent abuse. Okay, anyway. The point is, they started the problem, and then they literally were like, well, let's not kill our customer base. It's even worse. Let's not fucking kill our customer base when they inevitably overdose, and let's ensure that they keep purchasing the drugs. My point, however, for all of this was that in China, they would execute you for this, okay? They straight up would execute you for this. Chinese tech CEOs, Chinese venture capitalists, Chinese bankers have been executed for less, okay? Now, I'm not the biggest fan of capital punishment, but I would at least, you know, expect some form of punishment for motherfuckers that have killed so many goddamn people in this country, okay? It's crazy. People are like, oh man, fentanyl's coming in from China, brother. Fentanyl's coming in from China. Yeah, guess what, dude? Think about why there's such a big fentanyl epidemic. Think about why there's such a big opioid crisis in this country. Why is there a market for it? Because last time I checked, the Sacklers are not Chinese, okay? They're American as it fucking gets. Anyway, that was a brief aside, and you know, the debt ceiling shit's going on. But let's get back to Ronald McDonald, also known as Rob DeSantis, Little Rhonda. running for president in Iowa. He's done. He's starting it.
Republican presidential
campaign.
field is descending on Iowa this week, led by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Last night, he held his first rally in the important caucus state since officially entering the race for the nomination a week ago. Ed O'Keefe was there and joins us from Des Moines. Ed, good morning.
Nate, good to see you. The governor has a full day of events here across Iowa before heading to New Hampshire and South Carolina later in the week. He continues to trail Donald Trump here and across the country, in part because the former president is now relentlessly attacking his one-time ally. But DeSantis is no longer holding back.
Our great American comeback starts by sending Joe Biden back to his basement in Delaware.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis kicking.
Bro, even his best owns, quote unquote best owns, come from Donald Trump. And he's not even doing as good a job as Donald Trump. It's like, holy fuck, dude.
Kicking off his presidential bid in Iowa by vowing to make the rest of the country more like the Sunshine State.
In Florida, we chose freedom over Fauciism, and we are better for doing that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got to remind something to people. I said this before. The constant, the constant callback to COVID is not going to work. Okay? Americans as a whole have completely gone over COVID. Okay? It's over. It's done. So the more you try to repeat COVID and try to remind people that COVID exists, which it still does for the record, the more you're going to sound like a fucking kook. You're reminding people of their worst moments that they want to hear. Except for 20 QAnon freaks still riding that China virus hoax stuff. COVID, as it stands currently, is discussed only by the edges of either political party. There are people who are still advocating for masking, still talking about how COVID is real, but that constituency is tiny within the Democratic Party. And the people who still talk about COVID in the Republican Party are also a tiny fraction of the Republican Party. They're like the psychotic QAnon freaks. Now, obviously, one side is, closer to the truth than the other side. Clearly, make no mistake. I'm not comparing the I'm still masking people to the psychotic QAnon pedophiles. But as far as electoral politics goes, okay, Americans have completely given up on COVID measures, okay? It's over. It's done. COVID is not a winning strategy. Constantly reminding people how good Florida was during COVID is not going to help you. It's not even going to help you in fucking Florida all that much, okay? All you'll be doing in this regard is basically reminding people of a shittier fucking time. Like I remind you at the top of the hour ad break. Okay? Sorry, it's just the truth. It happens at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, but the 3-minute ad break comes for all. Regardless, if you constantly fucking remind people of it, that's all they're going to remember you with. Okay? Reminding people constantly of COVID and look at how good I was during COVID, it's not going to work, dog. No one wants to think about COVID. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Plant Bake, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Sanderness, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Addressing several hundred supporters, the governor touted what he's done in recent months, restricting access to abortion services, loosening gun laws, and banning state colleges and universities from spending public funds on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
In Florida, we didn't lead with merely words. We followed up our words with deeds. And we have produced a record of accomplishment that we would put up against anybody in this country.
DeSantis is now hitting back at former President Donald Trump, who continues to lead the GOP field by double digits. The governor especially taking issue with recent comments by the former president, who suggested the state of New York, run by Democrats, handled the COVID-19 pandemic better than Florida.
Yes, the criticism is ridiculous, but it is an indication that the former president would double down on his lockdowns from March of 2020.
While Trump is also set to campaign in Iowa today and Thursday, so are other 2024 hopefuls who, along with...
Like, the idea that, like, little Rhonda was better on COVID than Donald Trump is so fucking stupid, because little Rhonda himself is vaccinated, and all Trump needs to say is, you're vaccinated, and so is your cancer wife, okay? He's going to go on stage, and he's going to be like, first of all, this was 3 years ago. Secondly, you and your cancer wife are both vaccinated. Suck my dick. And you're too much of a pussy to admit it. Then they're going to follow that up by showing everyone the photos of Ron DeSantis literally wearing a mask to be like, you're gay, you're a masker. Everybody knows you're gay and a masker.
DeSantis are attending a major GOP event Saturday hosted by Iowa Senator Joni Ernst. But DeSantis has a big advantage, a super PAC already spending tens of millions of dollars on ads in early primary states.
We fight the woke in the schools.
And on reaching Iowa.
Bro, if I was Donald Trump, I'd go to Davenport and be like, look at this Democrat mayor letting Iowans die. Boom. God damn. They should really let me fucking run this campaign. I'm not even kidding.
Voters face to face.
We look forward to your vote for Governor DeSantis in February.
Tim Hurst is among dozens of people being paid by the DeSantis super PAC to go door to door for the governor. He's come from Illinois to make the case.
It's just time for this to end. I'd like to see all Americans just be reunited again.
Yeah, DeSantis is going to do that.
Tim told me he voted for Trump twice, but now believes that DeSantis can unite the country and move us forward. We'll see if or how former President Trump responds to the governor's remarks when he campaigns here later today and tomorrow. Nate?
Uniting the country sounds good to me. Ed, thank you.
Breaking news in the Republican primary field. A source confirms to NBC News that former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie is set to become a candidate for the White House again. He's expected to announce his 2024 run Tuesday at a town hall in Manchester, New Hampshire. Joining us now is NBC's Vaughn Hillard. Vaughn, good morning. This won't be Christie's first attempt at the Oval Office.
No, Jose, and I think that's actually maybe what's notable about this. You go back to that huge 2016 field that took on Donald Trump 8 years ago. None of those other individuals, from Ted Cruz to Marco Rubio, wanted to throw their hat into the ring and take on Trump again. That's where Chris Christie, who, yes, notably in the New Hampshire primary in 2016, finished in 6th place with just 15%, below the likes of even John Kasich and Jeb Bush, but he's...
Oh, my God, they're owning him so hard. Chris, don't look at the fucking QRTs, my man. They're eating your ass, dude. Holy shit. That is such a diabolical stat to just pull out when you're describing a person's, like, second failed initiative.
Giving this a second go. A source tells me that he is going to launch this bid formally in Manchester, New Hampshire at a town hall this upcoming Tuesday. I want to let you hear from Chris Christie, though, just 2 months ago when he was answering a voter's question about essentially what would make this go around any different from him compared to 2016, when he and other Republicans notably didn't take Donald Trump head on in those early primary months. Take a listen.
Part of what happened in 2016, I'll be honest with you, we all made a strategic error. We did. I mean, look, I'm happy to own my mistakes. I've made plenty of them, and that was one of them. We all kind of thought, all right, don't go after him now, because once I get past Jeb and Marco and John and Carly and Ted and, then I'll have Trump one-on-one, and then I'll take him on. I don't know if I ever got there. It was over. It was over quick.
Yeah, but doesn't that imply that you couldn't even take on Jeb? Which is like... I mean, he's a big boy, and this is the era of big boys, okay? I will stand by that. This is the era of big boys, okay? It's big boys neighborhood. It's big boy season. and he certainly is a big boy. Problem is, he kissed Trump's ass so much, he knows the taste by memory. Like, you know, after he got owned. Just like all those other guys. So at least all those other guys, and I can't believe I'm saying this, had the dignity not to run again. After they got fucking permacucked. It's also additionally funny because the Chris Christie-Trump rivalry is over the one time Chris Christie did a good thing, which was when he prosecuted Jared Kushner's dad and threw him in jail. For those of you who don't know, Chris Christie literally threw Jared Kushner's dad in prison. So Jared Kushner fucking hates him, okay? And Trump kind of likes Jared Kushner. That's his son-in-law. That was one of the reasons why he kept ripping into Chris Christie no matter what. So, you know, good luck to Chris. I love seeing more rotund representation in our politics. I'm a big fan of that. But I just don't think it's going to happen for him.
So that was a strategic error.
And, well, Chris Christie right now is polling either at 0%, 1%, 2%, and polls nationally, Jose. What his other remark at that event is notable. Essentially, to make up for 2016, he said that he wants to enter the debates here against Donald Trump and do what he did, in his own words, what he did to Marco Rubio back in 2016. And that while other candidates are hitting Donald Trump with, you know, poking him more so with the stick over some little policy discrepancies or suggestions that it's time for a new generation of Republican leadership, Chris Christie has indicated that he wants to really take a shovel to Donald Trump this go-around. He has been forceful in calling out Donald Trump after the 2020 election and his election denialism, and has said that the country could not afford to have Donald Trump back in the office again. And
brother, looking at 60% of the Republican base of voters say that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, and then running against that is the fucking dumbest thing you can do. You might as well run on like being pro gun control at that point. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? It's like a stylistic choice that makes no sense whatsoever. It's so fucking stupid, but I'm here for it because one, big boy representation, big fan of that, and two, it's going to be very funny. So I'm on board.
You know, to many Republican surprises, this field is growing, and Chris Christie is now the latest who is going to be trying to get onto that debate stage just a couple months from now, Jose.
You know what I think? I think these guys are running, one, so they can get cabinet positions and stuff. Or, I don't know, write a book later down the line that no one will fucking read. But most importantly, I think they're running because while there is no interest or need in the Republican base of voters for a guy like Chris Christie to run again, they showed that already in 2016. The Republican donors, on the other hand, do want someone who is more of a centrist so they can more effectively push tax cuts. Now, not all of those donors want that either. A lot of them recognize that Trump is good and he will be good. But that's the reason. There's money to be made. There's a campaign that you can announce. Especially when you see that like Ron DeSantis is fucking so uncharismatic. If I was a big city lawyer and a Republican of prominence, I 100% would be running against. I would 100% run against Ron DeSantis right now because Ron DeSantis looks like shit. And ultimately, you could turn around and tell Trump, like, look, I did it for you. I wanted to take away from Ron DeSantis' base of voters, which are pretty much non-existent anyway, but the ones that were like looking for a centrist Republican, I presented myself. I knew that I wasn't going to win, but I wanted to do that for you. You know what I mean? Because any person that runs that's not Trump right now is eating away at possible voters that could vote for Ron DeSantis and possible money that Ron DeSantis could be getting from donors. Okay?
There is.
But anyway, let's move on to the real issues in Iowa, which is in Davenport, Iowa, where there is a collapsed building. Wait, what?
Well, folks,
Ben Shapiro is running defense for Ron DeSantis. Oh, God, that's so sad.
They're getting interesting and weird. So Donald Trump, that he says things on Truth.
I love this because, okay, here's what he's doing. He's trying to present Ron DeSantis as a scary man, okay? He's trying to get his base to be motivated to go out and vote for Ron DeSantis when his base loves Donald Trump because he's a Republican commentator online, and that's the reason why you are obsessed with Ben, OMG. What? It's been a long time since we've actually watched any Ben Shapiro videos on the broadcast. I'm actually kind of happy that we have some Ben Shapiro videos to watch because it's much easier for me to address his perspective and his points of view where, yeah, it has actually, Riley Crab Girl. We watched one yesterday and that's it. I was actually thinking we haven't watched. I was literally thinking about how we haven't in recent times watched any Ben Shapiro videos, any Steven Crowder videos, no Matt Walsh videos at all. You just saw him yesterday and then this morning. But remember, when I address Ben Shapiro, and this is important for a lot of you to understand, when I'm addressing Ben Shapiro, I'm not addressing Ben Shapiro. I'm addressing the conservative movement because conservatives love using the same talking point. So it doesn't matter if it's Ben Shapiro saying it, or it doesn't matter if I sit here and wait for a dumbass chatter to come in and say some dumb shit. It's going to be the exact same thing. They're going to say the same thing because those dumbass chatters are watching Ben Shapiro and then coming in and writing those comments anyway. So that's the reason why I actually do love when Ben Shapiro covers stories because it makes it more entertaining and easier for me to gather my thoughts and attack the common conservative arguments. You know what I mean? He's the biggest Republican pundit online, so that's the reason why I do actually love addressing people like Ben Shapiro regularly. Also, what was I going to say? Fuck. Before I forget. It's good to see the internal fissures within the Republican Party from what their commentators are saying and what they're trying to motivate the base of voters to do. So, that's why I like watching Ben Shapiro because, I want to see... Stop saying chatter is folding like a pussy, okay? Everybody calm down. This person saw me cover Ben Shapiro for for hours earlier today. So that's precisely the reason why, it's understandable to be like, oh, dude, why the fuck are you bringing up Ben Shapiro again? Okay? It's all right. Yes, she was snarky as fuck, but it doesn't matter, okay? Many of you are snarky too. Anyway, I want you all to understand that this is not me addressing Ben Shapiro. This is me addressing, right-wing talking points, which I am against.
Truth Social. I do have to say, if he's running, a serious presidential campaign, why is he still on Truth Social? This is an actual puzzling question. I mean, the man he's been readmitted to Twitter, right? Donald Trump has the ability to post on Twitter, right now. He has currently on Truth Social a few million followers. He has 87 million followers on Twitter. 87 million. Why is he not using that tool? I mean, the answer is pretty obvious. He's staying on Truth Social because he's right. Invested in Truth Social, which does, raise a question about his priorities. If you want to win a presidential race, why not appeal to the 87 million people on your Twitter page as opposed to the 5 people who are still on Truth Social? But in any case, Donald Trump has had himself an interesting 24 hours. So over the last couple of weeks, he has been attacking Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida and his nearest competitor, on the basis that DeSantis supposedly did a terrible job in Florida. In order to promote that idea, he has then been arguing that DeSantis did worse than Cuomo on mass death, which I guess makes Trump in favor of lockdowns and forced vaccination regimes because that's what Cuomo was in favor of. Now, it's a lie. It's not true. On an age-adjusted, population-adjusted basis, it just ain't true. It's not the case. But it doesn't matter. Trump has been doing, and then he reiterated that today. He went after DeSantis again by praising Cuomo, which is such a weird move. Cuomo is the villain in this story. But Andrew Cuomo is still on Twitter. So Andrew Cuomo just tweeted out, quote, Donald Trump tells the truth finally. New York got hit first and worst, but New Yorkers acted responsibly. Florida's policy of denial allowed COVID to spread, and that's why they had a very large second wave. What? So I'm just going to point out here that means that Donald Trump is now actually on the same side as Andrew Cuomo. How? Like, I don't understand. Like, what exactly? What? By the way, just so folks know, in terms of deaths per million population, non-age adjusted, basically Florida and New York are essentially equivalent. And when you adjust for population age, because Florida's a really old state, Florida does better than New York. And they didn't kill their economy.
That's crazy, man. It's almost like during a pandemic, you're supposed to literally make sure that your healthcare initiatives and your pandemic response is tailored towards whatever your demographics look like. So what I mean by that is, if you have a fuckload of old people, you probably shouldn't leave the state open unless you have the perspective that, like, old people don't matter. Now, a gigantic chunk of the population in New York also live in New York, which is incredibly fucking dense. Andrew Cuomo was awful. Andrew Cuomo was responsible for so many fucking deaths. Not only because he was moving people into nursing homes and whatnot, which was heavily criticized, obviously, by the right and ignored by the left, but also because of his initiatives that came before the pandemic happened, where he cut funding to Medicare assistance and Medicare and hospitals that needed that assistance in the state of New York. So he basically fucked over hospitals that were taking care of the poorest population. Okay, the Medicaid assistance, sorry. And Medicare too. Not Medicare, Medicaid. So Andrew Cuomo's flubbing of the pandemic response it happened because he was behaving like a right-wing leader. But of course, Ben Shapiro is not here to talk about actual, facts, material realities, things of that nature. He's here to just like fucking cut a Ron DeSantis defense video. But I want to know which celebrities are attacking Ron DeSantis, not Donald Trump. Because I think the reason why he's doing this is because he wants to make it seem like Ron DeSantis is a big, scary guy that liberals are owned by. They're fearful of Ron. Because that's the best way to galvanize the base of support and unite them around Ron DeSantis.
Like, completely destroy their economy. But what? Andrew Cuomo killed every old person in New York. As I said of the former governor of New York, that dude was in office to kill old people and grab ass, and he ran out of old people. And yet Donald Trump is now praising him, and he's praising Donald.
Wait, I don't get it. So the argument is that it's like, it's okay if there are more old people in your state and you kill like a massive number of them? Hello? Because you just fucking said we got to adjust for age. That's so weird. Like, what do you mean?
Donald Trump back. What in the world? Like, what? Meanwhile, that's not the only. So it turns out, you know who he's mad at now? Now he's mad at Kayleigh McEnany. Like his former press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany. Like a very competent and very aggressive press secretary.
Donald Trump chirping.
What was her grave sin, Kayleigh McEnany? She went on Fox News and she pointed out that Trump is up dramatically on DeSantis, but not dramatically enough. So Trump says, quote, Kayleigh Milquetoast McEnany just gave out the wrong poll numbers on Fox News. I'm 34 points up on DeSanctimonious, not 25 up. While 25 is great, it's not 34. She knew the number was corrected upwards by the group that did the poll. The rhinos and globalists can have her. Fox News should only use real stars. Why is he going after Kayleigh McEnany? Like, what in the hell? Like, some focus would be good. If you don't trust the federal government and how it's been handling money over the past several years, you might want to think about diversifying at least a little.
Oh my God, he's selling gold again.
More, because we were seeing ultra and nor will I attempt to be one of the kids. I have no. They're spending
What the fuck?
all.
This is
or
all.
go to
Bro, this is literally all fucking ads, dude.
Or go to preborn.com/Ben. That's preborn.com.
Oh my God, they must be making so much money. Preborn.com/Ben or dial pound 250 with a keyboard, baby. Oh, that's awesome.
/Ben. Well, meanwhile, you can tell basically who Democrats don't want by who they're spending all of their time attacking these days. So who are they attacking? They're not attacking Trump anymore. They're spending each and every day attacking DeSantis with alacrity. So apparently there is a band named Paramore. Since I'm not one of the kids, nor will I attempt to be one of the kids. I have no idea what Paramore is.
Is Paramore even for the kids? Isn't Paramore like a millennial band?
How the word Paramore is defined? I don't understand any of it. But apparently it is a band and it plays music allegedly. And the Paramore lead singer is going around telling people not to vote for Ron DeSantis, which, I mean, if the Paramore lead singer says it, I guess according to the Constitution, that means that he can't run anymore.
I'll be happy to tell you, I'm very comfortable talking politics. And if you vote for Ron DeSantis, you're dead to me. So is that comfortable enough for anyone?
Okay, apparently her name is Haley Williams, and I also looked up the name.
Yeah, I wouldn't even focus on Ron DeSantis in this moment. I'll be honest. It's Donald Trump. There's no reason to take him seriously if you're a Democrat, if you're a liberal, because Ron DeSantis has a massive fucking, naked knife fight in the prison showers to attend to. And the guy in front of him is, Donald motherfucking Trump. That's the big Don, the Don Dada, okay? He's not making it out of that primary alive, is what I think.
The name of the band. Apparently Paramore, like spelled More. It was the maiden name of one of the members of the band. So like that, wow, just a lot of Dixie Chicks vibes right there. Remember that time the Dixie Chicks were like, we will oppose George W. Bush with every breath in our bodies. And then he won 2 terms as president. So yeah, it's going well. Meanwhile, Whoopi Goldberg on The View. She's big mad at Ron DeSantis.
They said it after her. He won his first, and he did 9/11. All right, what do you mean? Also, I like that he's talking about George W. Bush as it was a fucking fat dub for America when he was president. Like, brother, it wasn't a great time. I don't know if you recall, but something really awful happened in the end of his presidency. Do you remember that? That is before we factor in the multiple $trillion war on terror initiative that killed thousands of Americans, killed millions overseas. You know what I mean? Like, saying like you like George W. Bush is so stupid when even the Republican Party doesn't look at him fondly.
As well. She says she's threatening Ron DeSantis. We're watching you, Ron. Here we go.
I don't care. Get the work done. If you get the work done, I'm going to vote for you.
And she is getting the work done.
Yes.
We don't have time, but there's a list of stuff that she's been doing.
Well, and we have time for this. Hey, Ron, being asleep as you are and have been for quite some time. See, many of us have been awake this whole time. We don't have any choice. We don't have choice as women to rest up and be asleep and see things disappear. We don't have time for that. So you want to fight all of us? Because you're going to be fighting your own women as well. Yeah. Because they're not going to take this ridiculousness that you are thrusting on people. It's not like they're voting for this. You are making these decisions for your state. We're watching you, Ron.
So, liberals are so funny. You know what's awesome? 52% of white women voted for Donald Trump. Even after Donald Trump did the whole like grab him by the pussy shit, all those tapes came out. It didn't matter. But you want to know how you lose the fucking Swifties, the 52% of white women? Abortion bills. like the one Ron DeSantis pushed for in the state of Florida. That literally will make him unpopular in the state of Florida, and it will certainly make him unpopular in the national election if he were to even make it out of that knife fight in the primaries. It is one of the dumbest triangulations I've ever encountered in all of my years of covering politics. Ron DeSantis is staring down the barrel of a gun that is like there to assassinate the Republican Party. And he's like, no, I'm going to pull the trigger. It's actually great. Very stupid.
We're watching you, Ron, from New York, where we don't vote for you. Also, women voted for Ron DeSantis in the last election cycle. He won by 20 points in Florida. Well, what is she even jabbering about? Also, is it true? Fact check. A quick fact check. Is it true that women never sleep? She's like, women don't have time to sleep. I feel like that's not true. Like, my wife's not sleeping a lot right now, but that's because we have like a 1-week-old. But when we don't have a 1-week-old, she sleeps way more than I do. Just a point of order right here. Whoopi Goldberg. Charlemagne also very angry at Ron DeSantis because he says that Ron DeSantis wants to throw more.
Okay, dude. Ben Shapiro is the worst autistic representation you can get in media. I'll say it. Straight up. It's like, he's literally like he's like ableist for behaving the way he's behaving. Like, he's literally responsible for neurodivergent kids being shoved into fucking lockers, okay? With the way he fucking talks, the way he like, actually, women do sleep. Thanks, man. That was a really good joke. Thank you. That was really funny. My wife sleeps, actually.
More criminals in jail.
Yeah, the good doctor would say he's putting it on a bit too hard. Yeah, the good doctor, literally better autism representation in media than Ben Shapiro. That's how bad Ben Shapiro is. Okay? Also, both are transphobic, like incredibly transphobic. So that's pretty funny.
And that's unacceptable.
Big stretch.
So let me be clear on the record to say that Ron DeSantis is pro-reoffend. He is pro-reoffend because anybody that is against this First Step Act, that means you basically want people to get out of prison without any tools.
And I would ask Ron, I wonder, does he feel like the people that raided the U.S. Capitol should go to jail and stay in jail?
Absolutely. And
I am a pundit.
And he went on record, glad you brought that up, he actually went on record saying that he would pardon some of the rioters that were convicted. And just as a reminder, 5 people were killed, right, and 138 officers were injured. So he's totally okay with the rioters, getting an opportunity to get out of jail, but not okay with preparing people to have successfil opportunities when they get out. So he is pro-reoffend.
I can't believe they're still running with the 5 people were killed routine. I can't believe they're still running with this. But fine, if the media want to attack DeSantis as opposed to Trump, you can see, who they fear, and it's pretty obviously DeSantis. Alrighty, coming up, we're joined.
Wait, what? That was the final point? You showed all this just to say it's pretty obvious that the media is actually more afraid of Ron DeSantis than they are of Donald Trump? That's awesome. That's such cowardly copium. It was exactly what I claimed it was going to be, by the way. Okay? That is exactly what he did. He tried to present enemies for Ron DeSantis to make his audience look at Ron DeSantis differently. Okay? He spent the entire time shitting on Donald Trump. He's such a fucking fake Trump fan. We here at the HasanAbi broadcast are real Trump fans, okay? We are the real MAGA boys and girls and MAGA MBs. Ben Shapiro, on the other hand, is a media demon, okay? He wants little Rhonda to fucking run because both Benny and little Rhonda are short. They're little. 5'0". Also, imagine being so fucking castrated, so effectively neutered, so fearful that your final conclusion you hid in the last 3 seconds of your broadcast. Like, he literally did all of this, and at the end he said, you can see, they're more afraid of Ron DeSantis.
You know, who they fear. Fine. If the media want to attack DeSantis as opposed to Trump, you can see, you know, who they fear. And it's pretty obviously DeSantis. All righty. Coming up, we're joined by Larry Elder.
That's so funny. Yeah, the media actually fears Ron DeSantis. I promise, guys, he's a big bad guy. He's really scary. You should vote for him. He's the real scary guy that the media is afraid of, not Donald Trump. Also, here's some updates from Bruce. I'm sad to see this, but I think it's partially Twitch's fault. I'll be honest.
Yo, what's going on?
Brucey, you're still at your crib? Come on.
I'm on the way right now.
Oh shit, I got one. Damn, another fucking boot.
Damn, nigga, you almost hit. Hold on. Is that lucky?
Damn.
Oh, is it? Hold on. Shit, I'm trying to find my way out of here. Can you help me?
I don't know, but I got this for you because it's cold as fuck over there.
Yo ass, stay with the good drip. Thank you, gang. I'm gonna find my way out of here. I'm gonna hit you.
All right, brother. Be safe. It's cold as fuck that way.
Catch some now.
I hope.
Yo! Hello? Mr. Sasquatch? Are you real? What's going on? Whoa, booty hands. You know a way out? Or? I don't speak Chihuahua. Oh, I look like Eddie Murphy now? Nigga, how the fuck do we get out? Listen, I gotta go, Sasquatch man. Be easy, all right?
Oh, shit. Was that train wrecks?
Whoa. Whoa. What the fuck?
Hi, Bruce. Entering Aiden Ross.
Whoa.
Holy shit, you fucking made it. Let me show you around. Come on. Welcome, Bruce. To kick.
Do you see that Felix shouted out Train in the most recent premium Epic Chapo? Yeah, he did. I saw. It was awesome. Yeah, look. It's sad to see. It's sad to see Bruce leave the platform. But from his perspective, from his point of view, from his perspective, it doesn't feel like the platform wants him. Like, obviously, his audience wants him to be here. Plenty of his fans are in here. But, I mean, he got fucking banned so many times for anti-white racism. Like, at a certain point, you just got to be like, okay, well, you know, I'm a black dude who is consistently at the receiving end of, like, so much fucking racial animosity. And any kind of resentment that I feel, any kind of anger that I have is going to be weaponized against me and considered anti-white racism, which is a laughable concept outside of, like, you know, certain subreddits. And, you know, and every content creator fucks up too. He fucked up other than that as well, obviously. No one is perfect. Like, it's just what was supposed to happen. Of course, you're going to fucking leave. Now, the irony, of course, is that he's going to kick, which is like the 8chan to Twitch's 4chan. If Twitch is the 4chan platform, kick is literally fucking 8chan. But I'm sure they tossed him the bag, like, big time. But, you know, it's still sad to see. Yeah, no, it's fucking kick is significantly more racist than Twitch. Let's be fucking real. Twitch is Reddit. Yeah, well, Reddit is very 4chan too. So, you know. YouTube streaming exists. Much better alternative, but I guess Kick drop money on them. Yes. YouTube is not paying money to live streamers, let alone Bruce. Rumble is and Kick is. And I'm certain that like Kick's payments are much, much larger too. So YouTube paid Ludwig? Yeah, that's the last time they paid. Like there's a couple content creators they pay for, but that's not happening again. Why are you telling me this? Like you're making it seem like I don't know this industry better than you do. Like I'm the content creator, man. I know what I'm talking about. Let me fucking do commentary here without you being like, oh, let me correct you. YouTube paid Ludwig. Yeah, no shit. I know. Did you know that the person who led that initiative, Fitz, literally fucking left YouTube to go and work for an NFT company where he would have a much higher position? In my opinion, that was a not a solid career choice, but I don't know the inner politics of YouTube. But he was one of the youngest, most successful YouTube executives out there. And he went over to work for some Polygon. Yeah, Polygon is the NFT company right before NFTs imploded. Okay. And after he left, I'm pretty sure the live streaming initiatives at YouTube changed dramatically, like their interest in live streaming. YouTube live streaming has still a long ways to go, but Ludwig does it for free. He just loves the game. Yeah, okay. Sure. The chat knows Bruce is not banned on Twitch like Aiden, so he can still stream here if he wants, but I don't know why he would still stream on a platform he believes hates him. Yeah, it sucks. YouTube's competing with TikTok, not Twitch. I know. I know that. It sucks. I like Bruce a lot. I think he's funny. I think he's a great content creator. And I wish that he felt like this platform was less hostile towards him. Also, people didn't see the shit Ellis was saying about Bruce. It was insane. Yeah. When you have that level of attention on you, it is very difficult not to come across like a fucking asshole or a bad person regardless. Especially when people can be motivated to make you look bad regardless of what you're saying, regardless of what your context is. If you're in this community, you've probably seen that. If you're in this community, you've seen that so many times from my dedicated hate watchers who have folders and folders of videos clipped out of context that they can release at any given moment. And that happened to Bruce. Part of the reason why it happened to Bruce was because he was a part of the wave of black content creators that were exploding on the platform. Let's be fucking real. And any change is seen, any change has like a major amount of resistance to it. But, add on to the fact that you're also black, and bold too. On top of that, you're gonna have some issues. Even if he had issues like, even if he actually did violate terms of service, which in certain instances he certainly did, as I've explained even back then, like telling people to kill themselves and whatnot, which is once again something that I want to say all the fucking time, but I can't because I understand that I'll get banned for it. Ultimately, it seemed like the platform became more and more hostile towards him. And that's it. He just, I feel like he was cast aside, which is frustrating. HasanAbi crying. HasanAbi eating Ross, Bruce drop him off, TwitchCon.
Yo, I'm around someone.
Fucking with it?
Holy shit.
Bro, that shit dancing on.
Look at that chain, dude. Can we get a zoom on that chain?
Yeah. I don't even want to see the end part of this. Why the fuck is Eldon in that video, though? This is before he made his fucking weird heel turn and decided he was like a fucking conservative. Even in here, he's like joking about Donald Trump and whatnot, but he was not like a serious person with any kind of political perspective until he realized like, oh, well, I got the bag of kick and I can like generate controversy for myself by just simply saying like conservative shit. And the absolute dumbest motherfuckers on the planet will like dick ride me. It's sad. You know, he got captivated by Andrew Tate. You know the story. Kaya is snoring so funny right now. I tried. I failed. It is what it is. You know, I wish him well. He was always a heel, just he was too much of a dumbass to even realize and communicate that clearly. Wait, what? An OTK mob was sent this about leftist bots on Rumble? Bro, I heard you were a main mod for one of the OTK guys. Can you be aware that if anybody goes to Rumble, you'll have to stay really in tip-top condition for moderation? Because what leftists love to do is try to kill any new free speech platform by using tons of bots, because the new platforms don't have any good anti-bot tools yet, and spamming super dumb shit, including Nazi shit, or like super low IQ flat earth shit, etc. Yeah, no, it's certainly the leftist bots that are doing that, and not the fucking user base on Rumble, which has literally been promoting... which has only been promoted by Donald Trump and Steven Crowder for the past fucking 4 years. I'm sure it's that. I mean, yeah, it's the leftists that are spamming Nazi shit. That's so funny. This got to be a copy pasta. There's no way this is serious. This is like the internet version of the left actually did January 6th, but also we should simultaneously free the January 6ers. Like, you're a free speech platform, but you're asking for more moderation. I wonder why my free speech platform is full of Nazis. It must be the left. What is it? Eagle of Freedom. He is not chatted in here. Anyway. Yeah, we know the real truth-telling platform is truthtellereaglefuck.net. Or the Nazi freakazoids are self-reporting like crazy on this. Yeah, I saw that there was a Aztec trying to withstand the assault of Spanish conquistadors in the first-person survival action RPG Ecumena Aztec launching 2025. And I saw people on Twitter going fucking crazy mode over it. Let's watch this video game announcement first, and then we'll look at the replies. Graphics kind of look dog, though. I'm not going to lie. Like, what is this? This is like a mobile game graphic. Why does it look so bad? Like, actually. Because, like, listen, I am totally fine with, like, shitty graphics as long as, like, other stuff, like, as long as other stuff in the game actually is, like, you know, like, Zelda is a great example of this. Like, Zelda's graphics are not great, but Zelda's gameplay and, like, the story and everything else is super captivating, right? Might be just like an alpha build or something. I don't know. But this literally looks like a Assassin's Creed clone. This looks like an Assassin's Creed clone, but with like also the graphics of the first Assassin's Creed game. I hope they... You're tripping. We're in 2012 and these graphics are groundbreaking. Yeah, I mean, I like the concept, though. I think this concept is fire, for the record. I am a fan of the concept. Not like a fan of the Assassin's Creed style gameplay, but a fan of the story already, because it's unique. It's different than what you normally see. Gotta come clean as a mod and a leftist that I do have a Rumble account, but I just use it to go into 0 viewer Chud streams, tell them they're muted, then leave while they mess with their OBS settings with no answer from me. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's the worst. That's a crime, brother. That is a war crime. So let's see what they said. Neat idea. Nonetheless, if this is set during the fall of Tenochtitlan, the player should be primarily fighting against the Taloxans as they form the bulk of attacking forces. Also, why does the Tenochtitlan appear so bleak? It's one of the grandest cities of all time. Well, this guy's just a nerd. He didn't actually get mad. Assassin's Creed Azatlan. This is very third for a first-person game. What? No, I want to play Conquistador. So it's like Predator but anti-white. Okay, we scrolled a little bit to see like the bad comments. I don't know. We did look pretty cool in the first 10 seconds of this. Hope there are lots of amazing idea. Hope it's executed well. Kill 250 and they're all dead. Is this scuff New World? This seems like an awesome game concept. Hopefully it turns out good. Oh! Oh! God. What happened? Her foot got stuck. This wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I don't know shit about modern gaming. I'm just going to look at Hasan. I wanted to tweet earlier that you're just being hot. That's why I watch 50% of the time. Thank you. People use that as an own against me all the time, and they're like, dude, people only watch Hasan because he's fucking hot. And it's like, and then it gets like 20,000 likes, and I'm like, okay, thanks. Anyway. What is this? Hoping to have a mechanic where you can change the weather by forcing children to cry before you rip out their hearts. Also, I expect you can flay open fellow Aztecs and wear their skins inside out as armor. Hope that's not sold as DLC. Okay, first of all, that would be sick. I don't know why that would be like... I mean, I know this guy is saying this as an own and claiming that that is their culture, which is wild. But, like, even if it wasn't, that'd be kind of metal. Like, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, am I crazy in saying that that would be fucking fire? Bros like fellow Aztecs, like Spanish people didn't crucify fellow Spaniards? Yeah, no, totally. The brutality was exclusive to the Aztecs. Famously, famously, the conquistadors were conquering, which is a good thing and not a bad thing. Conservatives trying to make shit seem bad always manage to come up with the coolest shit. Weird how gamers are mad about this and not Vikings or Spartans. Yeah, because I like how they pretend Spain was not brutal. Yeah, both to the fucking Aztecs or even itself, like other Spanish motherfuckers. My man said, what about the Aztec on Aztec violence, dude? Like, I can smell this tweet. But again, it's a hit and a miss because, like, if they did that, that would be fucking sick. Like, that would be cool as fuck, in my opinion. Anyway. Should I play This Land Is My Land? No. Also, number of practices reported by Spaniards never actually happened. Christopher Columbus DLC where Spain tells you to chill out. Yeah, Spain is like, bro, you're being literally insanely brutal right now. You're being a bit too brutal, sir. The ear cutting thing is a bit much, please. Anyway. It's very wild. Wait, what the fuck? Danny Masterson found guilty of raping 2 women? What the fuck? Wait, who is Danny Masterson again? Prosecutors that say Scientology officials protected the That 70s show. Oh, this guy's like... That 70s show. Yeah, fucking smoking on that Danny Masterson pack. Tell me you haven't read The Destruction of the Indies without telling me you read it. Anyway, like I said, I'm always fond of concepts like this because they're unique. They're less addressed, okay? And I think it's cool. Hopefully, it's better. The Aztecs fought wars to capture people to sacrifice. It was rare for the wars to lead to even a single dead, and they transported prisoners to the temple. The actual number of deaths occurred because of wars, including post-war sacrifices, was actually a fraction of deaths in any European war. Ultimately, I hope it's not just a fucking Assassin's Creed clone, which it looks like. I'm going to be honest with you. But conceptually speaking, I like that the storyline and the plot point immediately flips very common and cliche played out plot points in its head. Why are you talking to... You're going to play it? You don't play video games? Yeah. Famously, if I don't do something on stream, then I didn't actually do it. Anyway. Okay. That was interesting. Let's talk about Davenport, and then we'll move on. Kaylee McEnany, we covered already. The fake AOC account, I don't know what to talk about other than, like, it's lame as fuck. You never owned Sekiro? Yeah. There's a fake AOC account. This person who's running it is, like, a major boomer. It's obvious from, like, the jokes. Okay. As of this day comes to a close, let's all salute American hero Lieutenant Michael Byrd, who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt. And they're like posting psychotic shit. Conservatives have gotten way more unhinged. Like I saw posts of like fake posts of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez where they like give her nipples and stuff. Like they literally will fuck it. It's like weird, dude. They put like softcore shit. Yeah. They're so fucking horny. They literally need to be neutered. They need to be lobotomized. It is so fucking gross and so weird. I don't know who the fuck is running the account, but it's so odd. Like every single reply is like fantasizing about AOC as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just like gross, old, horny perverts that, you know, go to the fucking little league games and softball games to like creep out your sister. You know what I mean? It's like, dog, you don't even have any fucking immediate relatives. Why are you here watching this shit? And the speculation is that it might be libs of TikTok running the account. People get banned instantly for parodying right-wingers or brands, but this account is allowed to stay up. Yeah, it's gross. It's like a targeted harassment campaign towards a prominent politician on the left, and because she's a woman, and I mean, it's just fucking gross. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, she's a woman, she's young, she's drawn so much ire from the conservative movement. So anything goes, you know, they can sexualize her, they can fucking write out parodies. And then it's all just jokes. You know what I mean? Oh, it's just jokes. Like, what do you mean? Why are you upset? It's just fucking jokes. Sorry, I was gone for 6 hours trying to figure out how to use the garbage disposal. If Congress would have passed my $93 trillion Green New Deal, inflation would be 0% right now. If we don't move to 100% green energy soon, car emissions will kill off the human race just like it did the dinosaurs. And yeah, it's really lame. I don't know what else to say about it. And it's lame because it's just like unfunny. You know what I mean? And it's being elevated by Elon Musk, and it's been highlighted by Elon Musk. It has 302,000 followers over the course of like a couple days, for the record. Twitter is basically turning into a complete right-wing platform. Like, it obviously was, and it's like, it's just like straight up a right-wing platform at this point. I don't know. Cow farts are racist. Like, oh man, that's so good. Fire. Every QRT is topped by all the weird blue checkmark reply guys. I'm not even clicking on it because I know there's like gross ass shit in the replies. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like this. This is a perfect example. White people are literally holding our economy hostage by owning guns. Pam Bible, proud Texan, says, I think she really said this. Smiley emoji, grinning face, grinning face. I love this parody because it's not a parody of AOC says deep in the heart of Texas. David in Dallas, 56-year-old pro-Israel, independent conservative, married, geosciences degree from GA State U. Out Atlanta, born in Miami, Florida, traveler and photographer, hashtag Tammy Army. Mohammed Enjebt, based AOC. Waiting for Andrew Tate to unblock me. That's it. That's all you need to know. And then this photo of AOC and her husband. And, they posted, and the baby is Karl Marx. Really funny. Pam Bible is old as hell. Everything that old Boji says is the Old Testament. I don't even know what that word means. Karl Marx is the baby, baby. Yeah. So that's it. They're owning her because she responded to it too. And I don't know. Just lame. Typical dumbasses. But hey, the dumbasses run the show there. So not much you can do about it. And all of this as the platform is now a third of what it was once worth, because you know, yeah, this is literally the face of the person who runs that account. Not real, but you know, someone like this motherfucker. I can smell it off of the account. But Elon is eviscerated the valuation of Twitter, which is, like I said, now worth a third of what it once was when Elon bought it. And he already paid more for it than what it was worth regardless. It was never really worth $44 billion. But he can get away with doing that. You know what I mean? He can get away with like taking a massive social media platform, which is like one of the, the seventh largest, seventh most trafficked website, and just turn it into this absolute shithole. Masterful gambit, sir. Indeed. Speaking of which, should we get to the fucking let's finally watch this. I've been putting this off for no fucking reason. I'm very excited to watch this WGA strike video that finally came out. Shouts out to Ostenox. Everyone has seen it already, but a lot of people were saying it's fucking sick. I have yet to watch it, so I'm very excited to watch it. You're very excited to watch the top of the hour ad break, of course, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, though, if you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience, well, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's get started on the video.
I'm currently on my way driving down where there is an ongoing picket line. The Writers Guild of America have decided to authorize a strike. Last time they did this was in 2007. That strike lasted for 100 days. This time, the reason for the strike is streamer platforms like HBO, Netflix, Paramount Plus are basically not giving these writers what they are generating in the form of value. I'm a little excited. I'm a little nervous. I see the strikes. I am going to try and find a place to park, but here we are.
The Writers Guild has gone on
first strike in 15 years. More than 11,000 writers are demanding higher wages and better working conditions.
I think even the companies understand that they have done.
98% of Writers Guild support a strike.
She's a stone cold, straight-faced killer.
God damn.
And she won't put up with another girl who only wants to bruise her. Take her love and then abuse her.
You got so many pizzas.
Yeah, I did, because I thought there's going to be a lot of people. Look, you know what I saw? I saw Jay Leno bring like a box of donuts. And I thought to myself, I'm a Twitch streamer, I could do better than a fucking box of donuts. Can I pet your dog?
Yeah, go for it.
Hello.
Harley, he loves people.
Hello.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's loving this.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thanks.
Thank you guys. So she's one of our strike captains. She's a member who's like a volunteer leader for this event. So she helps coordinate. They also make sure that people come here. We organize, right? Organizing means that we have 10,000 members, but we actually have to get them to show up. We have captains. Every captain has been assigned a number of members from the
You look different in person? What the fuck does that mean?
the union, like 20 to 50, something like that. And those members email them and they email them back. And so right now, every day, they're emailing those members saying, hey, here's where you need to show up tomorrow. You got the 1 to 5 shift at Netflix, Universal, whatever. And all the captains are volunteers, no one is paid. I'm a board member of the Writers Guild of America West. I'm also on the negotiating committee, but we're not paid. We're member leaders who were elected by our peers. I just keep hearing you shouting, I'm not a writer.
He just said my sign is dog shit. And I said, I'm not a writer.
You gotta work on your signs though.
It has grown on me. The picture, the self-portrait, it's beautiful.
It's my face. I'm angry.
Tell the people why you're out here.
There's a sort of problem that's happening, I think, in most industries across America now. There seems to be a lot more money, but none of the workers are getting it. And I feel very fortunate to work in a city that has a lot of unions and we can actually try to do something about it, whereas I think a lot of people can't do anything about it.
The best thing about coming out here is you can actually do something. You can actually like help solve a problem that you're pissed off about. Because like, you know, we're out here with signs, we're blocking these gates, that stops the trucks from coming in, that stops the productions from shooting, that starves the companies of money. They got to come back to the table and cut workers in.
I just realized this is a vegan slice of pizza, so I have another strike I have to go on right now.
Where do we throw these?
I guess let's take them over there, yeah. Here's the thing, the AMPTP is basically a cartel. It's all of the producers, Netflix, Disney, ABC, well, ABC is Disney, CBS, Paramount, etc. They all got together and formed this organization called the AMPTP that negotiates with us jointly, and we have to negotiate with them. Part of the point of that is it distracts from the actual companies. Like, we're not yet negotiating with Ted Sarandos at Netflix. He's like outsourced it to this other company. It's like when Nike outsources to like a different manufacturer, and then when shit goes wrong, they're like, oh, how were we supposed to know the factory was gonna burn down? That's a different company. So that's sort of like part of what the point of the AMPTP is, to deflect blame.
There's some great people here. Matt Weiner has been here a bunch, the creator of Mad Men.
Yeah.
I saw Rob Lowe.
The Daniels were here yesterday. They were at this picket line.
Who's that?
The Everything Everywhere All at Once guys who won every Oscar this year.
Oh, so
they were out here.
I don't know anything. I don't even watch a lot of shows. I just watch anime for the most part. But I'm here because I'm out of Princeton. You know what I mean?
Everything Everywhere All at Once is like anime. It
is a lot like
real.
It also is like, but no. Also, it was one of the biggest hits of last year, and it won every Oscar.
Yeah,
and the creators of that movie are out here on strike.
They gave me the longest stick, dude. I feel weird. Like, I feel like I'm gonna hit someone accidentally.
You want to go this way, and then we'll do the turnaround with everybody else?
All right, yeah, let's do it. So we're just like walking silently for now, but then people start popping off. Is that how it works?
I mean, you can start a chant if you like. I don't know the chants.
I don't know what I've been. I say union, you say power. Union,
power,
union,
power. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Corporate greed has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Corporate greed has got to go.
I say union, you say power. Union,
power,
union,
power.
I say union.
Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old union has come in here to dwell. Tell me, which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on?
This fight is the future of striking, right? This is the first strike against AI. This thing that everybody says like is going to take our jobs. This is the first fight that says, fuck you, you're not gonna.
I want to tell the people on camera why you're striking. You're a seasoned vet. Let's start with that.
I got this old-timey sign. My name is Dante Harper. I am a screenwriter. I joined the Guild in 2007, about 4 months before the last big strike where we got streaming coverage. And this was actually the sign that I carried for 100 days, and I still had it. I had not destroyed it, not been lost.
What is the significance of that to you then?
When you carry something for 100 days, it starts to become a totem to you. It becomes very important.
What did you win with that?
We won coverage for streaming, which at the time, everyone in town thought that we were crazy because we were like, I think this internet thing is going to be a big model for how we distribute things in the future. And pretty much everyone else in town in the AMPTP told us you're crazy, like as if we were out of our minds. And so by the end of that strike, we did win that coverage. But interestingly, even in the trades, for the next 10 years, the story was that the Guild had really overextended themselves and they'd done all of this just to get coverage. Now, streaming is 50% of the business. And this is a very different strike, though, because it's not even like we're asking for something new and crazy and different. We're basically asking to be made whole again after what has been taken over the last 10 years. Very established writers on shows that you are watching have second jobs, have trouble with like healthcare. Writers are asked to write, sometimes for months, hundreds of pages of free work just to get a job. It's like you basically are working for free in the hopes that you will get paid. And that has become an industry standard. It's the standard by which people work. When we politely ask the AMPTP to put in just some basic protections against that model, they're like, no, this is absolutely, there's no way we're going to give this to you.
If it wasn't that significant in 2007, if they were like, oh, this YouTube stuff, it's not a big deal, shut the fuck up, then it wouldn't have gone on for 100 days, right? No. The total demand, I think, $429 million?
$429 million. If you took the top two CEOs and divided up their yearly income,
Blue Wizard Cult, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. JFK Rawling, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
They could pay that $429 and each go home with $63 million. We're talking about a number that's less than half the profits of the Super Mario Bros. That's one studio. We're talking about 10 studios.
This is industry-wide, these changes.
Some of it amounts to more money. A lot of it amounts to just, hey, can
Fucking Kaya, dude, it's so hard. I'm sorry. She's just so goofy.
you allow us to continue doing good work? Do you want to try to go shut down a Marvel shoot?
Wait, what? Really?
I think the shoot that, they need more people to try to shut the gates down. So we could try to go do that if you want.
Yeah, I would love to shut down a
shoot down there.
Is it a Marvel shoot?
Okay. Yeah.
Let's go.
Let me look it up.
Yes.
If we go create a picket line at this location, the Teamster trucks won't cross, and the shoot will shut down. Yeah.
Have you done one of these before, Adam? You've
one of these location shutdowns?
Yeah, just like rolled up to a location. So this is the first time for you too.
This is the first time for me too. This is my first strike, man. This is day 3 of my first strike.
Oh yeah, because you weren't.
I wasn't in the guild yet.
But nobody misses what you did quite like I do. Got me thinking about it all day long. Banging my head against the wall all day long.
Here, find a spot I can explain to you what's going on here. So as you can see, there's a shoot happening right here. We're walking down from one entrance to this entrance. We're going back and forth, which establishes a picket line, and the Teamsters have like honored our picket line. The trucks are not coming. So this shoot is currently shut down because we're here, but we have to stay here in order to keep the shoot shut down. And so it's just like fucking holding a vigil, you know? And so now we're at the end and we walk back.
Our understanding is it's a Marvel Disney Plus show called Wonder Man, and they're doing pickup shooting.
If we shut this shoot down, Disney is gonna lose, what, a couple $100,000 on this location rental, on all this.
This guy wrote the Cloverfield movie, by the way. He was a strike captain on the picket line.
Equipment on all the people, that's going to hit their balance sheet, and it's going to be like, oh, it's more expensive for us not to work with the Writers Guild than it is to actually negotiate.
The more of these we shut down, the sooner the strike ends.
Yeah.
I'll just say it like this. You can scab in certain points for certain aspects of the production, but you can't fucking scab a goddamn truck. There you go.
This is kind of a dead gate. You'll get more of the members on that side over there.
This guy was awesome.
IATSE guys, because they're unloading all the trucks and they're trying to get out that gate. That might work out with the jackets. I'll take $11,000 for your initiation.
You can afford it.
Fuck it, I'll give it to you right now.
He's joining the WGA, the Teamsters.
You try it. Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm not.
You see the sign.
If you know, you know.
That's fire.
Pay us! Pay us! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! This corporate greed has got to go! Hey, hey!
I feel like we're getting a deeper, more like insider look into what goes on behind the scenes that I would never be able to normally get if I was simply, covering it from afar, as far as like the way that multiple unions collaborate with one another, even if they're technically on site.
Hands up, hands down! LA is a union town! Hands down! LA is a union town! You've got to join by yourself. Ain't nobody here can join it for you. You've got to go down and join the union by yourself.
So this is a good example in the importance of labor law, because what we're doing here right now is protected activity. It's legal for us to be here, but you see how the cop was there talking to the security guy. So, I'm no fan of the cops, obviously, but our union had to reach out to the cops and say, we're striking, we're gonna engage in these protected activities, so that if the production calls the cops say, yeah, they're allowed.
Bro, what's wrong with you, dog? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Stop spamming. Got it, dude. FaZe Rangers dropped a video with Grays and called you out on Twitter. Like, sick, bro. Shut the fuck up, okay? Jesus Christ. Ay, ay, ay. Fucking weirdos. Oh, my God, dude.
To be here. If the cops were against us, we wouldn't be able to do this. The existence of labor law is what makes this possible, because otherwise the excess power of capital will crush us. In the early part of the labor movement, like, you know, there were strikers and they were shot and killed by private detective agents, you know, by the Pinkertons, these private agencies. And it was legal for them to do so. They were also occasionally shot and killed by the United States government. You know, the strategy that the labor movement took at that time was to then say, okay, we need the protection of law to make sure that doesn't happen. And so people in the labor movement fought and died for the right to be able to do what we're doing right now.
Exercising our right, and we're protesting the production. So we're not going to stop and talk
But
right
you were
here. We're gonna walk over to this side.
blocking traffic. We can't have that.
We are not. We can absolutely cross. We will part ways if traffic comes.
Camera caught it, I think, right? Were you filming? Like, security started coming out saying, like, oh, you can't stand right here. They're trying to use, like, whatever they can. Just like this is supposed to be a nuisance, a deliberate nuisance.
All right. As long as it's
Writers Guild is under attack. What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When Writers Guild is under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
They started at like 3, they're apparently going to shoot until 1 a.m. But by us walking back and forth here, we stopped the Teamster trucks from going in, which means the shoot cannot proceed.
And if there's too much sound, as people are utilizing their First Amendment rights, maybe they can't roll sound. It happens all the time. It's a very unforeseen and quite unfortunate consequence of
Exactly right.
Just like,
you know,
having union activity in your work site.
Every single shoot I've ever been on, the sound guy goes, oh, sorry, we got to get another take, a horn honked. Well, there's a couple more horns honking today than usual.
Everybody thinks you're like 7 feet tall compared to me based on this.
Well, you are standing here. You want to switch sides?
Yeah.
Let's do that. There you go. Oh.
I'm Josh Campbell. I'm a WGA writer and I'm a strike captain.
So what's happening here today?
There's some of the demands and proposals are going to overlap with all the unions. Subscription and viewership visibility, so we have an idea of how many people are watching shows. You have a big hit show, you don't want to get paid the same as a show that maybe isn't doing as well. It's not fair if the Stranger Things guys are getting paid the exact same amount when they're bringing so much value to their company. The biggest thing that we're here for is we're trying not to,
Instructions from our legal team.
Okay.
No more chanting. Only keeping this driveway blocked
Okay.
to keep people from crossing. So that's our new marching law.
Okay. So
Bye, everybody.
We can't even go up there anymore?
We can. We just shouldn't make noise.
So things like that happen.
Yeah, and there's a lot of weird rules. You know, the Trump administration was in control of the government for a long time, so there's a lot of adverse NLRB decisions that were made over the last few years.
It's really fucked up when you think about like some of the noise ordinance violations and shit like that they bring up. Like, God, the government is so fucking ass cheeks in this country. In France, they're literally burning goddamn streets over like an increase of the retirement age. Meanwhile, these like people can't even ask for like decent fucking wages out here. The NLRB was like functionally gutted. Their constitutional right to picket, their constitutional right to demand fair wages, all of this stuff has been effectively gutted in this country. It's important to see it in action directly on the picket line in a way that really puts a face to what's going on out here. Like, it really shows you the human side of this. Not being able to literally fucking be loud outside of a production, you're like eliminating different tools. In certain red states, you can't even have fucking more than like 3 people in a picket line. Hell yeah. That's an Amazon Prime delivery guy, which is funny. He's like, I'm honking for me too, brother. One day.
Can I show you something?
Okay.
So see this sign here? This is a neutral gate. So under labor law, it's a bad labor decision. We picket to stop Teamster trucks from entering or leaving. This is a neutral gate, which under labor law is reserved for exclusive use of employees, visitors, vendors, contractors of any company other than CBS, Netflix, or Netflix affiliate products. Basically means like delivery trucks and stuff like that can go in or out. But it's also a tactic that the companies use to like fuck up a picket line, because they'll declare an entrance that they don't want picketed, a neutral gate, or they'll say that all their gates are neutral gates. So your union needs to have a labor lawyer to fight back against that. It's just like a union busting, picket line busting tactic that you guys might find interesting.
Where's Joe Byron? That's the real question. Why is Joe Byron not out here?
He's busy fighting for the railway workers.
Yeah. Where's he at? Where's the fucking executive orders at? You want us to fucking vote for you, son of a bitch?
We had a fun part, we had a serious part. This is a serious part. We actually like, what I'm told is we actually shut down the shoot.
Woo!
It is actually pretty cool to see like just standing and like chanting outside of a fucking driveway basically causes Disney hundreds of thousands of dollars. That has successfully held up this production here today. The production of a Marvel show. That's pretty impactful. It's pretty significant. A little bit of organizing goes a long way.
Thank you so much, buddy.
No problem, of course. Adam, I'm taking this.
It's the working class people of America versus the big corporate giant.
Major writer strike.
Writer strike.
Writer strike. Writer strike.
Strike. Strike. Strike. Strike. Strike.
Writer pay has fallen by 23% over the past 10 years, even though the company profits have gone up by 50%.
I don't want to sound like a, like a socialist or anything, but they got to spread the wealth a little bit.
The writer strike is on.
Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
I don't know why this seems like such a conservative commentator thing to do, to just like have a, driver's seat rant, but here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, today's a beautiful day. It's strike day.
That was fucking awesome. That's how you know it was a banger when I didn't pause to offer additional commentary. Another Awesome W. Incredible. Where can we cop that cool tee? The Unions Are Rad shirt was sent to me by someone in a labor union in Australia. I don't know where they got the shirt from, but if I remember, it was like, this won't get clipped out. What do you mean? Cinemarxism did an incredible job filming. Marsh did an incredible job filming. Awesome did an incredible job editing. And Adam Conover and Caroline did awesome on the stream as well. Good job to everyone involved. I look forward to doing more of these, of course, wherever I go. I just got my new backpack. The new unlimited IRL backpack with like more modems in it and stuff. So we shall see. We shall see what happens. Hopefully we'll be able to film some in Japan. If we end up going. I think we are though. Amazon corporate workers stage walkout citing lack of trust in leadership. What the fuck? On Wednesday afternoon, organizers of the walkout said more than 1,000 corporate employees participated in the event. Amazon disputed that figure, saying the estimate's approximately 300 people, which is still an insane number of people. In an email the night before, organizers said more than 1,800 Amazon employees committed to join the walkout to call attention to employee frustrations on multiple fronts, including companies' push to get workers in the office at least 3 days a week. We are here because a lot of Amazonians feel in their gut that something is not right with the company. Former Amazon worker and co-founder of the Amazon Employees for Climate Justice Group said Wednesday at the walkout in Seattle, there are a lot of signs of this, such as a rigid one-size-fits-all return to office mandate. The main in-person walkout began at noon local time outside of Amazon Seattle headquarters. Organizers also had a way for employees at other Amazon corporate offices to participate virtually and live stream the event on Twitter. The walkout was jointly organized by Amazon Employees for Climate Justice and a remote work advocacy group. According to an email from the organizers and public social media posts, workers participating have two main demands: asking the e-commerce giant to put climate impact at the forefront of its decision-making and to provide greater flexibility for how and where employees work. I mean, I'm happy that the Amazon corporate office people are walking out and advocating for better conditions. But I don't know. Like, I mean, these seem kind of vague demand-wise. You know what I mean? I do believe in remote work, though. I think it's fucking stupid that they keep advocating for getting people's ass back into the workplaces. But yeah, good luck to them. Apparently the cat turd runs the AOC press account. Breaking, the popular AOC parody account has been restored after 3 years. There's a rumor going around that I wrote some of these tweets. I can't confirm or deny. Oh my God. Oh my God, I called it. We called it because of the fart joke. Every time my boyfriend farts, I make him put $100 in a jar to send to Ukraine. Brain farts are, oh my God. Brain farts would be taxable. Gaslighting would be banned. Oh my God. 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 The brilliant mind. Dude, this is like when a serial killer has like a style, like a stylistic choice, and that's how you know he's the one who did it. Like for Cat Turd, who is like a serial killer but of jokes, his style is always talking about scat. Like that's his calling card. His calling card is like scatological fetish. And fart jokes. That's his signature. And we were right. This community was right. When we saw the fart joke on the AOC parody account, we said, Cat Turd has been there. You know what I mean? Cat Turd is most likely responsible for this. Oh, she's getting up. Okay, hold on. Fucking paw on the door. Here. Look at Davenport, Iowa, while I
Growing
take
outrage in
Ty
Davenport,
out.
Iowa, after a building collapsed there on Sunday. Officials say the building needs to come down as a matter of public safety, but 5 people are still missing. Protesters have been gathering at the site demanding a halt to the demolition. Adriana Diaz has the story.
Save 5 lives! Save 5 lives!
Protesters have been camped out near the partially collapsed building, demanding Davenport city officials find the 5 people they say are still missing before a demolition.
Where's Brandon? Where's Ryan?
Officials say 2 people may still be in the rubble. We spoke to Brandon Colvin Jr., who says that includes his dad.
Where was the apartment?
It was right in the middle. It was like at the top of where it all fell down, like right at the top. You can see his clothes hanging.
So it's your dad's clothes that are still hanging on the...
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Colvin says his father just moved into the building in April and was excited about his new apartment.
Do you feel the city is making every effort to find your dad?
No, I don't think they're making any efforts at all. Like, I don't feel they've done anything to try to find him.
We want to get everybody out, and we want to do it right now.
The city, which sent crews in again Tuesday, is still determining how to continue its search carefully as the building's in danger of coming down at any moment.
This building is extremely volatile. This building does need to come down, and it needs to come down in a controlled manner so that we do not create any more damage or lives lost.
Over the years, the city has received a host of complaints about conditions in the century-old building.
Did you have concerns that the building wasn't safe?
Oh, yes. These women, who own a business on the first floor, say there were numerous issues, including this ceiling hole, and filed at least 3 complaints.
No heat, no air now, the ceilings, water leaking in 2 different spots, cracks in the walls they supposedly come and fix.
We went to the building owner's address, but no one answered. The city says the owner had filed permits for repairs and hired an engineering company that deemed the building safe in January.
Nice.
That company declined our request for comment. For CB,
like, someone's got to go to fucking jail, man. What is this? This is murder. This is murder. This is murder. People got to go to jail. This is so... It's attempted murder. It's murder. It's fucking ridiculous. You know what I mean? Regulators, dude, listen. I am so on board with Chinese-style punishments for this shit. I'm sorry. This is like something's got to change around here. Okay? They're just gonna pass the buck over until the national media moves on. I know the national media was already not like interested in fucking covering the story, and CNN covered it ridiculously. I'm telling you, dude, like, this shit would not fucking fly. It would not. It's fucking ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Address it. Do something about it. I don't know. It's deeply, deeply frustrating to see regulators and contractors and engineers get away with straight up murdering poor people, or at least attempting to murder poor people for a fucking profit. Something's got to change. Seriously. I mean, fucking ridiculous, dude. More ridiculous stuff, but before, let's get to how Congress gets rich from insider trading. Our boy, our resident, our favorite liberal is back with a banger on insider trading. That's right. It's fucking Johnny Harris time. He's not the CIA. You guys need to stop with that. Okay? I got to pee real quick. But let's get started.
Check this out. On September 19th, 2008, Republican Congressman Spencer Baucus made a trade that was effectively a bet that the stock market would drop. His trade meant that for every percentage point that the NASDAQ dropped, his investment would go up by 200%. This is what's known as shorting the market. And it was actually a brilliant bet because take a look what happens over the next 4 days. Oh, and this is when he sells, nearly doubling his investment. It was an amazing trade. It was almost as if he could see the future. Wait, what's this? The day before he made this trade, Baucus was sitting in a room in a private meeting with the top officials of the US Treasury and Fed. The meeting was so secret that everyone had to hand over their phone before entering the room. The people that Baucus was meeting with were the ones who were in charge of making sure that everything was under control in the US economy. But this was September 2008, and things were not under control.
This could be the most serious recession in decades.
So in this meeting, Baucus was told that, quote, it was a matter of days before there was going to be a meltdown in the global financial system.
Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate. We're down over 16%.
Okay. So that explains why he was able to make this brilliant trade. He knew when the market was about to crash because he had intel from within. But what's crazy is that Baucus's short on the market wasn't breaking any rules. It was totally legal. Luckily, we have financial disclosures. All of the stocks that lawmakers buy and sell. Public information. So we can see who's making trades based on insider information. And we've used all of this information to make a list for you. A list of the lawmakers that we see as some of the best investors in our country. And in this video, I want to explain how their insider knowledge may help them make the best bets on Wall Street.
There's all sorts of insider trading happening in Congress.
That's because they're corrupt. They want
Why is it so loud?
Money from that insider trading.
The American people should know that a member of Congress is never leaving a classified briefing and calling their stockbroker.
The fact that he hasn't copy striked you and knows about the CIA allegation makes me feel like he knows us and appreciates how much we love him. Yes. Johnny Harris' friend made a collab video with him about recycling nuclear waste if you want to watch later.
So
he's a brilliant editor, man. He is good.
Buy, sell, and invest as you please. But for certain people who have special insider information about the economy, we have rules to stop them from gaming the system with their knowledge. We passed these laws like a century ago. They're called insider trading laws.
Insider trading.
Insider trading.
Basically, they prohibit people from selling an investment like stocks using non-public information. This includes tipping this info to other people who would then go buy the stocks based on that insider information. And an insider is anyone who is an officer or director or 10% stakeholder or anyone who possesses insider information because of his or her relationship with a company. This could be like the daughter of a CEO who has insider information because she talked to her dad around the dinner table about what the company's gonna do next. So if you're the CEO of Microsoft, you're not allowed to sell a bunch of your stock the day before you release an earnings report that shows that your company's profits are down, which will likely trigger like a drop in the stock price. A free market needs to be a fair market too, so that the insiders aren't always the ones with the knowledge to make the best trades. Okay, so while insider trading laws are very clear when it comes to business executives, there's a group of people in our society to whom these rules kinda don't apply. lawmakers.
Historically, Congress has had no restrictions when it comes to trading stocks. For most of American
To be fair, I mean, they should be allowed to, honestly. They should be allowed to, guys. I mean, they are the hardest workers in the field, you know what I mean? They're doing so much good work every day in, day out, trying to help the working poor, you know? If they make a tidy profit at the end of it, like, of course, they deserve it, you know what I mean? Who could forget the many advances made by the Democratic Party and the Republican Party on many different fronts, many fronts, you know, just the best. They're so sick.
in history, insider trading laws that affected CEOs didn't apply to members of Congress.
Lawmakers hear loads of private information. They sit on committees where they investigate and talk to businesses all the time. This stuff affects the economy and thus the stock market, and a lot of it is private. They know this stuff before the rest of us do. And yet for most of our history here in the United States, lawmakers have been able to buy and sell stocks with very little restriction. And that is why this report exists. This brilliant study recreates all of the trades that senators made over the course of 4 years in the 90s and found that consistently these senators had abnormal positive returns, like way better than some of the—
Dude, what do you mean? They're just like, they're beating out the market like consistently. 25%? Dude, that's criminal, man. That's literally criminal, dog. They should go to jail. That's fucking insane. The average citizen would go to jail if the SEC actually did a fucking, did its job. Okay? That's crazy, dude. That is crazy, brother. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my Lord.
The best investors in our country.
A study of data from the 1990s showed senators' trades outperformed the market by 12% per year. That crushes investment guru Warren Buffett, who only managed to beat the market by 2.5% that decade.
Okay. So either these civil servants are just like super savvy investors, or, as the study suggests, the senators knew the appropriate time to buy and sell their common stocks. Like, we're all kind of guessing when we're playing the stock market. Everyone's guessing what's going to happen next. If you kind of know what's going to happen next because you're like privy to information about the economy, you can play the game a lot better. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring today's video. I'm a massive support this channel, but it also thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring.
They don't go to prison. This happens out in the open.
And then, as banks in the stock market were collapsing in 2008, lawmakers once again made headlines with their surprisingly successful and suspiciously timed trades. In 2012, the Washington Post did a big investigation into this and found that in the lead up to the 2008 meltdown, at least 34 lawmakers from both sides of the aisle changed portions of their portfolios 166 times within 2 business days of speaking with administration officials. So many of these lawmakers are making loads of money while the economy is melting down around them. When asked about their shady transactions, lawmakers such as John Boehner, quote, declined to discuss their transactions. After this blatant display of insider knowledge, it became more and more clear that lawmakers were using their knowledge to enrich themselves. And it was not a great look at a time when millions of Americans were losing their life savings and jobs and houses.
It was the worst day on Wall Street since the crash of 1987.
Oh, but remember, it was still legal. They weren't breaking any rules. It was their right to do this. But the pressure mounted. And in 2012, they passed a law on themselves. We have an act of Congress.
Which nobody fucking follows.
Congress passing laws to regulate.
And it's literally like voluntary.
I love this.
The idea that everybody plays by the same rules is one of our most cherished American values.
Oh, and look at the name of the law. This is the Stop Trading on Congressional Knowledge Act. The Stock Act. Pretty clever. This law bans Congress from buying and selling stocks based on insider information and requires them to publish all of their trading activity, which is one reason why I have all of this paper. They're like now required to disclose all of their stock trading. Great. 2012, they passed the law. Problem solved, right? Well, no.
Ha! Yeah, right. Voluntary. It's literally like, first of all, you have to, in this day and age, look at what the punishment is, okay? To understand whether it's an actual, whether they're actually giving it the criminal treatment or whether it's just simply a suggestion. And the Stock Act is simply a suggestion. One, the enforcement of it is like not even there. Two, it is quite literally just a suggestion. It's like voluntarily releasing this information. Three, you have multiple you have weeks, if not a month plus, to reveal, to publicly state what your trades look like. And last but not least, the punishment for the crime is nothing. Okay.
Not according to our reporting. Despite this law, we still have a list that I'm now about to show you. This is a list of all the lawmakers who
This is a good video. I don't know why people said
to make savvy trades in the market, all while still being totally clued in to private and privileged information about the economy. Okay, first up, we've got the financial disclosure of Republican Senator Richard Burr from North Carolina.
Oh.
In January 2020, before any of us really knew that the world was literally about to shut down, Burr was the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. On January 24th, he, together with a bunch of senators, were briefed on secret information about how bad the coronavirus pandemic really was about to get. And according to this unsealed FBI document, a few days later, Burr discussed some of that non-public information that he had learned in the briefing with someone via text. Who was that someone? Their name was redacted. We don't know because it's an FBI thing. Doesn't matter. What we do know is that minutes after this call, Burr logs into his trading account and sells $110,000 worth of stocks. That
jail,
same
jail,
day,
jail, jail, jail,
literally
jail, capital punishment, capital punishment, capital punishment, capital punishment, capital punishment, jail, capital punishment, capital punishment, jail. Jail!
They're going to ban people from traveling to the United States if they've been to China in the last 14 days. Soon after selling all of his stocks, Senator Burr writes an op-ed for Fox News claiming that the U.S. is, quote, better prepared than ever to face the coronavirus threat. And yet Burr continues to sell his stocks. This is his disclosure from February of 2020. And the guy's going kind of nuts on sales. All of this whole entire row are all sales. This guy is selling. Sell. In this time period, Burr moved over $1 million from stocks into treasury securities, which is an investment that is super safe during an economic downturn. But what was crazy is that the stock market
76% of his all holdings.
And he just sold essentially all of his stocks.
76%!
Look what happens. And while he was downplaying the severity of the pandemic in public, in private, he was spilling the beans, like in this secret recording
to all of his fucking homies, dude. Like, not only did he operate on insider knowledge that the public was not privy to, but he also told his rich friends as well to do the same while literally misinforming the public. Oh my God. It's like, I've talked about this so much, so fucking much, but like, this is just yet another reminder, and it makes me angry all the same, once again.
Obtained by NPR, where Burr is telling a group of his social club.
There's one thing that I can tell you about this. It is much more aggressive in its transmission than anything that we have seen in recent history. It's probably more akin to the 1918 pandemic.
According to an investigation by ProPublica, Burr also passed his private info to his brother-in-law in a call that lasted only 50 seconds. And the very next minute, his brother-in-law called up his broker and dumped between $97,000 and $280,000 US in shares. I mean, if this isn't insider trading, I don't know what is. And yet it's impossible to prove anything. Burr himself might even be convinced that this wasn't insider trading and that he's just a really smart investor and that he did all of this based on publicly available information.
No, he doesn't. No, he knows what he's doing. No, he knows what he's doing. He doesn't care because what are you going to do? What are you going to fucking do? What the fuck will any of you in the chat do? What the fuck will any of us do? Huh? What are we going to do? Nothing. Nothing. This is why it makes me so fucking mad. People are still fighting over who the fuck is Taylor Swift dating, or people are still fucking fighting over the dumbass bullshit like, oh my God, Target's selling binkies with a fucking rainbow on it. Meanwhile, this is what the fuck the people in positions of power are doing, and there's nothing we can do about it.
The SEC and Department of Justice investigated this but ultimately dropped the matter. Oh,
why? Why did they do that? I wonder.
Like one of 3 senators who voted against the insider trading law, the Stocks Act. So yeah, we know where he stands. Okay, that was kind of a longer one. Not all of them are going to be that in-depth. Next up, we've got this monstrosity of a document. We are looking at the financial disclosure of Congressman Ro Khanna from California. Look at this, just like dozens and dozens of pages, and they are effectively unreadable. What's the point of disclosing your financial transactions if no one can read them? These disclosures show that since 2019, Congressman Khanna's family has made at least 10,500 trades involving nearly 900 companies. Woof, it's quite a few. Okay, like not a crime to make a lot of trades. What's the deal? A lot of these trades, most of these trades, were done through a trust that belongs to like his wife and kids.
Well, that's the classic Pelosi technique, baby. Yeah, that's how the Democrats do it. Republicans will just do it straight up. They're like, yeah, I'm insider trading. Fuck you gonna do about it? Democrats at least like put one cushion in between where they will relegate the responsibility of insider trading to their fucking loved ones. You know what I mean? You know how it is. You know how it is. Jail!
It's not, I don't trade at all. I'm up for banning trade. It's my wife's money, which I have no actual legal rights to.
But when you look at what companies are being bought and sold, you see that of the 897 companies traded by his family, 149 of them were ones that Khanna likely had non-public information about because of his role as a congressman who sits on a bunch of committees. Like, for example, he sits on the House Oversight Committee, which is a committee that has directly investigated drug prices for companies like AbbVie, at the same time that his wife was trading in AbbVie stock. You're right, it was his wife, not him. But you see, that's not okay. And this wasn't the only one. The New York Times did an investigation that found loads of instances where Khanna's wife and kids were trading in companies that were being actively investigated by Khanna himself at the same time.
Chica, thank you for the $5 get the subs.
Examples include weapon manufacturers like Lockheed Martin, big pharma companies like Johnson & Johnson. Yes, technically it was his wife and kids doing it, not him. But come on, this feels kind of like a blurry line, but it also feels really clear. Like, you shouldn't be able to trade stock if your husband is investigating the company that you're trading stock in. Also, these are his children. Like, they're not the ones deciding what stocks they're gonna buy and sell. So yeah, feels off to me. But again, there's no way to prove this.
What do you mean? No. They're just, dude, they're watching the stock guy when XQC's not live, those little juicers, and they've learned a lot. That's why they are outperforming the market and outperforming hedge funds, outperforming any fucking person who's like, you know, who's dedicated their entire lives to this kind of thing, because they're just that good, okay? That's how it works.
There's no, like, direct smoking gun-ish type thing that's like, this is insider trading. Anyway, let's move on. And then there is Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, a
yeah, that's the
from
boss,
California,
baby,
who served as Speaker of the House for years. Speaker of the House is a role that has major influence on what laws get through our system. Nancy Pelosi is also married to an investor. So, yeah, the story told in these financial...
Okay, to be fair, we love Paul Pelosi. He's hot. He's sexy. So, you know, we let him do it. He's also gay. You're coming after a gay man. That's David DePipe's boyfriend. Kind of fucked up on Pride Month too. Not great, sweaty.
Disclosures is one of Nancy Pelosi being married to a very, very good investor.
Very good and very gay investor.
In America. In the 2 years following the 2008 financial crisis, the Pelosi's estimated net worth grew from $31 million to over $100 million. That's up 220%. All
me when I spread QAnon conspiracy theories, Hasan, yeah, that's the joke, man. Like, that's the joke. Like, we're joking. Can we joke? Are we allowed? Or are you going to get fucking mad? How about you get mad at Paul Pelosi instead of me saying he's gay, okay?
while the S&P 500 fell by 13%.
Weirdos,
The Pelosi's also did super well during the pandemic, seeing their net worth jump from $106 million to $171 million within like the 2 years of the pandemic. That's an increase of 60% during the pandemic. And I mean, listen, let's be fair on this. I'm sure Paul Pelosi is a fantastic, savvy investor. And there's frankly no evidence of foul play or anything insider trading here. But there doesn't have to be. The very fact that a professional investor lives in the same home as the woman who is at the center of the American legal and regulatory system presents a major conflict of interest, in my opinion. But I know it's tricky because I believe that people should be able to do what they want with their money. But when we pay our lawmakers to handle special information, it feels off to me when suddenly those lawmakers are making bank
that's
during
crazy.
financial.
That's crazy. That's crazy. No. He's absolutely insider trading. Insider trading. No.
Meltdown. But it's not just these financial meltdowns and recessions where they do well. The Pelosi's sold $3 million worth of Google stock just a few weeks before the DOJ announced that it was suing Google for antitrust reasons, like right before their stock tanked. Did the Pelosi's know that the DOJ was gonna investigate? Do we know? No, we don't know, but the timing was fishy. And besides, there's plenty more examples here. Like when Paul Pelosi bought millions of dollars of Tesla stock while his wife was passing laws that would directly impact the value of Tesla, like major taxpayer-sponsored electric car subsidies. Or when he dumped millions of dollars of Nvidia stock days before the US government announced that it would restrict chip makers from trading with China and Russia. I mean,
here's the issue. If you're savvy and you follow politics, you can make these speculations as well. Okay? Because it's not like it comes out of the fucking blue. None of the things that he mentioned is out of the blue. However, the certainty in which you can dump like $500,000 worth of stock or purchase $1 million worth of stock can only come when you know without a shred of doubt how a certain decision in Congress is going to go. That's it. You're not buying $5 million worth of stock unless you know for a fact that your wife has whipped the fucking votes. Okay? And then doing it consistently implies that he absolutely is information sharing.
the Pelosi investor lawmaker combo has been so successful that people have started copying their trades.
Oh man, Nancy Pelosi's back at it again. You know what they say, you want to see how to be successful in trading stocks? Just watch what Nancy Pelosi is doing.
She literally locked in a 20% gain for me because it sold when she sold.
She's like a meme within the investor community because of this. And when a journalist asked her in a press conference about these allegations of insider trading or if this should be banned, this was her response.
No, I don't know to the second one. Because this is a free market and people... We are a free market economy. They should be able to participate in that.
And I mean, yes, she's right. This is...
No, fuck that. No, fuck that. No, fuck that. First of all, like, this would imply that people who have access to privileged information can also do insider trading because, hey, it's a free market economy. And they certainly can't, okay? Yeah, try that shit with like a Goldman Sachs banker. You can't do that. If a Goldman Sachs banker trades like this in their fucking private lives, in their private account, / gives insider knowledge that they are privy to like a random person, you get the fucking Martha Stewart treatment. She's saying that she can do it because she is a public servant, politician.
is a free market economy. People should be able to do what they want with their money, even if they are civil servants who frankly do a difficult job every day. But a free market is not a fair market if some people, especially civil servants, are operating with information that affects the market and using that information to get rich. But again, all of this is legal. Like, no one's breaking any rules here, at least overtly. You can't prove that a law was broken. And even if you could, the only people who have the power to really change and enforce this are the people who are making money off of the law being really lax. More on that in a second, but let's get back to our list.
Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene once again defending her controversial rhetoric.
Next up, we've got Republican Congress.
What if they don't give you an option to a third party? No, you can't do it either. What do you mean? What are you talking about, bro? Ask the fucking bankers in the chat. Ask people that work in any company that is currently, I don't know, getting ready for like a fucking, getting ready to make like a major decision. You literally are not allowed, and you will go to fucking jail. If the SEC catches you, you will go to fucking jail. I was the lowest level employee at a Fortune 500 company once, and I was banned from trading their stock. I didn't have any insider info. Yeah. If the SEC catches you, winky face, bitch, you think actually wealthy people are going to go to jail for insider trading? They get away with it every day. You, on the other hand, as a low-level employee, will absolutely go to jail. 100%. That's like what the SEC is for. It's not for like the actual people. Elon Musk will get a fucking slap on the wrist. You, on the other hand, will get shackled on the wrist so fucking fast you won't even know what happened to you.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's number 12 on the best performing stock investors in our Congress. So naturally, we had to take a look. On February 22nd, 2022, a little over a year ago, Greene invested in Lockheed Martin, which is a defense contractor, and Chevron, which is a giant oil company. The next day, she puts out this tweet. War and rumors of war is incredibly profitable and convenient. Okay. And then the day after that, Russia invades Ukraine. Her investment in a defense contractor and an oil giant, it made her a good amount of money. But who knows?
Wait, what? She doesn't have insider information on that front. I'm not defending her, but what? First of all, at that point, she was sitting on a whopping 0 committees, okay? So unless she heard from Pillow Talk with Kevin McCarthy, I doubt that she had any fucking insider information. Also, the entire media apparatus at that point was saying that war was going to happen. As a matter of fact, the only people that would think that it wasn't going to happen were the HasanAbi heads, okay? This is not like a defense of Marjorie Taylor Greene, but this is like one of those instances where like defense stocks are permanent. They're always fucking going up. And yeah, and people in Kyiv. The only group of individuals that this war caught by surprise were Russians, Ukrainians living inside of Ukrainian borders, and HasanAbi heads. The three individual groups that got it wrong. However, I can't believe I'm saying this, like I said, out of all of the people that he brought up, that one specific trade, I'm sure Marjorie Taylor Greene has like made suspicious trades since then, but that is the one fucking trade where like, yeah, every part of the media was saying that like Russia was going to invade. Buying Lockheed Martin stocks right before they invade, like I don't know what kind of information she would have had that is like privileged.
Could have been,
especially because the State Department was already saying it.
whole coincidence, or could have been public information. We all kind of knew that Putin was thinking of invading. It's all technically legal and unprovable. But if you want to go down another rabbit hole on how lawmakers profit from war and the military-industrial complex, check out our video on who got rich off the war in Afghanistan. Anyway, moving on. Next up, we've got Kelly Loeffler, former senator from Georgia. Loeffler was also in that private CDC Senate Health Committee briefing that her colleague Richard Burr attended. And look, the next day she's tweeting out her thanks for this wonderful briefing. What she forgot to mention was that within hours of the meeting, she and her husband sold off between $50,000 and $100,000.
What does Kelly Loeffler's husband do? I just want to find... Wait. What does Kelly Loeffler's husband do again? Oh, that's right. He's the chief executive officer of the Intercontinental Exchange. Also, the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange. Guys, it's a trick question. I know what Kelly Loeffler's husband does. That's the only reason why she's a senator. I'm sorry. Call me sexist if you want. But the only reason why Kelly Loeffler is a fucking senator is because she was bored, okay? That's what that is. That's the price. Like, that's what it takes. Well, sorry, was a senator, appointed, failed to defeat radical liberal Raphael Warnock.
$1,000 of stocks. And then, according to her financial disclosures, in the following weeks, she sold somewhere between $1.2 and $3.1 million in stocks, right before the big market crash on February 20th. Like, do you realize it's the same exact thing? She had a head start. She had information that none of us had about how bad this really was. And she was able to sell all of her stuff at the right time. Like Senator Burr, she was investigated for a while, but nothing ever came of it.
Damn, bro, it's so crazy that the Senate Ethics Committee keeps dropping probes. Or the SEC keeps dropping investigation. Oh, well, it doesn't even get to the SEC. It's like always the Senate investigating itself. I
mean, it's kind of tricky. Like, should Senator Kelly Loeffler, like, not sell her stocks ever?
Yes. Blind trust. Automatic blind trust. Yes, it's not tricky. Blind trust. I would also want other things to be done to people who do actually trade stocks. But no, actually, like jail and then blind trust. Blind trust, but then jail. No buying, no selling. Blind trust, no touching. Yeah, blind trust, indexes only. Okay? No shot. Actual blind trust. They seem to get around that. Yeah, I don't mean like fucking... No one's touching that shit. It's like, it's fucking crazy. Like, well, what do you mean? Like, we're acting like representatives and senators are just like normal people. The idea that they have like every legal right to do whatever the fuck like a normal person could do when they have access to privileged information every fucking day is psychotic to me. Okay? Like, don't be a senator then, dumbass. If you want to be a fucking stock trader, be a stock trader. Don't be a fucking senator. Fuck you. I mean, actually, fuck you. Jail, okay? Jail and capital punishment. Just like me for real, but with millions more and secret information. Yeah, it's not even just access. I mean, obviously, Kelly Loeffler is like not exactly a powerful senator, but when you are a senator, you do have influence, especially if you're sitting on a fucking committee. You have influence over the market. It makes me fucking sick to my core that these people get away with this shit. It's fucking bananas, dude.
Even if the economy is melting down and we all know it, like, should she be forced to hold on to her stocks? I don't think.
Yes. Fucking, I would do so much worse than force her to hold on to her stocks. But also, blind trust. With only indexes, not allowed to fucking touch it. If anybody touches it, it blows up, okay? Like, make like a whimsical contraption that will immediately maim and kill any man, woman, child that touches it, okay? Like saw. Okay? Like a saw trap. Okay? Straight up. That's what I want. That's what I think is great. It's so fucking frustrating. Like, listen, man, this shit is all gambling to begin with, okay? It's all gambling to begin with. But goddamn, does it piss me off when motherfuckers are like in the house and playing with the house money and they're just like spitting in your face as they fucking do it. It is so frustrating. I don't even like stock trading. I don't even like the Wall Street Bet Andes, but there is one thing that they're absolutely right on, and that is that these fucking freaks are just literally illegally trading on insider information on a regular fucking basis with absolutely zero punishments. I cannot stand it, dude. It makes me sick to my fucking stomach. It's like the top of the hour ad break is here, and there's no one with a subscription. That's how angry that makes me. You know what I mean? Forcing people to watch the 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour. It's like that. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. You can avoid it if you subscribe or get gifted a sub, really. Here's the 3-minute ad break.
I think that's right either. There are some good solutions to this, and we'll get to them in a sec. But let's move on to
yes, like a medieval contraption that tortures you when you do insider trading. That's a solution. What are we thinking? That's a good solution.
Senator Dianne Feinstein, who was also in that room in January 2020 getting briefed on how bad the pandemic was about to be. And like others, right after the briefing, she dumped...
Okay, I'm not going to lie. This one also doesn't fit. One, because she's also hot, and as I've demonstrated, I will defend hot people. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Dianne Feinstein, and of course, how can I forget, Paul Pelosi. And the second reason why... And the second reason why is because, does she even have a brain? Like, I feel like you need to literally have a functioning brain to be able to do insider trading. And back then, it was already pudding. You know what I mean? She had tapioca pudding up there. So how the fuck did she, how the fuck did she deliver privileged information to her husband?
A bunch of stocks, like somewhere between $1.5 and $6 million. Man, these senators have a lot of cash lying around. The FBI questioned Feinstein about this, and she said that she had no influence over this, that it was her husband who did the trading, and that it was all just impeccably timed all by himself. No dinner table conversations about today's briefing with the CDC, no pillow talk, nothing. Lips sealed.
Dude, the idea that the idea that Dianne Feinstein's doing pillow talk is so funny to me. Man, the luckiest man on the planet. You know what I mean? This man gets to put his head down on a pillow and get some sweet privileged information from the sexiest lady in Congress, who is definitely not demented, okay? Definitely doesn't have Alzheimer's, okay? 100% all there and hot. And also, you guys are wrong for thinking that she's not hot, and definitely...
Honey, how was your day at work today? Good, but I can't tell you about it because it was a privileged briefing, because you might go off and sell all of our stocks and avoid us losing hundreds of thousands of dollars, because the market's probably going to crash soon, so I'm just going to stay totally quiet because the Stocks Act says so. Like, no! I'm not saying that Feinstein told her husband to sell stocks. I'm saying that it's absurd to think that a husband and wife don't talk about everything in a normal conversation, and a conversation that would probably be laced with inadvertent insider information that maybe is as benign sounding.
Dude, I am afraid I must inform you that Richard C. Blum, the luckiest man in America, an American investor and the husband of United States Senator Dianne Feinstein, died in February 27, 2022. The medical examiner ruled it death by gorilla grip. Okay. Kaya did not like that one. Yeah, she is single and ready to mingle and also very wealthy.
Sounding as an update on your day or how your day at work was. It's just a natural conflict of interest. And yes, the FBI backed off and closed the investigation like they did for everybody else. Okay, let's get to...
No, that's crazy. Dude, these guys keep getting so lucky. I mean, so many misunderstandings keep happening. You know what I mean? They're like, the wires got crossed. It's crazy.
One more case on our list. This is by no means a comprehensive list of everyone who has had suspicious timed trades. It's just sort of our highlights, and this is the last but not least. Former Senator David Perdue, who traded 2,596 times in a single term. The New York Times.
My favorite was the David Perdue campaign where he said, where he was like, David Perdue didn't do insider trading.
Times did this great deep dive on those trades and found that he regularly bought and sold stocks in companies that fell under the Senate Oversight Committee, which he was on. One very clear example in all of this is 2016.
Dude, this is such a good fucking ad. Look
I'm David Perdue, and I approve this message.
John Ossoff believes if you repeat a lie enough, people might believe it. But Ossoff's stock trade attacks on David Perdue are totally false. David Perdue wasn't even at that Senate briefing. Perdue was cleared by the bipartisan Senate Ethics Committee, the SEC, and DOJ. Perdue was totally exonerated.
Dude, that's so good. David Perdue, totally exonerated. No wrongdoing.
John Ossoff, you just can't believe him.
That's such a good ad, dude. It's like, what a banger. David Perdue, totally exonerated. No wrongdoing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. David Perdue, the most innocent stock trader of all time.
Perdue made a bunch of trades in a company called FireEye. It's a cybersecurity company that had, landed a $30 million contract with the federal government. It operates out of Perdue's home state of Georgia. And most of these trades in this company happened while he was sitting on the cybersecurity panel, a role that could easily give him non-public industry and business information about companies like FireEye, which he owns stock in. 2 years later, Perdue reported that he made up to $15,000 off of his investment in FireEye. He also traded in a bunch of financial institutions,
broke boy,
like JP Morgan Chase and Bank of America, while he was supposed to be overseeing them as a member of the Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee. Like conflict of interest.
I don't get it. Who amongst us is not overseeing the very banks that they have a financial interest in, like a financial stake in? I don't understand. Man, this seems like a whole bunch of hokum, guys. I don't get it.
Interest, regulating the companies that you are personally invested in. Like, it's so clear. I don't even have to explain any, like, it's, okay, well, that's it. So this is all pretty frustrating and like not right. But wait, what happened to the Stocks Act? Like, where's that law? Remember the Stocks Act? Remember this? 2012? Didn't they like pass a law that said you're not allowed to do this anymore? Kind of.
Lately, I've been talking a lot about the choices facing this country. We can settle for a country that, an economy where a shrinking number of people do exceedingly well while a growing number struggle to get by.
Dude, it was so sick when he totally changed that around and made Islam the national religion of the United States, Barack Hussein Obama, restored the caliphate, took it away from the Ottoman Empire, and said the only empire worthy of the caliphate is the American caliphate, instituted Sharia law, and then implemented global communism. That was so fire.
Or we can build an economy where everybody gets a fair shot, and everybody plays by the same set of rules.
It turns out that while the acronym is very strong, the legislation is incredibly weak.
It is certainly illegal for members of Congress to participate.
Oh my God, it's NoHo Hank. What the fuck's he doing here? Wait, holy shit.
In insider trading. Proving that is very difficult.
Second, even if you do get...
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's bullshit. No, it's not. They keep saying this. Like, the SEC is just right there. They can hear you. Okay? They can hear you. They're right there. That's crazy. I don't get it. I don't understand. They're like, oh man, it's so difficult. No, it's not. It's literally not. Okay? The amount of shit that you could get with subpoenas is unimaginable. Okay? You just need to actually will it first. When there's a will, there's a way. If you keep throwing investigations into the trash and the Senate Ethics Committee is the only SEC that fucking touches this, okay? Get it? SEC, Senate Ethics Committee. Anyway, like when that's the only SEC that touches these violations, okay? Then yeah, of course it's not going to go anywhere. The idea that like the idea that, oh man, we just simply cannot figure out insider trading is so fucking stupid. If that's the case, why the fuck is there an SEC to begin with? I don't get it. I don't understand. Like there's a reason for its existence, and actually you could do things. You could arrest these people. You could investigate them. You could subpoena privileged information. You know. Documentation. These people write everything down. Phone calls. You know, there's a lot of stuff that you can figure out, which they did. They have done this already. How do you think they figured out? Well, not the Purdue thing, but the other one. Richard, the whatever the fuck was it, Bloom?
Get caught in this, like not disclosing or sharing insider information. The fine is laughable.
As a lawmaker, you don't face any real significant penalty for violating the Stock Act if you ultimately do, particularly the disclosure provision.
It's theoretically supposed to be like 15 years in prison, but in all of our research, not a single lawmaker has faced any consequences.
That's crazy.
Even though there's been at least 78 instances where Congress has violated the law very overtly.
You can make tens of millions of dollars with privileged information. And what's the penalty for failing to report these purchases? It's a joke. It's as low as $200.
The Stocks Act was never going to prevent members of Congress from making a few extra dollars here and there.
For the record, that's like a fuck you to you. Those of you who actually are at least like, you know, foolish enough to dig into this to see like, what the fuck are they doing? I wonder. Like that's a fuck you to you, because when you look at the numbers that they're making, they're like the 15 grand is like on the low end. You know what I mean? 15 grand in profits is like on the low end. Like if the fine for for insider trading that banked you 15 grand in profits is $200, which is like literally a parking ticket that's overdue, then it's not a real fine. It's not a fine at all.
There with their insider information.
We are a free market economy. They should be able to participate in that.
But here's the thing, lawmakers themselves know that this is a problem. Like this is not a good look.
But I'm actually for banning stock trading.
Members of Congress should not be selling individual stocks. Put it in a blind trust, trade in mutual funds.
But it's not really happening anytime soon, and it's not hard to see why. I mean, we're talking about Congress having to regulate Congress.
That's just the trading fee? Yeah, 100%.
The Speaker put forth really a bill destined to fail, and the Speaker has employed stall tactic after stall tactic in order to kind of keep delaying what's potentially a vote on any bill that would ban members of Congress from selling stocks.
The tragedy in all of this to me is that both our financial markets as well as our entire democracy and society are held together by a very important and delicate thing called trust.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Oh my God, dude, God, Johnny, how are you such a fucking liberal? Jesus Christ.
If we expect that to apply to our biggest corporations and to our most successful citizens, it certainly should apply to our elected officials, especially at a time when there's a deficit of trust between this city and the rest of the country.
A democracy can only function if we trust the people running it. And stuff like this?
Yeah, because no, the democracy doesn't even function. It's not a democracy. Literally look to Republican state legislatures and the insane actions that they've taken that virtually zero people are asking for, to understand that the notion of a democratic process in the United States of America was never really a thing, okay? Originally, in its infancy, we very deliberately said, no, some people are just not going to vote, okay? And then we moved beyond that, and as we, kept doing woke culture, like letting women vote, white women, or woke culture, like letting black people vote, and we did all of those things. We did all those woke culture things, and then at a certain point, we just decided, like, let everybody vote, but who cares? Like, no one will fucking vote anyway, because whoa, are you peeing? What the fuck was that? I got so scared. I thought that was a piss coming. That scared the fuck out of me. Don't you wag your fucking tail at me. Stop saying go piss, girl. It's not cool. She just peed. I just let her out to pee. Literally just let her out to pee in the beginning of this video. It's bullshit. Fucking bullshit. God damn it.
Even if technically no rules were broken in an evidence-based way, that undermines trust. It looks really bad. In January, a Republican senator who was feeling very snarky introduced the Prevent Election Leaders from Owning Securities and Investments Act, which spells Pelosi. The Pelosi Act. Man, if there's one thing that our elected officials seem to be good at, it's these acronyms that have like really fun optics, but like don't actually do anything. What this says to me is no, nothing's going to change, but it just shows the fact that we can like create a meme out of Nancy Pelosi and then dogpile over how insider trading this all looks. Even if there is no wrongdoing technically, that's the problem. The optics are the problem. Trust in our democracy is delicate, and the optics actually.
Yeah, I don't know how your takeaway from this is like the real victims of this is like American democracy, because it's eroding the trust that the American people have in American democracy. Like, oh God, Johnny. Oh my Lord. It was such a good video up until this fucking conclusion. Like, it's a great video overall. There's obviously some issues I have with it, but like, how the fuck do you arrive at this conclusion, man? You just explained how woefully and deliberately incompetent the American government is, and the people in positions of power are in setting rules and restrictions for themselves. And then like your main takeaway is, man, that's a bad look, guys. Sweaty, that's a bad look. You know what I mean? So what would be a good look if they like hid their crimes better? You know what I mean? So then if all you care about is the trust that people have in democracy, then why did you make this video? Don't you feel like this undermines the confidence that the American citizens have in their politicians? Aren't you also participating in the bad optics by bringing it to light, especially when you yourself said, like, maybe it's actually not insider trading? Like, just say it. It is fucking insider trading. You know it's insider trading. I know it's insider trading. It's corruption. It's not a bad look. It should be criminal. They should go to fucking jail. They should. It's criminal. They should go to jail. Perhaps under the jail. I don't know. Let God sort it out. Chinese style process, in my mind, would be what's best.
Matter. Trust matters. When we erode that trust, we erode our democracy.
I just don't think anyone fucking trusts the government.
You, for example, are driving down the highway and you're going 55 miles an hour, but it's a 30-mile-an-hour zone, and you know you're only going to get a $5 ticket, well, you might be driving 55 a lot.
Anyway, fuck democracy. I mean, this is not like, we don't live in a real democracy anyway. So I mean, fuck it. Like, I don't think people give a shit because it's not real. Nobody cares. Here, speaking of fuck democracy, This morning, the Atlanta Police Department raided the teardown house and arrested 3 organizers with the Atlanta Solidarity Fund. The Solidarity Fund provides legal defense and bail support for the First Amendment protected activities in Atlanta and the surrounding area. These are the guys who are participating in Stop Cop City. Now they are arrested by the cops. The ASF provides jail support to ensure those in police custody have their rights protected and intact during the legal process. The group also provides cash bail assistance to those who are unable to pay the unconscionable bonds set by the courts. The ASF works alongside lawyers to provide legal representation to those who need support navigating the complex legal system that is oftentimes pitted against them. Collective bail funds have existed since the dawn of civil rights movement. When Dr. King was held in Birmingham jail, churches and community groups, including the NAACP, came together to fund his $4,000 bail, the equivalent of $39,000 today. The GBI just released their statement on the arrest. The GBI tweet thread seems to indicate an intent to use RICO charges against the bail fund. Marlon Quatts warned of the probability of RICO charges against Stop Cop City activists in February. These are the people that are fucking utilizing the investigative power that like state governments have. They're using it against people who are protesting. They're using it against people who are protesting an erroneous amount of money and funds going directly into the hands of the fucking police. Here's what the Georgia Bureau of Investigations report states. The GBI, along with the Atlanta Police Department, have arrested 3 people on charges stemming from the ongoing investigation of individuals responsible for numerous criminal acts at the future site of the Atlanta Public Safety Training and other Metro Atlanta locations. Cop City. Marlon Scott Couts, age 39, Savannah D. Patterson, Adele McLean were all charged today with money laundering and charity fraud. Agents and officers executed a search warrant and found evidence linking 3 suspects to the financial crimes. All 3 charged will be booked to a local jail and will have a bond hearing scheduled soon. The case is being jointly prosecuted by the Georgia Attorney General's Office and the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office. Here's what Governor Brian Kemp had to say. For months, law enforcement on the state and local level have worked diligently to secure the site of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center in the face that's Cop City, in the face of violence from mostly out-of-state activists. They came to harass police officers and civilians. Bro, they literally killed a dude. Like, they killed a dude. Remember? Like, they killed someone. Oh, it's crazy. Anyway. They came to harass police officers and civilians, choosing destruction over legitimate protests. Thanks to our brave law enforcement, many of them have already been arrested. And today we're proud to share those who back their illegal actions are also under arrest and will face justice. For the record, this is just fascism. Like, I don't know how else to describe it other than this is just fascism. This is not like obviously America's not a democracy, but like there are certain values that like America is supposed to uphold. Okay? I mean, this is the real shit. Okay? There's no other way to describe it. These criminals facilitated and encouraged domestic terrorism with no regard for others. The real domestic terrorism is being conducted in the hands of the Atlanta Police Department, for the record, against protesters of Cop City. Here in Georgia, we do not allow that to happen. Today's announcement is a reminder that we will track down every member of a criminal organization, from violent foot soldiers to their uncaring leaders. We will not rest until they are arrested, tried, and face punishment. I commend the GBI, the Georgia State Patrol, DNR, game wardens, blah, 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 blah. Okay, rest assured, if you endanger the people of Georgia, law enforcement like them will ensure you face swift justice. Bail and legal representation are constitutional rights, and you don't get to just arrest people for it. Not that you ever read the Constitution. That's crazy. This guy says, way to follow the money, Governor. What do you mean follow the money? They're like openly doing something that is their constitutionally protected rights to do so. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, what do you mean? Oh, dude, if you fucking do, if you do bail funds, that means, like, sorry, you might go to jail? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
This is very important, and it implicates you if you care about anything or supporting free speech or protesters or fighting fascism. I've made several videos about Cop City down in Atlanta. There are protesters down there who have been trying to stop it in a variety of ways. It's a diverse group of people who are using different tactics, who don't all necessarily agree on what those tactics are, but it's a large group of people who are trying to prevent the creation of a $100 million police training facility that was created without any community input in a forest outside of Atlanta. Governor Brian Kemp released a statement you can pause to read. They've just arrested 3 people. They're calling them terrorists, and that this is a criminal organization. These are the people who run the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, which is a bail fund. A bail fund to help people who can't afford bail get out of custody before they have a trial, before they are convicted of a crime, and they've been arrested for protesting the development of this project. This is the SWAT team they sent to arrest these 3 people for charity fraud. For charity fraud. The Atlanta Solidarity Fund is the city's largest bail fund. Provides jail support to ensure those in police custody have their rights protected. The fund also gives cash bail assistance to people unable to pay the unconscionably high bond set by the courts. Everyone has the right to an attorney and to the ability to post bail when it's been assigned. The Solidarity Fund ensures those rights are protected. In case you're wondering, this is what fascism actually looks like. They've
100%.
murdered one activist.
Like, fascism isn't like fucking selling gay t-shirts at Target. Fascism isn't when, like, you know, someone says something ableist on your timeline. Like, this is actually the closest that you can get to fascism. This is literally what is going on. Like, when you actually behave like an authoritarian government, this is it.
Who they lied and said was firing at them, that was later proven to be untrue. They shot that person 57 times. Now they are imprisoning the people who have organized a bail fund. Do you understand?
It's crazy. I don't know what to say other than this is fucking madness, okay? I'm at a loss for words. From the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, the ASF understands that with social resistance comes government repression. We remain committed to supporting anyone who is targeted and challenging the violence and overreach tactics from the Atlanta PD, DeKalb, and Fulton County legal system. Here's Couts' statement regarding the likelihood of RICO charges against Stop Cop City activists from February.
Here's what we know. First, we understand that this movement is as broad as society itself. It includes environmental activists, community groups, faith leaders, abolitionists, students, artists, and people from all over. But police, prosecutors, and even Governor Kemp have been trying to suggest in the media and in court that the opposition to Cop City is actually the work of a criminal organization whose members conspire to commit acts of terrorism. In essence, they're trying to concoct a RICO-like
Thank you, Dalden,
story
for the
about
fire.
the
Get the subs.
Second, based on a statement made by an Atlanta police officer, we understand that an indictment against activists is forthcoming, likely in the coming week. Third, based on a conversation between a defense attorney who's representing activists and the state prosecutor assigned to those cases, they believe that a RICO indictment against movement participants is forthcoming.
With each successive statement from the state leaders, the rhetoric against activists increases. He fucking said that these guys are terrorists. For what, by the way? For fucking managing a bail fund. That's insane. Like, that's, by the way, Brian Kemp is significantly more honest about it than the Georgia Bureau of Investigations is. Because GBI is like, oh, well, they're doing charity fraud, I think. and we're going to do a RICO charge to ensure that like we connect them. If they're doing charity fraud, you don't have to do a RICO charge because that's them, right? If they're actually taking donations and engaging in charity fraud, then you don't need to slap them with a RICO, right? Just remember that. They don't need to do that. It's them. It's directly them. There is no one else on top of them that is responsible for this, right? So just let's set that aside for a second. If they're doing, why are they doing a RICO charge? They're doing a RICO charge, a racketeering charge, okay, which is for organized crime, so that, you know, people who are removed from the low-level violence that foot soldiers commit at their behest can actually be prosecuted under the law, even if they don't ever touch a fucking gun. Okay, that's what it is for. That's what it's usually used for. But nowadays in Atlanta, the DA, for example, Fallon, she uses it on YSL and Young Thug and rappers, saying that this rap group is actually a organized crime syndicate. Or they claim that they're going to use it against Donald Trump, but yet I have yet to see any sort of meaningful movement from that real RICO charge utilization. Okay, so that's what these fucking wait, did I use the wrong word? Fannie Willis is the DA. Did I say the wrong word? Anyway, oh yeah, I said Governor Fallon is the former Oklahoma governor. Sorry, it's Fannie Willis. Anyway, so DJ Academics' favorite district attorney, Fannie Willis. Law, here we go. Meddling in brother time business. YSL case is kind of solid, fam. They were mobbing Don't Duck Me, and they were greenlighting hits and shit. Thug was putting rentals for hits in his name. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. The main point of contention here is that I'm comparing what the DA is spending her time on versus what she should be spending her time on. Do you think that YSL as a criminal component is as significant as Donald Trump? Which one do you think is more worthy of the time and commitment and an actual investigation? Locking up a bunch of fucking rappers or actually the former president of the United States of America? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, dude. I got it. You watched a Trap Lore Ross video. This is not a defense of fucking Young Thug, okay? Calm the fuck down. We literally just watched actual fucking criminals in positions of power in the American government steal money and violate the rule of law in front of your fucking eyes with not even a fucking slap on the wrist, and you're over here going, oh, I don't know, man. I watched a Trap Lore Ross video, and it seems like free sex doesn't seem so free. I got it, dude. I got it. Brother time, he says. Shut the fuck up. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because those dudes, murder or not, whatever the fuck you say, and I know the details of the case, okay, are low level in comparison to Donald fucking Trump or Nancy fucking Pelosi with the crimes that they are engaging that they can do for free and never ever see any kind of legal repercussions for. The Sackler family that we talked about earlier is able to get immunity from any civil trial that might come their way as of today because they paid $6 billion for it. Their net worth is $11 billion, and they gave more than half of that. So now they're good. No one can actually try them. They've killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. You can buy your way out of prison in this country. You can have a much larger death toll to your name and completely go free. Okay? Anyway, the reason why I was mentioning that is because if you have a finite amount of time and resources, hyper-focusing on a bunch of fucking rappers so you can have a more prominent national profile when you said you were going to fucking investigate the former president is silly and pathetic. This is not about freeing YSL. This is more so about Fannie Willis and what she chooses to do, okay? Now, having said that, the GBI utilizing its resources this way is also fucking ridiculous. Okay? Ridiculous. They're hitting them with a RICO charge while Brian Kemp is very openly stating what he thinks is going on. He's saying, you guys are the fucking leaders of all of the on-the-ground activity that's happening, and we are going to charge you with a RICO charge specifically so we can pin you on whatever fucking crimes we've decided to pin the other protesters on. That's the major reason why they're doing this. If you look at this and then still have and feel some type of way about this, I don't know what to tell you, okay? You're just fucking delusional. The records and reports of certain currency transactions charge relate to the bookkeeping of financial institutions. Under Georgia law, organizations are required to keep record of any suspicious transactions and file a report with the federal authorities. There are several tiers to records keeping charge. The maximum punishment is a fine of $500,000 or twice the amount of involved in the transaction, whichever is greater, imprisonment of up to 20 years or both. The penalties for the fraudulent charitable solicitations charges are both civil and criminal. The criminal penalties include fines up to $5,000 and imprisonment of at least 1 year up to 5. Civil penalties are $10,000 or the amount of the transactions, whichever is higher. In a statement from DeKalb County Jail, Marlon Kautz, one of the Atlanta Solidarity Fund organizers arrested on May 31st, said he is not intimidated and is committed to doing the important work to support activists. Now, the National Bail Fund has taken the temporary responsibility for carrying out bail support in the place of the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, while the organizers of Atlanta Solidarity Fund face targeted political repression. Okay? I don't know how you can look at a situation like this that is so open and shut and go, no, actually, these people do deserve prison. Yeah, RICO charge for a bail fund means RICO charge for abortion funds, means RICO charge for humanitarian aid to countries the CIA doesn't like, means RICO charge for politically unpopular fundraisers, yada, yada, yada. It's true. Are you still going to do a fundraiser for them? Fuck yeah, I'm going to do a fundraiser for them. Are you crazy? I'm going to do a doubly, I'm going to fundraise for them doubly hard. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about this shit other than it's so fucked up. You think they're going to RICO charge you? No, it doesn't work that way. What are you saying, bro? What are you saying? What are you saying? Take a week off. English only in the fucking chat, bitch. You know how this shit works, okay? Speak American, damn it. You know we do not have the capabilities and the resources to fucking moderate non-English statements in the chat. If you keep fucking spamming that shit, I'm expecting you to be saying something fucked up. Okay? Anyway, what's up with the vlog? What do you mean? What do you mean what's up with the vlog? Okay, I'm not gonna cover this shit. Okay. Here, let's move on to some fun shit. Larray, friend of the show, made a video called Canceled, where he canceled a bunch of content creators. I know that's like a weird change of pace, but
Twins, Larray, welcome to detention.
Hi.
Hey. Now the dean has sent you here because you're both bottoms.
Well, first of all, I'm straight, so I shouldn't even be here.
Oh, honey, please.
Bitch, keep it a buck. What?
You know what, boys? I've changed my mind. Why don't we have a little bit of fun while we're suffering in this room of detention? I'm gonna just ask you a few questions. Is George not found either A, a bottom, B, a twink, C, colorblind, or D, all the above?
All the above.
Correct. Where is Dream from? A, Shrek, B, Florida.
I don't know this one. Have you not seen Lord Farquaad?
Shrek. Correct. Which one of the following is better? Dream SMP or QSMP?
Don't care.
Hello. Oh, hello. Yes, I can take it. I'll be back in a minute, boys. I'm watching. Oh, I'm so glad you called.
I'll watch the face thing after this.
Let's start with Aiden Ross. Pay me, baby, what he lost. Acting like a fruitcake. You bought him for Andrew Tate.
Now moving on a dream, face reveal, made me scream. In that cheap ass mask, giving personally the scene. But where'd the S&P?
Up next is Ice Show Speed. Steady twitching, but can't even stream. Dick riding more than me when it comes to Ronaldo. Starting to think soccer ain't the only balls you like, ho.
Sapnap look like he about to sell some drugs.
Dream and George got matching butt plugs. Fruity,
Pokey stay crying, damn girl, you need a hug.
Kai, SZA, never gonna smash. Streaming all day, bet you made a lot of cash. But when the last time that you went and watched that ass?
Watch that ass, take a bath. Valkyrie, log off, touch grass.
George, you nothing but a twink, that's the gag. Let me take a bar off just to laugh. Thank you, Nikki.
Hey, that's right, man. Fuck it up.
Okay, let's go. Who the fuck tryna nut in my butt? Bitch, pipe so deep, feel it all in my
Hold on, best friend.
What?
What the fuck was that?
I was feeling silly.
I think we gotta switch the
Yo, Pride Month hasn't started yet, dude. What the fuck are we doing here? The writer's strike has gone too far.
beat.
You right. Switch it up. Look at my face. Prettiest bitch in the city. Only baddies fuck with me. Anime bitch, look at her titties.
I throw that ass, now catch it. I got the energy, but can you match it? I didn't stay hopping on dick like a rabbit. Even Tate thought that he was a fat. Now, Carl, what the fuck is this pig? Best friend, come look at this pig.
Bitch, that's Harry from Wish. Tommy can't pull any chicks. Maybe girls just ain't it. How am I gay with way more riz, bitch? DMs with more hoes in it. DMs with your bros in it. Shoot his shot, no Coben in. Talk shit when I'm not even present. Live rent free in her mind like a tenant. Wait, what? Are you dumb? You smacking up on my drum. This, that. She trying to finish the race, but I already won. Look at my face. Prettiest bitch in the city. Only baddies fuck with me. Anime bitch, look at her titties.
I throw that ass, now catch it. I got the energy, but can you match it? I didn't stay hopping on dick like a rabbit. Even Tate thought that he was a fat. And Quackity, damn, you short as shit. Shorter than my will to live. I think you 3'6". Vinny, I'm loving the pump.
The girls wanna hump, but let me keep it a buck.
Found us pick up in the dump. Ooh, bitch, that's Forrest Gump.
Let the devil try me. I'ma kill his whole motherfucking family. And I ain't
Pammy in the video, by the way.
Fuck around and I'ma catch a body of Christ. Hold on, let me see what's going on here. Hello?
Hey, Pookie.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good, girl, but do you know George not found?
Sounds like a homosexual.
You ate that. Wait, do you know Green?
Another homosexual.
Right, girl, it's giving Sugarfoot.
Yeah.
Where you headed?
I'm actually on my way to save a couple homosexuals' lives, so I ain't got no time to talk. Goodbye.
Don't go, it's a trap.
Let the devil try me.
George getting left on red like Linda he fled. Dreaming I'm sharing a bed. Colors fucked up in the head, bitch. Is this green or red? Screening my casa no migo. Spanish poquito, but I'm gonna tap that tío. He telling me keep it bajillo.
Okay.
I'm trying to be more than amigo.
In the club, I'm throwing it. Dancing with my hoes in it. Got a big truck, your man towing it. Play with my Xbox, you controlling it. Go up, then down. Shake that ass round and round. Then do a split on the ground. Then regiment dick around town, bitch.
Look at my face. Prettiest bitch in the city. Only baddies fuck with me. Anime bitch, look at her titties.
I throw that ass, now catch it. I got the energy, but can you match it? I didn't stay hopping on dick like a rabbit. Even Tate thought that he was a fat.
Yeah, this is like saying, watching this is like saying the Shahada, like that converts you to Islam. Watching this has made you gay. This was great. This grew on me in a weird ass way. That's Pammy. That's actually his like Aiden Ross's ex. Is that real? No HasanAbi reference. Larray DM'd me a while back and said and asked me if it's okay to roast me in the video, and I said it was fine. But I guess they cut me out because I'm fucking not relevant enough. But it's all good. I also don't know what they would have said. I'm a little scared. I'm not gonna lie. They're very mean. The Ottoman Empire would make this their national anthem. You're too bare to roast right now. Thank you. So left, you got left behind. Austin could never be 1% this gay. I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I keep telling him. He needs to say the F word. If he said the F word, they would have put Austin in there.
I bought a new house. I love when you sleep on me.
Jake Paul bought a $16 million house.
I like to wake him up. We gonna see.
So we are in Dorado, Puerto Rico, and I bought this $16 million house. And this house has some incredible features. It has a whole basement.
YouTubers still do shit like this? That's crazy.
Batting cage, man cave room, a music studio, a giant movie theater, master bedrooms, outdoor showers, 8 bedrooms, 6-car garage. The list goes on.
Thank God Jake Paul is not a socialist. Otherwise, they would fucking execute him. You know what I mean?
On and on and on. But I'm going to take you guys along with me. And I have some exciting news for you guys. Finally, I feel inspired again to make YouTube videos. I've missed you guys. You guys have said, Jake, when are you going to start YouTubing again? And now it is finally time. We have this beautiful home to film inside of. You can expect uploads on Wednesday every single week. I'm living here with some of my best friends. Logan's just down the street. We're gonna be taking you inside of my new life, training for fights, all the fun and chaos that goes inside of everything that we do, building businesses, showing you our life here in Puerto Rico, showing you what we do on a daily basis, just having fun. And I can't believe that I have this house. Oh, and that reminds me, hold on. I got this bottle of champagne because I need to do something. John, are you popping? Jesus.
Oh, good thing they blurred the address, dude. I like that I'm so fucking canceled that even the dumbasses in my community are still looking at a video of another YouTuber flexing their fucking $60 million house, and they're still saying, oh, dog, is he showing your house? Yeah, man. Let's fucking cancel me again, dude. Let's do that. It's my house, actually. Yeah. Somehow we'll find a way to get mad at Hasan over this shit.
Yeah, bitch! We got a house! It exploded on me. What the
Cheers. Yeah, first and foremost, you can't skip the 3 Bugattis in the front driveway here. All right, guys, come on inside. So the house is like 12,800 square feet.
He had to, dude, he is so fucking corny and awful. Oh my God, he has the same haircut I gave LOL Overruled. Oh my God. I'm a trendsetter. I still think for 821, you rent the biggest fuck off mansion you can find and film an MTV Cribs episode in it. Yeah, dude, if I did that, I would get I'd get executed. So cringe. Taj Mahal.
8 bedrooms. This right here is this like nice little waterfront feature. I'm gonna be adding koi to this and making it a koi pond. All right, come on down. I'm gonna take you guys straight to the backyard, which is my favorite part of the house. There's tons of patio space. We got the lounge areas. Over here, we're thinking of this like a nice old rustic looking.
A nice house right here. Vibes. Vibes every Sunday like church.
A nice I lost
basketball court.
A nice court.
Oh, there we go. Now we talking money.
a nice little rustic basketball court right there on the side yard. What we got going on here? We got the Secret Service. No, you gotta have full-time armed security, so.
Hell of a yard, man.
This is the side yard. Very good vibes, very amazing. Wake up in the morning, meditate, get some sun, play some football. So there's pretty much TVs everywhere around this house. It's great for watching fights, all the vibes. We got shut the fuck up!
To watch back to
Come on inside. So this is like the movie theater hangout room, and of course, we had to put in the Celsius fridge. We got all flavors: Arctic vibe, peach vibe, tropical vibe, fantasy vibe.
Wait, what the fuck? Celsius? Isn't his brother fucking a direct competitor?
Yeah, I'll take one, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is the biggest TV in Puerto Rico. This is like a special edition, 120 inch. It's the only one that Sony ever shipped to the island. And guys, with all of this, like there's a lot of amazing things in this house, but we're gonna be making a lot of changes so that you guys can tune in every single week and kind of follow along for all the house upgrades and things that we're gonna be doing. Because I'm adding a bunch of stuff to the house, so stay tuned. It's gonna be a fun journey, like doing home improvement and making this house nicer and nicer and nicer. So I'm excited.
Yeah, they did. They moved to Puerto Rico. They moved to Puerto Rico so they can get away with not paying taxes.
An amazing bar.
So we're in the guest house right now. This isn't even the main house.
Yeah, so technically this is the guest house. I kind of skipped through the main house just to get to this little area. But I'll take you guys down this way. Got the ice bath on the side of the house. And this is the basement. Check it out. So this is the basement man cave. We got some arcade games, pool table, and I'm gonna be turning this into like a poker area, gun room, like the James Bond sort of style gun rooms that you see.
When I watch stuff like this, it just this is literally what all the fucking deranged Twitter lefties think I do. Like, I never once fucking, like, promoted my house, showed it, or anything like that. I got doxxed, okay? And these motherfuckers act like this is what I do. Like, oh, man, look at him fucking flexing his wealth. There is the difference between... This is quite literally the difference between, like, what a dude who's actually flexing, like an 8-year-old, versus someone like myself. Your house is a lot bigger, to be fair, Law. Oh, dude, please stop. I feel like I genuinely have PTSD from these fucking jokes.
This used to be a gym, but we have a full gym. Logan and I have a full warehouse gym. That's gonna be next week's video, so make sure you guys subscribe and stay tuned for next week. We're gonna do a warehouse tour. All right, so then we go upstairs, and this is the music studio. Oh, what's going on here? Bro! What the fuck are you doing?
that?
What? Are you jerking off to Miss Piggy?
No.
Bro?
What? Bro, no.
This is the music studio.
I don't get it. Like, what's up? Is the joke that he's, like, always horny and he's always, like, weird and creepy? Is that what it is? Like, is that the fucking joke? He just keeps talking about fucking and shit.
Pretty fire, but this is a pretty cool view.
Next time you buy a house, keep it to yourself and say it's an Airbnb. Hey, dumbass, I did try doing that. I literally, you think I didn't take the fucking proper steps to hide it? It got leaked regardless. Fuck you mean? Next time you buy a house, keep it to yourself. Yeah, no, I really wanted everyone to fucking... I really wanted everyone to fucking talk about my home purchase before I even step foot inside of it, that I like house my family in.
Of the house. Like, I think this is the best view of the whole entire house. Guys, the music studio being here means that it's time for me to make a song again, and maybe 2 songs. I want to make a Nate Diaz diss track. So thumbs up this video if you want a Nate Diaz diss track, and maybe just another song, kind of like Fresh Out of London vibes. I think.
Bro, this is hella boring. That's like actually kind of surprising. These motherfuckers been making vlogs for like almost 15 years now, and it's like that's what's like really surprising to me about all this is that like you know, it's not like flexing like an 8-year-old and being like, yo, I'm so fucking rich or whatever, which is classic. But like, he doesn't even have a lav mic on. Like, TikTokers have figured this shit out. They have figured out how to do the miking situation.
Demonstrate. Chlamydia isn't even that bad. All you take is one pill and it goes away. Great book. Here it is. It feels like you're, you know, a part of nature here. We're still changing some things around, still moving, so apologies for the mess. As you can see here, I got these beautiful, beautiful flowers from my beloved girlfriend, Yuta. Yuta, if you're watching this, I love you. She said, hi baby, congratulations with your new home. I hope you're gonna love it there and be at your happiest. I am so, so proud of you. I adore you, Jake. Love from your crazy Dutchie. P.S. I love you so much.
Aww.
Thank you, Yuta. These flowers are amazing. Place tub. What is that? Yo. Are you taking a shit in my bathroom? On the mother.
Wow, are you taking a shit in my bathroom?
Yeah, but wait, we got the Celsius. Alright, so we got an elevator. Pretty convenient. Go to the second.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm wishing. I'm not gonna say anything. Elevators are dangerous inside of houses.
This is Brandon's room. Pretty dope vibes.
I feel like I kind of have a little ownership of it, if that's what it's called.
Yeah, you do.
Fire.
You do.
Cool.
Can I use you for clout?
Yeah, sure.
All right, perfect. Surprising my brother with a new house. I bought my brother a house.
Oh my God.
Shut the fuck up.
This is fucking unbelievable. Holy shit.
Just say you're jealous. You talking to me? Fuck you mean? Bitch, how I would never, even if I had the financial capabilities of purchasing a home like this, you think I would purchase a home like this? You want me to get fucking drone striked? Are you out of your fucking mind?
What is that, a second house? Yo, this is unfucking believable. That's the biggest TV I've ever seen.
I think while we're here, we should kick some balls.
Yeah, for sure.
If you could just say for me.
The only thing I'm jealous of is Logan Paul's body fat percentage. It's fucking stupid. It makes me mad. That I am jealous of. I will admit. He looks fucking incredible. I hate that. I hate that. I want that. I wish it was me instead. Okay? That part I will say.
Like, welcome to the Paul Sports Facility.
Right. Oh. Welcome to the Paul Sports Facility.
We like balls.
We like balls. We don't care who knows. This is fucking good fun.
So this is
I need to get on gear, dude.
a fucking music.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Whoa.
Do you want to?
Excuse me? Yeah, do you mind if I sing a song?
That's fine.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Turn me up in the headphones.
No.
How fortunate we were to have parents.
Okay, I can't do this. This is too cringe. I clicked on it. It's too cringe, okay? Here, why do Europeans... Oh, the investigation. Who's telling the truth about Disco Elysium? So, I did a little bit of diving into the Disco Elysium situation when the first reports came out that they were getting fucked over. The original creators were getting fucked over. Okay? And one thing I actually found out, even before this documentary came out, and that's the reason why I never really like updated you guys on anything, is that the situation at Zaum was a little bit different than the way that was presented. Okay? We're not going to do a 2-hour documentary, but if you watch this 2.5-hour documentary and you came out thinking, oh, these guys are fucking centrists or whatever, I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to watch it. But from what I understand, the situation is a little bit different than what we originally suspected. And I think this documentary does a better job of diving into that. So that's the reason why it's like, I guess, quote unquote, centrist. I did not watch the documentary at all. I have no idea what they say in the documentary. We're watching Why Do Europeans Just Like Americans?
How Europeans see Americans. I'm asking questions about how Europeans see Americans.
I think it's
after that, I'm going to play City Skylines.
Third world country with a lot of money. Very negative.
Very negative.
Yeah, I don't see anything positive about America.
I think they're a bit stupid.
True.
American TikTokers, they earn too much money with what they do. Like in Belgium, you have to work for money and they just make videos and that's it.
Oh my God.
You know, I
True.
might be completely wrong about this, but I think it was a little bit cooler to be American when I was a kid.
No, it wasn't. It was not. It was never cool. Everyone always thought it was dog shit. There was never a moment in American history where people are like, maybe like World War II, I think. But like, that's it. Pretty much. Like shortly after, I thought you were a Marabou. I am an Marabou. I'm an Marabou for American culture. Okay? And even though I was an Marabou for American culture, I still absolutely had disdain for the American foreign policy. It wasn't like when I was younger, I was like, oh man, it's so sick that like America's war on terror is awesome. You know what I mean? I still thought that Americans were gross piglets who fucking defended a violent institution, and they were bloodthirsty barbarians that actually outsourced the barbarism to like their poorest as they sat home sitting on their fucking couches and consuming jalapeno poppers and eating Oreos. Okay? Which is kind of true. I wasn't wrong on that, and that opinion has been consistent. I think people just think diners are cozy. No, like people do actually think American pop culture is fun to consume. Everybody knows that. But ultimately, my assumption from a broader snapshot before living here was that a lot of Americans are like really fucking horrifyingly Islamophobic. Which was true for back then especially. Anyway, that is the case though. That part has been consistent. Let's watch.
I've lived in Europe for several years now, and look, I've romanticized this continent quite a bit. I really like living here, but there's a funny feeling that I cannot shake, and I think it has to do with how Europeans view Americans, or how Europeans view me when they discover that I'm American. And it's not entirely positive. This feeling has not gone away even though I've been here for a few years now. And it's,
I mean, automatically, like 8 different fucking photos that he just showed, 8 different B-roll images that he showed, including the one where he's on a fucking train, is like part of the reason why Europe and many European nations clear America, and probably every American city, as a matter of fact.
it's not hatred, it's more like negative undertones, offhand comments or jokes that are made, and it makes me feel not very cool.
I mean, I'll take it one step further. The reason why the European Eurocucks fucking have so much disdain for America is because of the underlying feeling that they have in their heart of hearts. Yes, we have a decent quality of life, except the reality is that our politicians are still dogs to the American institutions, and they are just as responsible for the same exact forms of oppression. And, we are, in many respects, completely incapable of having any kind of autonomy. So there is that. There is that reality, okay? That's just the truth. And that's why the joke is that Americans, when they travel, say they're Canadian.
And by the way, I recognize not all Europeans dislike Americans. That is a massive generalization. But I'm bringing this up because it's been enough of a trend for me to confidently talk about this as something that's really happening in the world.
Yeah. I mean, of course, my city has the biggest NSA base outside of the US.
I don't think it's just in my head. It just seems like when it comes to Europeans' view of Americans, there's a lot to dislike. I don't necessarily entirely disagree. I
don't dislike Americans, and I am European. Sorry, but I don't follow these Russian propaganda narratives. Please tell me that was a joke, chatter, you fucking asshole. Oh my God, I hope that was a joke. That was a joke, right? Come on. That's a really funny joke. Please. Say it's a joke. Because at the top of the hour, there's a through and ad break, and that's not a fucking joke. And you will no longer be able to see those. You will no longer be able to have an ad-free broadcasting experience unless you subscribe. for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account through Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Yeah. That's right. It's no joke, actually. If you get gifted a sub, you can also avoid it. MB Chaos, thank you for the 5. A bit flippant. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing fen people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. So let me see the ads. Okay, he's not joking.
I have
He's serious.
plenty of my own criticisms about the United States and the way of life over.
Bro, this guy literally is like, he's like an influencer that, I mean, I like him immediately. He's like an influencer that goes to Japan and then compares everything to America, but he's doing it for like Belgium, which I didn't realize people made content like that.
Over there. And I think that all places, all societies merit criticism. That's how we get better. So this applies to everyone. But there's something deeper going on here that I want to explore. On a personal level, my own identity as American, but also the identity of Americans on the global stage. We don't live in a bubble, and it turns out the whole world has opinions about us. Now, I have my own theories about what's going on here, but I thought I'd get to the root of the matter and ask Europeans themselves.
It makes me a little bit nervous talking to strangers, but I'm just gonna go for it.
What are the stereotypes?
That's a good question. Bah moi, quand je pense aux Américains, je pense à la bouffe et tout.
Dans quel sens? Le fast-food?
Ouais,
Ok.
parce que McDo. Ouais.
McDo.
Ouais, hamburger et tout.
Mais les Français adorent McDo.
Oui, bah, on y était il y a 2 minutes. Quoi.
Donc c'est pas forcément négatif ça?
Non, non.
Ok.
Mais c'est l'image.
Actually, I like Americans because they are like very chilled. America is like so expensive for good food. Like for like fruits and all this fresh stuff, it's like so expensive.
J'ai deux visions un peu.
Ok.
Bro, you should describe food deserts. What the fuck?
J'ai la version où ils sont trop cool et tout, et la version vraiment le beauf américain.
Do you think the stereotypes about Americans are true?
Kind of. I have a classmate that is American, and we are talking like about our traditional foods. And the American was like, my typical food is hamburger, ice cream, like the McDonald's one. And we are like, oh, so McDonald's is your typical food? She was like, yeah, kind of.
Could I just take a couple minutes to ask you a couple questions? It's okay if you don't have time, it's fine. Okay, all good. Have a nice day. The Americans don't have time for me. That's kind of funny. Would you mind if I asked you a couple questions?
Yeah. Polarized.
Polarized.
Extremely polarized.
Yeah. More than the Netherlands.
Much more.
Feel younger people feel the same way or differently about American?
I think even stronger.
Even stronger?
I think they
okay.
Dude, the Netherlands is so weird. I've never met an entire country that speaks perfect English like they live in fucking Santa Barbara or something. It's so weird, dude. It's so weird. It is so fucking weird, bro. And the reason for why, as a matter of fact, and by the way, you know, fans of the show already fucking know. Amsterdam, one of my favorite places immediately in Europe. I asked them why, and it's the same reason why I don't have a fucking accent. It's because apparently their TV does not have dubs. Possibly because they have like 8 different fucking languages. Of course, you love brothels. Yeah, that's why I love Amsterdam, because I love brothels. That's what I do. I travel to places for brothels. Why would I do that when I fuck your mom every night, you dumb bitch? Fuck my dick. Dude, literally, just be like 11 notches less mentally ill, please. Oh my God. Like, holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. Anyway. As I was saying, they don't have dubs. So everything is in like original English with subtitles, which is precisely the reason why I don't have an accent, because I watched everything in English.
Yeah, the older people, I feel, maybe thinking of the World War II and World War I, in which the Americans did a very good job by helping, because Europe was not doing very well.
Ils connaissent que ce qui se passe dans leur pays, j'ai l'impression. Parce que
enfermés sur eux-mêmes.
Enfermés sur eux-mêmes.
C'est-à-dire que
c'est pas contre eux, mais qui s'intéressent pas trop aux autres pays.
They know about their own country, but not about like other stuff in the world. They're overrated.
They're overrated. How? Like, they receive too much attention?
Yeah, too much hype.
Too much
on
hype.
the internet.
Are you also German?
Yes, I am.
And in Germany, you feel like German people have a positive view of Americans? Or
Not really.
no?
I think
Okay, so more negative.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you feel that there's been a change at all in terms of how Americans are viewed, like in the last 10, 15 years?
I think so, yes. Especially due to the Trump and the Tea
Yeah.
Party things happening.
Yeah.
It got more polarized and that makes
Like, can you imagine knowing this level of like deep knowledge about another country's politics? Like, why the fuck does this Dutch lady know about the Tea Party? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. I mean, of course, it's ironic that I am saying this when I also have a, you know, relatively sizable European audience that tunes in every fucking day to watch me shit on the United States of America on a daily basis, because everyone has to pay attention to our politics because we are the crazy guy with the biggest gun in the room and we run the fucking show. We're like, hey, better listen to me. You don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I got a gun. That's usually what America is like.
made it more negative in my view.
There's more that I'd like to say about why I believe this dynamic is happening, why Europeans see Americans in this way. But before I do, I want to thank the sponsor of this video, which is BetterHelp. And look, therapy. All right, time for me to share some of my own personal theories here. Here's why I think it was maybe a little bit cooler to be American in the past. I was born in the 90s, maybe like some of you. And back in the 90s, it's not like the United States, or the world for that matter, didn't have its problems. It definitely did. You're not gonna get any of that classic, nostalgic, those were the days kind of thing from me. But one thing I think we can all agree on is that back in the 90s, the internet had not yet completely taken over our lives like it has now. And in my view, the internet feels like it's taken whatever problems already existed and made them bigger and louder. That might actually be what the internet is best at, the fast transmission of ideas and information, which in turn amplifies them. And there's another thing that the internet is really good at, which is that it is a canvas for less curated or filtered versions of that information or ideas. There are less gatekeepers, so anyone can say anything. My theory is that as time has gone on, and as the internet has played a bigger and bigger role in our lives, the world has been exposed to a less curated version of the United States. You know, you had movies and TV and pop music reaching the entire world, but it wasn't like it is today with social media and even the news reaching so many more people. Now,
yeah, I think the internet paired up with America's war on terror, which just fucking ruined the planet. I mean, straight up, America's war on terror, and how accessible America's crimes were and how much America manipulated the planet, basically really created an environment of hostility. And what I mean by that is that I think that American pop culture for a very long time was able to manipulate people. But when the internet came around, or when the internet became super accessible, all of a sudden you could kind of see through the pop culture. Like you saw the good, and not only the good, but also the bad. You know what I mean? Why do you keep talking shit about our freedoms? Yeah. The irony, of course, is that Americans don't even fucking like America. Most Americans in this chat, at least, because it sucks.
you know, you had movies and TV and pop music reaching the entire world, but it wasn't like it is today with social media and even the news reaching so many more people. Nowadays, it feels like you cannot escape the news about the mass shootings that are constantly happening in the US or the insane election cycles. I think in some ways, the internet might have taken away some of our innocence, right? Some of our naivete. As a result, even more curated versions of culture, like the highly produced TV shows and movies, are reflecting the things that we're seeing. The unintelligent or simple American is a very believable archetype and not a new one. You've got at least one and often more than one character.
Okay, that's not an archetype, it's the truth, okay? That's literally what happens when you have a hostile terror cell leading one side of the leading 50% of the political conversation and dominating even when they're in minority positions, where they eviscerate the limited amount of public funding that our school systems get. Okay, while the other side is also playing a role, but from the supposed left in doing that very same thing. Like I genuinely don't think the average American is all that smart. I don't think that the average American is all that intelligent. It's partially because like they don't have to be, because everything is like basically on autopilot. We are the ones who reap the rewards the most of being in the Imperial Core, even though that reality is slowly but surely changing. But like it's hard to fucking justify to the rest of the world that like, oh, we are intelligent people when you have more guns than citizens, and everyone keeps going, no, we got to have more guns, actually. Like when you hear about mass shootings, to the outsider looking in, you're like, what the fuck is going on there? Like, are you guys okay? What kind of fucking stupid brain dead shit is this? And that's just one issue. Okay, that's before we get to like, the lack of adequate social safety nets, low funds for public education, and utilizing most of our resources in feeding this endless, bloodthirsty imperialist war machine. It's just like, it's very stupid. It looks like a lot of people are just advocating against their best interest in this country, and many are. As a matter of fact, many are advocating against their best interest routinely, regularly. Think about that. We don't have health care, and there are people right now in the United States of America, plenty of people who advocate against health care. Like they say, no, who's going to pay for it? I mean, come on, man.
That perfectly fits that archetype in pretty much all American sitcoms, from Friends to How I Met Your Mother. And there are plenty of shows that play off of this very intentionally. I think of South Park and Family Guy and The Simpsons. And internationally, the contrast is even more stark. And it might just be me, but it does feel like the perception of Americans is deteriorating. I mean, I'm thinking about shows like Emily in Paris or The White Lotus. The White Lotus in particular blew me away because it felt so believable, and oftentimes in a very depressing way. Clearly, Americans are not known for being refined or in touch with reality. This is particularly true of wealthy Americans. And why wouldn't Europeans feel this way? We are famously terrible at learning foreign languages. To many, we're seen as living in our own giant bubble.
A lot of people beforehand used to think like the US was like very cool and this really lovely place to go to, but I feel like everyone just thinks it's dangerous and that they don't care about their citizens. There's all these shootings going on, like their healthcare is horrible, their schooling's horrible.
So there's been a change.
I think it's always been like that. I think there's a change now because like social media is is making it more apparent.
America used to be, like the American dream, like a lot of them used to be a big thing. Like gun crime was getting like publicized a lot more, so I think like the narrative is changing a little bit.
Je vois l'Amérique comme une grande puissance mondiale et je les vois comme des capitalistes. En fait, si t'as de l'argent, tu vis bien, mais si t'as pas d'argent, y a personne pour t'aider. Marche ou crève.
In France, we say the Americans are big and fat, but I have America with the friends, the salary friends.
Donc il y a des côtés positifs et des côtés négatifs.
Ouais, c'est ça exactement. Globalement, les gens pensent ça, mais en même temps, tout le monde va à New York et tout le monde va aller aux États-Unis.
Ouais, d'accord, ok.
C'est ça en fait, ouais. Ils ont des préjugés.
This is common attitude because it still is, I think, like reinforcing the hyper-capitalist, hyper-individualist, pro-American lifestyle that you see on TV. I myself felt this, you know what I mean? Where you were like, oh yeah, I want to go to America. I want to fucking live the American dream, you know what I mean? That's it. That's what it is. Even this wee baguette, it has that same attitude.
Mais en même temps, c'est quand même un rêve d'y aller.
J'étais absolument ulcérée quand Trump était au pouvoir. De voir le comportement de cet homme, ça donne pas envie d'aller forcément dans dans ces conditions-là. Le fait que les gens soient très très armés, j'ai l'impression que je me sentirais pas en sécurité.
Most people
Nice.
love Canadians.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so once you clarify you're Canadian, they're
Yeah.
like, phew.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, Canada, where are you from in Canada?
For me, it's like a lot about the money. Like the times I went to New York, and it's like, you know, winners and losers, and you know, you gotta make it, and you gotta make loads of money, and la 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 la, and then like if you don't have money, you're like basically fucked. I would say extremes.
Extremes.
It's like an extreme, you know, country. Like very very rich, very very poor.
Right.
Eat very much, eat very 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 healthy, like extreme healthy, extreme, like XXXL, McDonald's, whatever.
Where are you from?
England.
Perfect. So I'm doing a video on Europeans' view of Americans.
Okay.
I don't know if you have any opinions about that. So, okay.
From Europe.
No, we're not. We left the EU.
No, this is in Europe.
Do you feel like it's a more positive or a negative?
During my 3-month trip to Japan, I asked Japanese people where they want to travel and to, and none of them said USA, citing gun culture and mass shootings as a reason why. That's funny. It's just like America gets a well-deserved bad rep, okay? Well-deserved. It's bad. It's bad out here. It's bad out here if you're poor. Bad everywhere if you're poor, but it's especially bad here when you're poor. It's so bad.
Negative view of Americans.
I'd say negative. I feel like there's a lot going on there that's just a bit backwards.
Yeah.
Like I feel like we need to move.
They all hate America till it's their turn to get bitch slapped by the might of the American army. Then they will truly have a reason to hate America. What the fuck? That argument to why you never leave America or you never learn any other language is extremely dumb, as America is big as the whole continent of Europe. So like, yeah, each state is like its own country for comparison. And why would you learn another language if you usually don't have a need to learn it in America? Brother, you literally just described why people have this attitude towards Americans. Like you literally just perfectly, there's no reason for me to do any commentary on this, okay? Because you just described it. I'm not American? Okay, well, you're LARPing as one real fucking well, okay? I live here, though. Okay.
Move along.
Yeah.
The like, you know, all the abortion laws coming in.
So politically.
And, yeah, like all the gun crimes.
Yeah.
Things like that. Like I imagine like most of the country is absolutely lovely, but there's some of the morals that are just a little bit off for me. So I struggle with that.
I agree, but I do think you all like proper chatty and that, and you're really energetic.
Yeah.
So it's a positive thing.
I was not expecting that accent out of her. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
but I
lovely
also
to
agree
meet
with that as well.
Yeah.
It's lovely to meet Americans.
Yeah.
Love meeting Americans.
Okay, so why am I so interested in this topic? Well, over the last few years, I have shared my journey moving abroad and looking for a home. Because that home is not the United States. I just don't feel connected to that country. Not as a home, even though I'm coming to realize that it did shape me in many ways. I'm just trying to find my place, but as I've said before, different people will treat you in different ways based off of how they perceive you. The first time I experienced this was during my high school exchange in France when I was 16 years old. Obama was president, and regardless of your personal political opinions or feelings, he was seen in a generally positive light abroad. So in a weird way, even though I was not responsible for electing him, I wasn't even of age to vote, that scored me some cool points. And then on top of it, 16-year-old French kids living in a small town in the west of France thought it was cool that I rode a yellow bus to school and that I had my own personal locker in the United States. So I was benefiting from all these things that I didn't really control at all.
I think there's a difference though. He's also like talking to kids back then versus like talking to adults now. You know what I mean? I think that's what it is too.
I get to Argentina a few years later, and I see what it's like to be on the flip side, where the general sentiment was more negative. I'm generalizing here, but there's a bit of an anti-American streak in Argentina. And I think this comes down to the image that the United States has of being a bit of a bully. I mean, Che Guevara is a bit of
a bit of a bully. And he's saying that in Argentina, by the way, which is like, you would assume probably one of the more favorable nations in South America. You know what I mean?
Of an anti-American, anti-capitalist symbol, right? So that was a very different experience. And now I'm back in Europe, and I've been here for a while, and the perception has changed yet again.
90% of the Dutchmen think Trump is quite strange.
Yeah.
They think Republicans are also quite strange. And that Americans are very Puritan.
This might just be me, but I do feel like the image of Americans has deteriorated a little bit over the last 10 years. That might come down to the government that's currently in power. It might come down to social media. This is a very complex thing, so I can't point to a single reason, but it's definitely a feeling that's there. Now, on a personal level, before I realized that this was going on, I was kind of unintentionally overcompensating. I felt like I needed to show that I wasn't the out-of-touch American in Europe. And the same thing happened to me in Argentina, where I was speaking with as much slang as I possibly could that I picked up over there, even when it was just way too much, when it was inappropriate. Que zarpado, boludo, está re piola, pibe, mal. Why was I acting like that? Was there a deeper need within me to be accepted by the people that I am surrounded by? To me, it's a little bit cringy to behave that way because it's overcompensating for something, which in this case was the identity that people were associating with me. Whatever it was, the out of touch, stupid American, or whatever it might be. But that's actually a me problem, not a problem with the world. I've come to realize that people can think whatever they want about you. It doesn't change who you are. If people see me as yet another dumb American, it doesn't mean that's true. And also, it doesn't mean all Americans are that way.
Why are we watching Chinese propaganda? Everyone loves America. True. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is like a well-intentioned liberal guy. Look, ultimately, I shit on every American state, I shit on America, and I shit on every country, including Turkey. Okay? Why do I do that? Because I, as a leftist, understand that a nation and the people that live inside of it are two entirely separate things. Our governance and who we are totally separate from one another. Why do I do that? Because I understand that, like, the same motherfuckers living in France have identical problems with their own governments. They have identical problems in the workplace, okay? Same goes for people living in bumfuck Iowa. I mean, I covered Davenport earlier today. I covered Davenport yesterday. I shit on Iowa a lot. I shit on Iowa so much, okay? I nonstop shit on Iowa. It's like it's a state that I routinely slander. But ultimately, I understand, and I know that Iowans also understand, that, like, if you're living in Iowa, I know the issues that you have. They're very similar to the issues that any motherfucker living in Wyoming has or in New York has. Because ultimately, it's all the same. It almost feels like, I hate to see this, I hate to say it, but it almost feels like, I don't know, maybe your class position dictates the struggles that you experience. I don't know, just a thought. I don't know where that came from. But ultimately, it's not the borders, it's not the states, it's not the governments, it's the people. And a lot of people, regardless of where they live, have similar struggles. You know what I mean? Similar struggles. Hating their fucking bosses, not having enough autonomy, struggling with interpersonal relationships, feeling socially isolated, feeling alienated from their labor, and also not really having a say in what happens in their day-to-day lives, and certainly not having really a say in what happens with their government. How people react to that is different. Obviously, different cultures have different reactions to that kind of thing. But ultimately, you know, that's the reason why I feel comfortable shitting on every fucking country.
I think we all know this. We all know that individuals don't necessarily follow the stereotypes, but it's also how people operate in a world of 8 billion people. I can't blame people for having formulated an idea about the place that I'm from, considering how much culture is exported from that place. A part of me used to try to distance myself as much as possible from anything and everything American. But the truth is that at least some part of me, some piece of me has been influenced by my upbringing there. There are a lot of things I don't like, but there are some things that I do. If genuinely being very enthusiastically excited about simple things is the dumb American thing to do, then fine, maybe I'm a dumb American sometimes, because that is something that comes naturally to me. I would rather be myself and accept the consequences than try to be someone that I'm not. And you know what? Everyone wants to feel welcome wherever they are, and especially in their home. But the reality is that that's actually a luxury, not a given. So many immigrants in the United States were never made to feel that way, despite the fact that the country benefited tremendously from all the immigration, all the people that risked their lives to go build something over there. Honestly, I don't have it that bad. Who am I kidding? I don't have it bad at all. It could be so much worse, and oftentimes it is. Exploring this topic has really given me quite a bit of empathy for the immigrants that are very poorly received all around the world. So, what do you think about everything I just shared here? What is your perception of Americans or of Europeans towards Americans? I would be curious to hear, because this is a giant open-ended topic, and I invite all different opinions and perspectives on this. It's just something I love to explore. Also, apologies to all Latin Americans and Canadians who are Americans in their own right. I have decided to use that word in this video.
God, I mean, he's definitely like a very well-intentioned lib. I like him. I don't give a fuck what Chad is saying. Chad, you suck, okay? He's a normie, dude. He's like a normal guy. You don't have, not every person is going to be fucking talking about how a specter is haunting Europe, okay? Jesus, Lord mercy, you motherfuckers are so ruthless, dude. I also did not realize what time it was. I thought it was time for fucking City Skylines. Turns out it's not time for that. It's time for me to end the broadcast because I got some obligations to do. But because I have downloaded City Skylines, I promise to you, I will play it tomorrow. Okay, 1,000,000% I will play it tomorrow. I will 1,000,000,000% play it tomorrow. Tomorrow we got Leftovers, which is back, by the way. No, I promise. I'm promising now. I didn't promise before, but I'm promising now. I don't usually promise things like this, but I'm promising this time. Okay, stop. This is why Europeans hate America. No City Skylines. Okay, well, I'm sorry to the Europeans I'm sorry to the Americans for contributing to the anti-American hatred more. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Like I said, we got Leftovers tomorrow. I gotta take this fucking demon out before she does a poopy in her crate. I can just sense it. I can sense the animosity. I'm gonna take her out right now,
says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again.
She smells so good. She got showered yesterday. No biting. Bye, everybody. Bye. Bye.
Hasan streaming. Hasan streaming.
Biting. No biting.
Bye. In the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan can suck you in a lie. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many